Chapter 1422. Of course, Duo had seen such an otherworldly and handsome person before, and it was unforgettable. Well, especially for this person he dared not forget. The last time they met was at the Purple Cloud Palace. The person who came was Saint Juan. What made Duo feel strange was, how did he know that he used to be called Duo Rulai? It seemed that he had only mentioned a few times to Li Chenglong and the others about how he had turned into Amitabha and caused a ruckus in the demon forest. Moreover, he had only mentioned it briefly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had not mentioned it in detail. But he did not know that he did not take it seriously, but someone else did. The story that he turned into Duo Rulai and made a scene in the demon forest to rescue Zhan Xuejuan was something that Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan always talked about. They would talk about it from time to time, and so far it had spread to many people. In particular, Zhan Xuejuan was grateful to Duo and felt that she could not repay him. At that time, although Duo's personal strength was not ordinary, in the environment and atmosphere at that time, the level of the enemy's strength was disproportionate. But he still took action without hesitation and rescued her from the base camp of the demon tribe. Although there was the intervention of the demon ancestor Lei Changtian Bing Ming and other great sorcerers, that was later. Without Duo's strong intervention, Zhan Xuejuan knew that she would have died long ago, and maybe she would have died with her soul scattered and her divine soul destroyed. At that time, it was a shocking and incomprehensible operation. After all, according to the situation before Duo took action at that time, it was simply suicide. But Duo still did it, and he did it resolutely. Therefore, the person that Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan admired and appreciated the most was Duo. She had long liked Xiang Chong, and Duo had a Xianyan. Otherwise, she would have repaid him with her body. Probably because of this, sometimes when Zhan Xuejuan could not control her demonic nature, Duo could stop it with a look. And this was unique, only Duo could do it. Even Xiang Chong, who had become her husband, could not do it. But she did not have to worry about Xiang Chong's jealousy. Since the return of Zhan Xuejuan, Xiang Chong had become Duo. If Duo fought with his sister, Xiang Bing, and brother-in-law, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong would not even think about it. He would stand on Duo's side without any hesitation. It must be your fault to have a quarrel with Zua. Under the couple's intentional efforts to spread the news, Duo's glorious deeds had spread throughout Star Soul Realm. Everyone knew about him and he was praised by everyone. It was as though he was no longer in the martial arts world, but the martial arts world still had his legend. And Duo Rulai's name became popular, almost surpassing that of Iron Fist Young Master. Therefore, it was not rare for Duo's name to be known by Juanti. Saint Juanti, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with the Western sect. I have a family and a wife. I can't be happy without meat. I'm greedy for flowers and lust. My 6 roots are not clean. The 4 elements are not empty. The 3 poisons of greed, anger, and infatuation always linger in my heart. Duo gave a long speech. Every word he said was about the fact that he was not fated to be with Buddha. The amiable look on Juanti's face deepened. Benefactor's words are profound. Every word and sentence of yours touches the key points of our Buddhism sect. If you don't have a deep understanding of our Buddhism sect, how can you be like this? It seems that you have reached a very high level of being unaffected by the wind and untainted by troubles. Sure enough, there is only a wrong name, not a proper nickname. Amitabha Rulai deserves his reputation, and his reputation is well deserved. Can you not mention these words? My head hurts. This humble Taoist is here to give you a big gift and form a good relationship with you. Juanti smiled. Give me a big gift? Build good karma? Duo was thinking about one thing now. Damn it. Fortunately, I didn't bet with Swollen. Otherwise this guy would really be free of debt. He had to remember this. In the future he would never bet with Swollen no matter how high his chances of winning were. He had to take this as a warning. Betting with someone with a heart was not a bet. It was asking to lose and making himself uncomfortable. What kind of big gift is it? How embarrassing it is for you to send it in person. Upon hearing that he was here to send a gift, Duo immediately became polite. You can just send someone to send it? Juanti could not help but smile bitterly. He had lived for countless years and naturally had seen many amazing people. However, there were not many people who were so casual and lazy in front of him like Duo. The kid's eyes lit up as he asked, I wonder what good stuff it is? It must be something that can make you come in person. It must be something fantastic, right? Of course it's not an ordinary thing. Juanti smiled and said, after today I will leave this world. However, before I leave, I still want to build good karma with you. As he spoke, he clenched his fist and stretched out his white fingers slowly. The moment the fingers opened, Zuoxiao Duo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At this moment he suddenly thought of the Crown Prince Academy. That chaotic world. When the Wahuang sword suddenly flew out. In the middle of the way, a white finger stretched out. As well as half a Ami. He suddenly understood that. He blurted out, "So it's you." Zhuanti's fingers had been completely opened, revealing a small and exquisite gourd inside, emitting a soft light. Zuoxiao Duo snatched it and could not put it down. This gourd is really beautiful. Whether it's worth or not is another matter. Just its appearance has conquered me. Before he finished speaking, he had already put it into the Tower of Destruction. Zhuanti was speechless. Although it was unexpected, how could this brat snatch it so quickly that I didn't even have time to react? Yes, I really didn't react just now. Zhuanti had never thought that the ruthless person who often talked about the treasure being fated with the Western sect would have it snatched from his hands in the end. I've been entrusted by Her Majesty, Emperor Enviwa, to deliver this demon-gathering gourd to you. Zhuanti did not seem to be offended at all. He did not seem to feel embarrassed. At least, that was what he looked like on the surface. This is a token of Her Majesty, Emperor Enviwa. Zuoxiao Duo nodded and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Zuoxiao Duo will never forget your kindness." After saying that, he rubbed his hands and said to Zhuanti with an embarrassed expression, "I've troubled you to deliver Her Majesty's token of appreciation. Ahem, then, where is your own token of appreciation?" Zhuanti immediately broke down and was stunned on the spot. This guy was really impolite. Moreover, he had an unbridled feeling of disrespect towards him. The strange atmosphere made Zhuanti feel very strange. No matter what, he was one of the 6 Khanate saints. And this time he had said that he was here to deliver good things to him and form good karma. Why did this kid treat him like this? Thinking of this, he asked with a smile, "Little friend, do you have any misunderstanding about me?" "Misunderstanding? No. Zuoxiao Duo said lightly, "But senior, you still owe us an explanation." "It's true. Zhuanti was going to leave after today." Zuoxiao Duo did not avoid it. If he beat around the bush he would have left. What else could he do? He went straight to the point. After the battle a day ago, Zuoxiao Duo defeated the joint forces of the 3 clan leaders. His confidence was unprecedentedly high. He also knew that Zhuanti had fallen from the position of saint because of the past. If he did not ask for an explanation now, when would he? Explanation? May I ask what explanation? The 7th prince of the demon emperor, Ye Qiong. Zuoxiao Duo reminded, he has lived 2 lives. Now he is my son. As the saying goes, the son pays the father's debts and vice versa. I see. Zhuanti was stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "In that case there really is some karma." What kind of person was Zhuanti? Now that he had seen through Zuoxiao Duo, he understood why Zuoxiao Duo had such an attitude towards him. I see that after pondering for a moment, he took out a ring and said, "This is a little essence of the true fire of the great path that I accidentally obtained many years ago. I'll give it to the 7th prince to express my sincerity." Zuoxiao Duo was stunned. "So straightforward? I thought you were going to explain." Zuoxiao Duo had found out a lot about Taoist Zhuanti's past achievements from sect master Tong Tian and demon emperor Dong Huang. He had been on guard, but he did not expect Saint Zhuanti to be so easy to talk to today. Zhuanti looked calm. Although the original plan is useless, there are consequences. Who is right and who is wrong? How can a few words explain it? The so-called explanation is just sophistry. Since I've done it, I'll admit it. Buddha is indeed open-minded and has a superhuman temperament. Little Zhua has learned a lot. I came here today because I have something on my mind. He held the 9th grade golden lotus in his hand and looked at it with some reluctance. He said, "The karma of that mosquito belongs to you. The 3rd grade golden lotus that was lost back then must have fallen into your hands. The 12th grade golden lotus must see the light of day again. Since it can't be perfected in my hands, it's better to help you and make it perfect." Hearing this, Zuoxiao Duo could not help but sigh at Zhuanti's generosity. This was a Khanate treasure, the 12th grade golden lotus of merit. He gave it away just like that. Zuoxiao Duo knew that he could not do this. It was indeed the work of an expert. It was unfathomable and unexpected. "Senior, since you know that the 3rd grade golden lotus is in my hands, why?" Zuoxiao Duo asked. He did not say a word. "Why don't you snatch it?" Zhuanti could not help but laugh. As the saying goes, the sky is 9 feet high and a swallow plucks its feathers. How can you take it out when it's in your hands? It's still the same sentence. People's names are often wrong, but their nicknames are rarely wrong. Zhuoxiaoduo's face immediately darkened. You're making me very unhappy. Am I that kind of person? Even if I am that kind of person, is it suitable to say such words in person? Senior, since you sent me such a dreamy treasure before you left, you must have a purpose. Even if it's a good fate, you should be looking forward to it. You're a discerning person. You hit the nail on the head. Zhuanti smiled kindly. I just want to ask you to leave behind the inheritance of the Tao manuals for the Western sect. He smiled meaningfully and said, it's good to be like fellow Taoist Tongtian, but I don't dare to ask for it. Zhuoxiaoduo scratched his head and thought for a while. It did not seem to be a big deal. Besides, the Western sect's method was also very beneficial for educating the world. At the very least, it could comfort people's hearts. Is that so? No problem. Zhuoxiaoduo agreed without hesitation. Zhuanti was overjoyed and said with a smile, Thank you, young friend. Thank you for your trouble. As he spoke, he took out a space ring and said solemnly, This is the inheritance of the Western sect. There is the inheritance of the protectors, the inheritance of Taoism, and the inheritance of Buddhism. I'll leave it to you. Speaking of which, when Senior Tongtian handed over the inheritance of the Jie school, he only told me to scatter it at will and seal it everywhere in the world, waiting for fate. Since the sect master said that the inheritance of the Jie school is like the inheritance of the Jie school, then the inheritance of your sect has to be done in the same way. I have a lot of things to do. I don't have the time, energy, or time to find a successor for you. Zhuoxiaoduo immediately distanced himself from the matter. Zhuoxiaoduo was unique in that he did not do anything even though he had received benefits. Ordinary people would not be as shameless as him. Of course. Zhuanti did not mind and said, It should be so. Only the fated person can obtain the inheritance of my sect. Those who are not fated will not know each other and return empty-handed from the treasure mountain. Saint Zhuanti, aren't you afraid that no one can find what I hide for you? Won't it be a waste of effort? I have nothing to begin with. How can I be disappointed? As long as there is hope, it's fine. Zhuanti's face was full of kindness. He raised one hand and bowed with his palms together. Little friend, the galaxy is vast and the universe is boundless. In the future we will meet in the starry sky. Zhuoxiaoduo also said seriously, I wish you a safe journey and an unobstructed path. Zhuanti smiled slightly. His body did not move, but he had already turned into starlight that filled the sky. Zhuoxiaoduo heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was as Li Chenglong had expected. He left after giving the benefits. At this moment, he vaguely sensed that a few people seemed to appear in front of him with a smile. They were Duobao, Yunxiao, Guiling and the others. They smiled and waved at the same time. Junior brother Xiaoduo, let's meet in the starry sky. In this world, the human race will dominate the world. We will wait for you to transcend. Zhuoxiaoduo smiled sincerely. There will definitely be a day when we meet again. As long as I settle the matters here, I will look for you. I haven't had the time to get to know many fellow Taoists of Jie school. Wouldn't it be a pity? The three of them laughed and disappeared from Zhuoxiaoduo's mind. In the distance, a sword aura suddenly soared into the sky. It did not escape quietly. Instead, it tore through the sky with earth-shattering might. That was also a unique way of bidding farewell that belonged to the Grandmaster of Heaven. In the entire East Ocean, Penglai Island and Golden Ao Island had also disappeared, leaving only the dreamy legend of Penglai Immortal Island that at the right time, the waves roared and surged into the sky. That was also the Grandmaster of Heaven's farewell to the world and Zhuoxiaoduo. He left in an earth-shattering way. In the next moment, seven-colored light flickered on the Western sect's side. The entire continent shook. The merciful Buddha's Buddhist chant echoed in the hearts of everyone on the continent. A sense of mercy spread throughout the world. The seven-colored light that was unique to the Western sect grew brighter and brighter. After a long time it disappeared. Zhuochanglu and the others who were in the middle of a meeting also felt the shock. They all went out to look and witness the two waves of unprecedented grandeur. All the peak-level masters were shocked by the grand scene in front of them. At the same time they also felt the sense of farewell. The Jie school and the Western sect have even uprooted their foundations. This is a complete separation from the ancestral land. Zhuochanglu's eyes were solemn, and his face was a little strange and complicated. Everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. The two saints of the Western sect had put too much pressure on everyone. The Western sect had many experts and they had the advantage in numbers. Now that they had left, everyone felt that they had gotten rid of their biggest enemy. The departure of the Grandmaster of Heaven led the Jia school made everyone feel disappointed. After all, the Jia school was the most reliable ally of the human race. They rarely had conflicts of interest. They only had goodwill towards each other. That Wu people. Gongong Zhu Wu and Dijiang Zhu Wu both looked at the void with complicated expressions. The Jia school has left and so has the Western sect. They are really free and easy. Gongong's words revealed a rare hint of envy. The world has become much quieter. Dijiang sighed. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. Tianwu Zhu Wu sneered and said, "They are just 3 cowards. They are afraid of being tied down by the Tao ancestor again. For freedom they ran away without caring about anything." A light voice came. It was ancestral with Shen Ming. Hee, at least people have the qualifications to be afraid. They are doing it openly. Your seemingly heroic and sour words, but in your bones, you don't even have the qualifications to be afraid. How can you have the nerve to say it? Only sages have the right to be afraid, and only sages have the right to pursue freedom. Brother Tianwu, no matter how sour you are, it doesn't mean anything. Tianwu had already turned around with a dark expression. Shen Ming, you're speaking so happily. Could it be that you've advanced to the rank of a sage? Shen Ming Zhu Wu spread his hands and said, "No, so I didn't say anything sour. You are not as good as them. What's wrong with admitting it? You are not as good as them. Do you think you can compare with them just because you are jealous? Ah. I'll kill you." Tianwu Zhu Wu jumped up. Shen Ming Zhu Wu didn't want to be outdone. He fought back fiercely. The 2 Zhu Wu fought fiercely. Instantly the sky fell and the earth cracked. Everything was devastated. Boom. 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 Dijiang and Gongong had a headache. Wu people were already suffering from internal and external troubles. There were many differences between them. However, there were 2 people who specialized in slandering their own people. This made the situation even more troublesome. That's right. There were 2 of them. Before they came out, no one thought that there would be someone who could rival Shen Ming Zhu Wu's mouth. After all, everyone thought that. Shen Ming's mouth was already a strange existence that appeared once in a billion years. He would say whatever he wanted to say. When he faced the enemy, he didn't think that his mouth was so sharp, let alone that he could talk so much. But when he faced his own people, his mouth was simply a cheat. What the 7 Zhu Wu didn't expect was that after they got out, they found that there was another one outside. Not only did he also argue with the sky, the earth, and the air, but he wasn't afraid of being beaten. The most important thing was, that guy was actually a direct descendant of Shen Ming Zhu Wu. This made Dijiang and the other 7 Zhu Wu's eyeballs almost fall out. Every time they met, it was really pleasing to the eye. Shen Ming Zhu Wu was dressed in snow-white clothes. His face was cold and he kept people thousands of miles away. He was really as pure as ice and as cold as jade. It was lonely at the top. At first glance, one could tell that he was a man of few words. The ice nether which was dressed in white, and she was colder than frost and snow. Her face was full of arrogance. Anyone who got close to her would feel cold. She really sealed the world with ice and the cold air was awe-inspiring. No matter how one looked at her, she was a man of few words. When the 2 of them stood together, it was simply a double beautiful scenery. They were handsome. They were tall and straight. And they were dressed in white without a speck of dust. So good, so pleasing to the eye? But how did these 2 guys grow a mouth? Just a mouth. Don't mention it, don't mention it. It's all tears. The Jia sect and the Western sect have already left. This also means that the war is about to break out. Once it breaks out, it will be the end. Gongong Zhu Wu said softly, "Dijiang, we have to be prepared." Dijiang said, "I want to know, what are your plans?" The Wu people. It's not realistic if they want to follow the Jia sect and the Western sect and wander the universe. We don't have so many treasures and we can't take so many people with us. Gongong sighed and said, "Even if we do our best, we can only take a small number of people with us." However, the Wu people now have a population of 10 billion, which is even more than when the Wu people were at their peak. At that time, when the ruler is determined, the heavenly Tao will punish us. I'm afraid that these 10 billion people will all die. But what can we do? Dijiang was silent. Although it's ungrateful to start a war with the humans, we can only fight for a slim chance of survival under the calamity. We can't give up these 10 billion lives no matter what. The few ancestral sorcerers fell silent. On the other side, the flood, which it didn't feel right to call her Zhu Wu, stood with her hands behind her back. She was also asking herself, in the war for the survival of all races, although some races were destroyed, some races left, and everyone had their own opportunities. The final battle with the humans was getting closer and closer, and there was no way to avoid it. The Flood stood on top of the mountain, looking down at the land of the Umno Alliance and the smoke rising from the chimneys. She was overwhelmed with emotions. What should I do? What should I do? On the other side, Demon Emperor Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai of the demon race were also silently sitting opposite each other. The two brothers had been sitting like this for a while, and they were thinking about the same thing as the few Zhu Wu. The Western sect left and withdrew from the conflict. Now only the humans, the monsters, and the Wu people were qualified to compete for the position of the ruler. As for the demons, they didn't even consider it, let alone the spirits. What should they do? The two emperors wouldn't hesitate to fight the Wu people, even if they had to kill all of them. But for the humans, for Zhuchanglu and Zhuxiaoduo, whether they could defeat them or not was secondary. The key was whether they could bear to do it. Demon Emperor Dijuan sighed melancholically. But this matter had to be done. What should he do? Zhuxiaoduo, who already had 8 gourds in his hand, was now rich to a certain extent. Fate points were like the sea and the tide, countless natural treasures, and spatial treasures entered the world of the Tower of Annihilation one mountain after another, and were decomposed in the world of the Tower of Annihilation. All the fate points obtained from defeating the foreign races were transported into the space by Xiaolong. Now the Tower of Annihilation had been completely stabilized. The Taiji diagram separated a part of its spirit and merged into the space. It was called, I have to make a great contribution in every world. Zhuxiaoduo knew very well that this guy felt that there was no place for him to be used after coming out, so he was trying to find a sense of existence for himself. However, after the Taiji diagram separated a part of its spirit and merged into the Tower of Annihilation, the Tower of Annihilation was completely completed. Moreover, it directly formed a vast universe. Zhuxiaoduo scattered the 12th grade golden lotus, and most of it turned into the stars in the sky. After a discussion, the 8 gourds also separated a part of the Sea of Vitality, which was refined by the Taiji diagram and merged into the stars, further forming a small universe. Xiao had already become the scorching sun in the sky. The unparalleled sense of achievement made the 7th prince extremely excited. Now the space of the Tower of Annihilation hadn't been fully formed, so this sun was playing happily in the sky. 1 second the sun rose from the east and the next second the sun set in the west. He was dancing in circles in the sky, as happy as a stray dog that had let go of its leash. Of course, when Zhuxiaoduo needed it, Xiao could instantly turn from the sun in the Tower of Annihilation to the killing god on the battlefield. Zhuxiaoduo didn't care about him. Next, when Xiao broke through to the peak of the Grand Heavenly Realm, he would cut out a clone from his body, and that clone would naturally be treated as the moon. Zhuxiaoduo moved a lot of the mountain peaks where the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins were. As the Tower of Annihilation had been completely stabilized, the need for the Astral Soul's jade powder had completely disappeared. Next, it was the complete land. What Zhuxiaoduo needed to do was to continuously strengthen the foundation of this land. After a period of strengthening, he would be able to move or directly create the will of heaven and earth inside. At that time, the sky would be infinitely high, and the earth would be infinitely deep. Of course, it was still too early to talk about that now. During this time, the Huahuang sword was full of spirit and energy, and it had made another breakthrough to become a true divine weapon. His murderous aura, sharp aura, and destructive aura. The coexistence of various attributes was suitable for the tribulation lightning of the future world. The sword spirit of the Huahuang sword would also become an existence similar to the Tao ancestor of the origin world. The Huahuang sword was extremely satisfied with this arrangement. Xiaolong hadn't reached his limit yet. In the future, his fate dragon would transform into the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. It would be illusory but real. When the world was fully formed, it would evolve into all the great Taos it wanted to evolve. For example, the origin world was the 3,000 great Taos evolved from the creation jade disc. At that time, no one knew how many great Taos Xiaolong would evolve. Zhuxiaoduo buried the Grandmaster of Heaven's inheritance and the inheritances that were to be handed over to him in advance. He also sealed all the inheritance jade slips that he had collected during this time and scattered them. Whether you can see the light of day again depends on your own fortune. Zhuxiaoduo thought to himself. This was because he clearly knew that when the world was completely formed, it would inevitably be turned upside down. At that time, the destructive power would be immeasurable. And some of these jade slips would definitely be damaged. In the end, how many of them could be preserved would depend on fate. This will be a chaotic world. I won't make any rules for this world. Everything will wait for the latecomers to make their own rules. Zuo did not want to use his brain at all. Not only did he not care about the rules of this world, but he also did not care about the rules of the heavenly Tao. Xiao Long Huang sword and Xiao, you can discuss it. I won't be responsible for anything. As for his inheritances, Nian cats, Li Chenglongs and so on, Zuo did not put them into the space-destroying tower. Because this space was created by him, his inheritances were naturally invincible in it. Whether it was the Huang sword or Xiao Long, he would deliberately protect them. Zuo thought for a long time, but still gave up. Let all creatures compete for freedom in this frosty world. Who will rise and fall is the inevitable result of the law of the jungle. Fair enough. Zuo could feel that his cultivation was about to reach the limit of this world. Perhaps the moment he broke through would be the time when this space was completely formed. Or perhaps it would need the final integration of the creation jade disc. Zuo did not let anyone interfere with the arrangement of this space. Not even Zuo. He knew very well what he was doing. However, he didn't know what it would mean after he completed this world. During this time, with the departure of the three pure ones, the two sages of the West, Empress Hua and the other sages, peace seemed to be slowly restored. And the integration of the heavenly Tao seemed to be speeding up. The 9 great heavenly Tao gradually showed signs of unification. Ordinary people could not feel anything, but in the hearts of cultivators above the zenith heaven level, they could vaguely feel that something was going to happen. As if something was slowly awakening. The upper echelons of the various races were at a loss. They were all pulling at their hair. Conscience, morality, affection, friendship, past. All of these were tying each other down. It seemed that the Wu people and the demon race were too embarrassed to attack each other. But whether it was the Wu people, the demon race or the human race, they were all sending all their combat power to the front line. Some things had to be done. Chapter 1423. Originally, the flood which would come to the astral soul's continent every once in a while. She would drink and chat. She would talk about her troubles and helplessness. She would burn incense for the king of the right and other heroes who died in the siege. Another thing was to spar with Zuo and experience the so-called higher level of atmosphere and battle prowess. After all, although he was still some distance away from that level, it was not unattainable. In the entire shaman tribe, he was the one with the greatest hope of reaching that level. Practicing with Zuo was the flood witch's favorite thing to do. They were evenly matched. After a long time, Zuo had a slight advantage. The flood witch always learned a lot from Zuo. But she wouldn't come for a while. First of all, she didn't know what to say. Could she say something like, "Let's have a life and death battle in a few days"? Second of all, she didn't have the face to come. She didn't have the face to practice with Zuo. As a father. A godfather was still a father. The flood witch's relationship with Zuo was just that they were not related by blood. As a godfather, she didn't know how to avoid suspicion when she was about to fight with her godson's clan. Instead, she wanted to use her godson to improve her personal ability. The flood witch was not a shameless person like the deep ice witch. She really couldn't do that. It was not a pleasant thing to talk about. One day the flood witch suddenly had an idea. What would happen if, after the heavenly tribulation, there were still several clans coexisting without a ruler being decided? Could it be that the existence beyond the heavenly Tao could wipe out the entire continent? Besides, it seemed that no one stipulated how long it would take for the clear heavens tribulation to end. In terms of protracted battles, the flood witch thought that she was the best in the ancestors' land. No one could compare with her. Even Zuochanglu, Yu Xingqian and Thunder Taoist were much worse. They were either latecomers or mediocre people. No one could be compared with the flood witch. At the moment of enlightenment, the flood witch felt that she seemed to have grasped a key point that she couldn't help looking up at the sky. She combined the Qi observation technique and the star observation technique to think about the feasibility of this. At the same time, Demon Emperor Dijun was also thinking about this possibility. Based on the current situation, among the original 9 clans, the ancient god clan had passed away. Azura's strength had been destroyed in the previous battle, and it was difficult for them to do anything. The spirit clan had always been the weakest among all the clans. Although the demon clan was brave, they lacked strategies and tactics. The demon ancestor also lacked a view of the overall situation. As long as the fighters had enough strength to restrain the demon ancestor, destroying the demon clan would be a piece of cake. It was impossible for them to dominate the ancestors' land. Now, with the confirmation of the Western religious sect's departure, the Tao League had merged with the astral souls. The top forces were only left with the astral souls, the Witch clan and the Demon clan. Who would have thought that the Human clan, which had been a foil and advancing desperately for tens of thousands of years, would become one of the clans that finally competed for the world's dominator? Moreover, their strength was not inferior to the Witch clan and the Demon clan. Although there were only 3 clans competing for supremacy, the strength of the 3 clans was unprecedentedly strong. With the 8 Zhu Wu in charge, the Wu people generally believed that they would win this battle. The only thing they needed to consider was, how could they kill their former allies or benefactors? This couldn't be justified. They had seen the notes. Jianghu had helped them a lot that it didn't seem right to repay kindness with enmity. As for the Demon clan, the Demon clan had similar thoughts. Demon Emperor Di Jun, Dong Huang, Tai, and even Demon Master Kunpeng were full of confidence. Everyone felt that the Demon clan would win this battle, no matter if it was against the Human clan or the Wu people. We are so invincible. So what if it's the 8 Zhu Wu? Didn't we suppress them in the past? If we can suppress you once, we can suppress you again. The rest of the Wu people's descendants are just mediocre. What's there to be afraid of? At the same time, there was another thing to consider. Zuoxiao Duo had done a favor for the Demon Emperor's bloodline. He saved the Demon Crown Prince, and now we have to turn around and stab him? Directly kill him? Even if their standpoints were different, there would be a battle or something. This matter was easy to talk about and unpleasant to hear. As for the Human clan, there was no need to talk about the Human clan. Zuochanglu, Wu Yuding, Lei Changtian, Yu Xingchen, Yun Zhonghu, Bai Yun Duo, Qin Sha, Sword King, and Zuoxiao Duo were not enough for the entire team. There was also Nanjing Qian, Dongfang Xingyang, and the others. Everyone's strength had increased unprecedentedly. After the Battle of the 10 Directions siege, the Demon Ancestor's strength had increased. All the high-level cultivators who survived this battle had achieved breakthroughs in their strength. Everyone felt that. The Human clan's strength was unparalleled in the world. His martial prowess had never been seen before. The unprecedented victory in the siege gave them unprecedented confidence, unprecedented morale, and unprecedented, insufferably arrogant and condescending. However, the Human clan's confidence was not blind. Just by listing out the data of their strength, one could prove that this confidence was not baseless. Now the Human clan's demi-saint combat strength was Zuochanglu, Wu Yuding, Zuoxiao Duo, and Zuoxiaonian. Among them, Zuoxiao Duo was the strongest. His actual combat strength was beyond imagination. After all, he was the man who killed 3 leaders in one battle. To say that his combat strength was comparable to that of a saint might be an exaggeration, but it was not unbelievable. As for the combat strength of a half-saint, this was a little awkward. Currently, there was only Li Chenglong, and he did not even have the combat strength of a demi-saint. However, there were many peak-stage grand heavenly immortals below them. If not for the entire team, there were also veteran experts like the Arch. For example, Yu Xingchen, Lei Changtian, and the others said that in a while, even if they could not become demi-saints, it would not be a problem for them to become half-saints. At that time, the overall strength of the Human clan would definitely improve. Everyone felt that the Human clan's current strength was enough to defeat the Wu people and defeat the Demon clan. We are already the most powerful beings in the world, the masters of the ancestral land, and the protagonists of the world. Who else could be more powerful than us? Unifying the entire continent would only take a little bit of effort, but it would only take a little bit of effort. The problem was not much. Even the key issue had shifted to the 9 Grand Sorcerers of the Umno Alliance, Demon Emperor Dong Huang, and the Demon Empress were all close friends with the Zuo family. They were even relatives. Not long ago, they were drinking at the same table and bonding with each other. But now they had to think about a life and death battle in the future? This matter was easy to talk about but not pleasant to hear. Zuochanglu, Wu Yuding, Zuoxiao Duo, and the others felt that if they really had to face Flood and the Demon Emperor, they would not have the heart to kill them. They really could not bear to kill them. What was even easier to talk about but not pleasant to hear and most sorrowful of all was, in fact, the strongest expert in the world, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, was being ignored by the 3 clans. Among the experts of the 3 clans, no one was a match for Demon Ancestor Luo Ho in a one-on-one battle. Whether it was the Demon Emperor with the He Tu and the Luo Shu, the arrogant Zhu Wu, Zuoxiao Duo, or Zuoxiaonian, none of them had the confidence to face Demon Ancestor Luo Ho and the God-slaying spear. Even with the 8 Great Gourds, the God-slaying spear replica, the Wahuang sword, the Tai Chi diagram, the Cat Spirit sword, and the 2 cat hammers, the quasi-saint Zuoxiao Duo with 15 innate divine weapons, he could only protect himself against Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. It was a joke to say that he could lose his life at any time. However, this number one expert who had dominated the world had been ignored. That was it easy to talk about but not pleasant to hear. Fortunately, they were discussing it in secret and did not announce it. Otherwise, if demon ancestor Luo Ho knew about it, he would most likely be furious. What a bully. What a belittling. What a condescending person. But it could not be helped. The conditions of the demon race were right there. The reason why the three races abandoned the demon race was the same. The demon race was a race supported by demon ancestor Luo Ho. The others were not a concern. Moreover, the demon race did not have the luck of being the ruler of the continent. How could they be qualified to compete for the ruler of the continent? They looked like that and their actions were so cruel. Even if the heavenly Tao was muddle-headed, it would not choose the demon race. This reason was so dignified that no one could refute it. The standard appearance and strength of the demon race were beyond doubt. Now, the three races had begun to send more troops to the front line. Each race was showing signs of pressuring the border, and more were accumulating. Everyone revealed the same mentality and emotions. I really don't want to fight with you. Look how powerful is my side. If we fight, you will only be sacrificing your life in vain. Why bother? Take a look at my lineup and weigh the pros and cons. Either retreat or surrender. Why should we harm our relationship? Although this kind of thinking was very childish and impractical. But it was undeniable. The Wu people were doing this now. The demon race was doing this now. The astral souls and the human race were doing this too. The three races were practicing super large-scale exercises, all kinds of drills, all kinds of military parades, and all kinds of muscles. Are you retreating or not? If you are not retreating, I will send more troops. I will practice again. I am super fierce, super ruthless, super powerful. Why can't you see the situation clearly? In fact, the higher-ups of the three races knew one thing very well. If this continued, the problem would not be solved at all. In the end, they would still have to fight. But no matter which side, no one was willing to make the first move. Under such circumstances, it was awkward. They froze. The other forces were either weak or did not dare to act rashly. For example, the Azura race. The Nether River Patriarch did not dare to show his face. If the Azura race dared to act rashly, the three races would definitely destroy them first. The demon race did not make any moves. They did not want to participate in the farce of the three races at all. It seemed that they had accepted their fate. However, everyone knew that Rahu, the demon ancestor, was not a person who would resign himself to fate. As long as the three races fought, it would be best if all three of them were injured. Then, when one side had paid a huge price to win, the demon ancestor would suddenly attack. That would be a joke. A big joke of sacrificing oneself for others and risking one's life to support the enemy. The demon race did not move. The spirit race became even more fearful. The spirit race had never possessed any high-level battle prowess. They were just a bunch of plants that had turned into spirits. Their talent was obvious. To be honest, their battle prowess was even inferior to the current Azura race. Yes, even the Azura race at the current stage could still defeat the spirit race. It was obvious how weak the spirit race's overall combat power was. In such an atmosphere of a world war, the entire spirit race had been in a state of fear for a long time. They were afraid that the spirit race would be in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Of course, it was not that the spirit race did not have any ambitious people. They said that there was a ray of hope in the heavens, and that the spirit race should rule the world. But as soon as these warmongers appeared, they were firmly suppressed. What time was it? What time was it? Rule the world? What the fuck was that? If they could not suppress it, they might as well get rid of it. This was not cowardice. It was just that after assessing the situation from all sides, the spirit race's current situation was not something that a bunch of radical idiots could have the final say in. If they caused any trouble, it would be a true disaster that could wipe out the entire spirit race. The only pity was that the current situation was not clear enough. If either side displayed absolute strength, the spirit race might just submit to them. During the witch demon cataclysm, the spirit race did this. At that time, they submitted to the demon race and considered themselves to be a lower race of the demon race. However, it had to be said that because of this decision, the spirit race managed to survive the witch demon cataclysm and reached the time when the other races separated their ancestral lands. Time seemed to pass peacefully under the stalemate between the shaman race and the demon race. Every day that passed, the hearts of the normal citizens would mysteriously calm down by a bit. As the days went by, the entire world seemed to have changed. The originally frequent natural disasters began to lessen. Gradually, the seas and rivers became clear and the weather was good. Even the large waves that would occasionally cause huge waves in the sea also showed ripples, sparkling with golden light and very docile. And the peak of the 9 heavens that no one could see. Many of the cracks were being repaired bit by bit, slowly recovering. Like a piece of broken glass, it was slowly but surely recovering at an extremely small but unstoppable speed, bit by bit, becoming a complete piece. 3 months later, demon ancestor Rahu held the god-killing spear and was currently cultivating in a secret place. During this period of time, the demon ancestor did not feel good at all. His cultivation was the highest in this world, so his senses were naturally sharper than other cultivators. He felt more and more that the current state of the world was close to being fixed. Although it seemed to be a dangerous balance, if the danger did not explode, then wouldn't there only be balance left? Although demon ancestor Rahu was unwilling and unconvinced, he also knew that with the strength of the demon race alone, there was no way to reverse the situation. And the end that awaited the demon race was to be destroyed forever in this world. Although it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape with his life, if he wanted to live a long life, the only way was to leave this world. Other than that, there was no other choice. Even if he was confident that no one in this world could defeat him, it was also a fact that he was not a match for any of the 3 races, as long as the other party attacked together. No matter which race it was, they all had the ability to slowly grind him to death, because they had the power to kill the entire demon race. Furthermore, it was not difficult for the 3 races to do so, as long as the demon race was killed. The demon ancestor Rahu would be like water without roots, without the luck of his race. It would also be impossible for him to have an undying body like before. After confirming this understanding, demon ancestor Rahu was very unhappy. He wanted to go on a killing spree to vent his frustration, but he knew that now was not the time for him to be willful. Especially when he saw the shamans, demons, and humans acting coy with each other. Demon ancestor Rahu dared to swear that as long as he dared to make a move, what awaited him would be the encirclement of the 3 races. This was a certainty without a doubt. I can only wait for the dust to settle and see if I can fight against the last remaining race, hoping for a fluke. Demon ancestor Rahu sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to entrust the survival of the demon race to the flimsy luck of the heavens. The clear heavenly tribulation this time was really fucked up. It basically made the demon ancestor lose his original transcendent standpoint. Originally, demon ancestor Rahu did not care about the life and death of the demon race. No matter what, it was impossible for a race to be completely destroyed. As long as there was a seed left, it would naturally be able to start a fire again. It was just a matter of time. Therefore, he could be very transcendent, looking down on everyone and everything. But it was different this time. Under the clear heavenly tribulation, there really was a race extermination. The dragon, phoenix, and Chilan races, the 3 great primordial god races, were really exterminated. This reality was already proof that after the clear heavenly tribulation, only one race could remain in this world. The other races would be wiped out and would never exist again. How could this be? Rahu also wanted to be like Tong Tian and the others, leaving with his race. But to be honest, demon ancestor Rahu was not a saint. Although his combat strength might surpass that of many saints, he was still not a saint in his bones. He just lacked the qualifications to transcend. As for the other saints who left, none of them were willing to take him with them. Who would be willing to take an enemy who could kill them with them? Would they be looking for trouble? Not to mention that demon ancestor Rahu's popularity had never been good. It should be said that Rahu never had the so-called popularity. He only had karma and hatred. Taking 10,000 steps back, demon ancestor Rahu had always thought highly of himself. No matter what, he could not bring himself to hide in someone else's heavenly abode magic treasure and leave. Being put into a pocket and taken away like a pet. Is that still me, demon ancestor Rahu? Were you looking down on? Another reason was, even if Rahu could leave, he would definitely not take the current demon race with him. The reason was very simple, because even Rahu hated these things in the current demon race. These filthy, ugly monsters, inhumane things. What the hell are they? Although it should not be, this was demon ancestor Rahu's true opinion of the demon race. Too disgusting. How did these existences come about back then? Not only are they ugly, inhumane, but they also stink. What the hell, they stink. This was also the fundamental reason why demon ancestor Rahu, although he was the oldest ancestor of the demon race, had never lived in the demon race's territory for even a day. Now that things had come to this point, although he shouldn't have any sympathy for Rahu, but to be honest, the one who was the most conflicted, the most uncomfortable, the most unwilling, and the most aggrieved was none other than this super demon who had been invincible since the beginning of time. because he clearly hated the demon race from the bottom of his heart, but he still risked his life for them. What the hell is this? Just as Zhang Xian was in the midst of his cultivation, he suddenly felt something. Rahu furrowed his brows and looked up. He saw that the space in front of him suddenly rippled slightly. The feeling was like a pool of still water that had been calm for thousands of years suddenly being blown by an almost imperceptible breeze. Buzz. The god-slaying spear felt an inexplicable threat and immediately flew to the demon ancestor's side, its body still trembling slightly. It did not know who had come, but even the demon ancestor could not give the god-slaying spear a complete sense of security. Demon ancestor Rahu furrowed his brows. It's you? The ripples gradually expanded, and in just a moment, a young man with a distant smile slowly walked out from inside. The person who had come was handsome, and his movements were indescribably elegant and unrestrained. His movements naturally overflowed with endless charm. If there was a cultivator here, just by seeing his movements, he would probably immediately fall into an epiphany that it was really as if every movement of his was accompanied by the great Tao. Every word and action seemed to be mixed with the natural rotation of the starry sky and the universe. There seemed to be a galaxy in his eyes, and the universe in his hands. Although he was standing here, he gave people a subtle feeling that he was not here at all, or that he did not exist at all. But no matter whether he existed or not, this entire world was filled with him, and he was everywhere. This feeling was very mysterious but also very real. It was real and not fake. The young man smiled faintly and looked at Rahu with his clear eyes. Fellow cultivator, long time no see. How have you been? Rahu sneered. I can eat, drink, and be free. I can do whatever I want. Of course I'm fine. It's much better than you being torn apart. The young man smiled freely. This tribulation transcends the starry sky and the universe. If I can't do it, what else can I say? Rahu mocked. How does it feel to be a dead person for hundreds of thousands of years? The young man walked a few steps with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with emptiness and clarity. He looked around and said softly, It's just a dream. That's all. Rahu rolled his eyes. It seems that this dream is very satisfying. Haha, then continue. Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you. Those disciples of yours, no matter if they're accepted or just in name, are all gone. The young man smiled. Rahu, you weren't so sharp-tongued before. When Rahu heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Indeed, he was not like this before. But after coming out this time, even his habits of speaking seemed to have changed a lot. Who did he learn this from? It was impossible for the demon race. It was impossible for the demon race. It was impossible for the Wu people. Demon ancestor Rahu thought for a long time and was shocked to find that he had learned it from the human race. Is the human race's way of speaking so awesome? It can actually affect me without me knowing it? Whether he's sharp-tongued or reticent, there's no need for you, Tao Ancestor, to worry about it. Could it be that Tao Ancestor is only concerned about these minor details now? Luoho sneered. Although he was unwilling to admit that he had been affected by the human race, he had to admit that this way of speaking was indeed very satisfying. Especially satisfying. Especially when it came to this guy in front of him. Especially when his thoughts were clear. The young man's faint smile did not change. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the demon ancestor's place of seclusion suddenly turned into green mountains and clear waters. Flowers bloomed like brocades and green grass covered the ground. It was extremely elegant and quiet. In front of the two, a small lake appeared out of thin air. The lake water was long and one could see the bottom at a glance. It was extremely clear. The demon ancestor's place of seclusion, which had nothing but desolation as far as the eye could see, suddenly turned into a paradise. The style just now was full of desolation. After a long time, it will inevitably breed hostility. It's really not a good place to talk. The young man said indifferently, What do you think? Is the scenery now more pleasing than before? Demon ancestor Rahu rolled his eyes. I don't feel anything. Ever since I was born into this world, I have never had a graceful bone in my body. The young man smiled faintly. If you had a graceful bone, you wouldn't be the demon ancestor. Rahu clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky, arrogant and speechless. A comfortable chair quietly appeared under the young man, and he sat down naturally. He said very comfortably, Back then, before the chaos was formed, there were only two living beings in the endless chaos. One was you and the other was me. One was good and one was evil. They were the two extremes in the vast universe. I was good and you were evil. Speaking of which, the two of us have a deep relationship. Bah. Demon ancestor Rahu spat in disgust. Don't flatter yourself. I'm evil and I've never been good. I admit that. However, when did you, Hongjun, claim to be the good of the heaven and earth? I'm also not your twin brother. At this point, he said with disgust, just tell me directly what you want from me. I don't have time to chat with you, and I'm not interested in anything related to you. Be straightforward. The young man said indifferently, do you really not know why I'm here? Rahu said, of course I know why you're here. However, if you want me, Rahu, to bow and listen to you, that's impossible. The young man smiled. Of course, I won't do such a tasteless thing. However, this is a special time and it's very important. I believe you don't want to sit and wait for death, right? Rahu said, are you willing to die slowly? I won't die. I'll only weaken and enter a long period of waiting. The young man spoke very slowly, but his words were very clear. However, you're destined to die. Luo Hun didn't object to this. He pondered for a long time, then frowned and said, this clear heavenly tribulation. What's going on? I still don't understand. The meaning was clear. Explain it to me. This clear heavenly tribulation doesn't belong to this world. That's why it's beyond the control of the heavenly Tao. The young man sighed a little worriedly. It's hard to say exactly when it started. Back then, the War of the Nine Races was destined to be a calamity for the common people. However, in the middle, that person suddenly appeared. Do you still remember? Yes. When that person appeared, the heavenly Tao was immediately obscured. After that, it even split the heavenly Tao. The young man smiled bitterly. And it was at that time that I lost all senses. It wasn't until recently that I woke up. It was also at that moment that I found out that this chaotic world had actually split before. Now it's just reunited. As for the various things in this world, I only learned a thing or two from collecting materials in this world in these 2 days. Indeed, I don't know as much as you do. Rahu's mouth involuntarily opened wide. He really did not expect that there would be such a thing. Moreover, it would happen to the Tao ancestor, the real number one person in this world. You should know what that person's name is, the young man said. Rahu said, the demon continent was the first to be split apart. At that time, I don't know how, but I had already drifted out with the continent. At that time, I had never met this person, nor had I fought with him. How would I know his background? This person single-handedly caused the continent to split apart, and now caused the clear heavenly tribulation. He must have a great purpose. The young man sighed. Before, I always knew that you and I were the strongest in the starry sky universe, but now... With a bitter smile, he shook his head and said, now half of the clear heavenly tribulation has passed, and the world is about to be united again. However, the clear heavenly tribulation indirectly caused the 6 saints to leave, causing the eldritch world to lose its foundation. From now on, the great Tao has no master. However, because the 6 saints left in advance, the eldritch world reunited as one. This gave me the opportunity to wake up a little earlier, and not be completely unable to deal with it. The clear heavenly tribulation caused 8 out of the 9 races to perish and 1 to survive. It either completely exterminated the 8 races, or completely expelled the 8 races. This is a heaven-defying act. This is because the 9 races were the source of the eldritch world's fortune, and the fulcrum of balance. 8 out of the 9 races are gone, and only 1 reigns supreme. This is equivalent to causing the 3,000 great Tao to return to nothingness. The gods and Buddhas in the sky no longer have any room to maintain. The heavenly Tao collapses and the great Tao collapses. In other words, after the eldritch world is united, the heavenly Tao's monitoring of the world will no longer exist. And you and I will fall into eternal silence from then on. Perhaps I will wake up someday, but you will never wake up again. The young man smiled faintly. So, you only know that you don't want to join forces with me, but how can I like to join forces with you? However, the situation has forced us to work together to overcome this crisis of life and death. Luo Ho frowned and said, eternal silence. That's right, eternal silence. Luo Ho said doubtfully, one race only rules the world, but the eldritch world is still the eldritch world. How can the heavenly Tao be eternal silence? This is the truth. Because when that time comes, the heavenly Tao will only have a weak power to maintain the cycle of the world. Everything from the ancient times until now will gradually fall silent. Including the heavenly court, the underworld, the gods, and ghosts. The human world will no longer have any scruples, and humans will become the true eternal protagonists. I didn't expect this volume to have so many words. This chapter has 8,000 words. Chapter 1424. I understand. In other words, your so-called I die and you live is just a struggle at death's door. Because at that time, you will lose control of all living beings and passively fall into a deep sleep. Only the natural laws of the heavenly Tao will remain and nothing else? Even if you can wake up, it will be a very long time later and you might not even wake up. Luo Ho grasped the main point. The young man said faintly, the heavenly Tao is constant and it is difficult for anything to last forever. When I wake up at that time, I will definitely wake up. However, you won't have such an opportunity. If you die, you will truly die. There will be no second chance. Luo Ho fell silent. Even though he didn't have any good impression of the fellow before him ever since he was born, and he even treated the other party as his mortal enemy. However, he still trusted the other party's words. Since he said that after the protagonist of heaven and earth was chosen, he would fall into eternal silence, then he would definitely fall into eternal silence. Then how can we change this situation? You came here with a purpose, not just to inform me of this, right? You came to me only to save yourself. Demon ancestor Luo Ho naturally did not want to fall into eternal silence, but he did not want to fall into a disadvantageous position. This clear heavenly tribulation has already formed. Currently, the fates of all races are tilting, and hundreds of rivers converge into the sea, all flowing into the astral souls. The general trend is set, and it is difficult to reverse the collapse of the heavens. The youth's eyes were filled with worry. In other words, the human race will definitely win? Luo Ho was stunned. If this did not come from the Tao ancestor, he would not believe it. After all, in his opinion, both the Wu people and the Yao race were above the human race in terms of overall combat strength. How could the human race decide the protagonist of heaven and earth in advance? It is without a doubt. The human race will definitely win. This is the general trend. The Wu people and the Yao race have a huge flaw, and their fates are not enough. They have no hope of winning. Then. That is why we have to change this ending. You said it is the general trend, so how do we change it? Demon ancestor Luo Ho sighed inwardly. No one understood the meaning of the words the general trend better than them. It was truly a surging current that could not change anything. In fact, even a single individual could not be easily changed. More than 80% of this situation has been decided. But even if it's fixed, there are still variables that can interfere with it. It's not easy to mess up the general trend, but it's not impossible either. For example, as long as we can change the situation where the human race is sure to win, we can make this catastrophe last for a long time. Then we can seek for changes in it. Continue for a long time? How long do you plan to last? How can we change? It can be that there will never be a victor. You can also use human power to change the outcome of the battle, allowing the Wu people or the Yao race to obtain the final victory. This way, the destiny will be changed and changes will occur naturally. The young man sighed deeply. I still remember that the demon clan that won the shaman demon cataclysm was so glorious. Yet, you single-handedly took control of the situation and beat them down. Could it be that you also deviated from your destiny and caused a natural change? Luo Ho sneered. It's just adapting to the circumstances. There shouldn't be an eternal protagonist in this world. Wouldn't the eternal protagonist remain the same? Don't talk to me about your specious principles. Just tell me what I should do now. Right now. We should make them fight as soon as possible. Fight as soon as possible? Luo Ho's heart was filled with confusion. Didn't they say that they should delay entering the cycle as much as possible? Why did they want to fight as soon as possible? Wasn't this a contradiction that couldn't be explained? If they don't fight for a while longer, the son of destiny of the astral souls will probably cultivate to the point where he can defeat both the shaman demon clan and the Yao clan. The young man sighed. When that time comes, I'm afraid that you and I won't be his match. Demon ancestor Luo Ho was truly shocked this time. Are you serious? Can he really be that powerful? This kid's karmic luck transcends the heavens, and he sees the boundless karmic luck of this world. By relying on this karmic luck, he was able to transform an extremely ordinary spatial artifact into the level of a world. That's a level that transcends the heaven Tao of this world, and it's a level of its own. The young man smiled helplessly. This is also why I can't stop him. He swiped his hand across the space in front of him. Like a mirror, a person appeared in it. It was Wuxia Duo. However, there was now a dense rainbow aura above Wuxiao's head. Above his head was a huge umbrella that was tens of thousands of meters wide. It was slowly rotating. As it rotated, the providence scattered between heaven and earth rapidly gathered toward the umbrella. It was just a glance. Luo Ho was already shocked. He was completely stunned on the spot, speechless for a long time. This is the providence of eternity. The amount of providence has even surpassed the entire continents combined. It has surpassed the providence of the heavenly Tao. Why is this? How is this possible? The young man didn't answer. He only smiled bitterly. I've been painstakingly searching for this path for so many years. It turns out that someone has already completed it and walked far ahead of me. Demon ancestor Luo Ho watched as the young man waved his hand. A wave of purple providence rushed over, wanting to break through the umbrella or forcefully absorb it. However, no matter what the purple providence did, it couldn't affect the umbrella at all. After being entangled for a while, the purple providence that couldn't do anything could only leave. However, in that formless entanglement, it actually lost a small portion of its providence. It was a classic case of going for wool but coming home shorn. So, have you seen it clearly? The young man stared at the void. Zhuoxiao's image in the void mirror gradually faded. Such providence is indeed unstoppable. I can see that this child has already achieved great things. If I want to break it, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a huge price. If I want to gain something, I naturally have to be generous. However, I can't afford to pay that price alone. Otherwise, why would I need to find you? Luo Ho pondered for a moment. If this succeeds, you'll naturally regain control of the heavenly Tao and become the sole ruler of the universe. However, what good will that do for me? Eternal silence sounds scary, but if I analyze it in detail, as long as I'm willing to abandon the entire demon race and walk the sea of stars alone, I might be able to live a good life. Following you might instead be a path of no return. The young man said, You've had a considerable amount of enlightenment recently. You've probably found a way forward. This is also why I took the initiative to find you. You're wrong to have taken the previous path. If this succeeds, I'll help you break through the shackles and bottlenecks and reach a new realm. That's what it means to roam the heavens and be indestructible. He paused and said, Even if we meet someone who's really several realms higher than us, I can guarantee that you'll be able to survive under any circumstances. You'll be immortal and indestructible. Luo Ho frowned. Immortal and indestructible under any circumstances? That's right. The benefits you're giving me are beyond my imagination. I need proof. What's in it for me if you just talk about it? Your current demon only has a demonic nature and some unorthodox methods. The young man knew that if he didn't take out something solid, demon ancestor Luo Ho wouldn't believe him and wouldn't help him obediently. If he didn't do anything, it wouldn't help. After thinking for a while, he said straightforwardly, You've already reached the pinnacle of your martial strength. There's no room for you to go any further. If you go any further, you'll be using strength to prove your Tao. Unless you're willing to abandon the god-slaying spear, it's impossible. Since proving your Tao with strength is destined to be fruitless, your new direction can only be another direction, which is the heart. The heart? Demon ancestor Luo Ho was deep in thought. Yes, the heart demon. The young man said indifferently, Among the thousands of living beings, there are only 3 paths: strength, heart, and Tao. All 3 paths lead to the same destination and can prove one's Tao. Your strength path has ended and your Tao path isn't clear. Only the heart path is the path to prove your Tao. You must know that regardless of whether you're human, demon, shaman, spirit, demon, dragon, or phoenix, all have hearts and thoughts. As long as you're a living being with a heart, you'll naturally have fetters. There's a good side, but there's also an evil side. The evil side is usually suppressed by morality and reason. It's usually not obvious, but I can tell you responsibly that most living beings, when faced with a desperate situation, will have thoughts of wanting to destroy the world with them. And the origin of such thoughts is the heart demon. As long as you master this cultivation technique, as long as there's still living beings in the world, you won't die. What's more, you won't die in any world, including the myriad heavens and the Milky Way. You don't have to care if it's human, ghost, shaman, or demon. As long as it has thoughts, you won't die. You'll live forever. Even if the heavenly way is destroyed and the universe collapses, as long as there's still a living being in the Milky Way, no matter if it's a fish or a snake, you'll be able to live because of your thoughts. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not only did demon ancestor Luo Ho understand, he was also stunned by the young man's words. This was a path that he had never thought of before. But it was also a path that was so awesome that it could explode. As long as there were thoughts in this world, he would exist, and he would exist forever. This is just a theory. Where should I start? Luo Ho muttered. He had already calculated countless paths in his mind, and then he rejected them one by one. The cultivation of the heart demon naturally comes from the heart. This is the starting point of the heart demon, and it's also the end. Everything is based on the heart. All things move according to the heart. The young man said calmly, I've taught you the eternally indestructible method. Next, it's time for you to cooperate with me. All right. The young man walked with his hands behind his back, his green robe fluttering. Demon ancestor Luo Ho was thinking about something, and he fell behind by a few steps. When he looked up and saw the young man's back, he vaguely felt ethereal. He asked himself in his heart, should I do this? But then he became determined. The other party had helped him understand the heart demon cultivation technique. Not only was it the eternally indestructible method, it was also the right way to prove one's Tao. He owed the other party so much karma. Even if he didn't want to help him, he couldn't. Besides, was he really going to walk the Milky Way alone, hide in the chaos, and watch his entire race get slaughtered and then weaken bit by bit until he had no choice but to die? Underground. The originally vast and boundless blood river had now become a large lake. Although it still occupied a vast area, one could already see the edge. It was no longer as boundless and infinite as before. Compared to the original scale, it was 95% smaller. The blood river was calm and still, like a pool of stagnant water. The boundless red land around it was where the Azuras lived. A black shadow flashed. It was demon ancestor Luo Ho who appeared beside the lake. Nether River. His voice reverberated deep into the blood river. Moments later, Nether River Patriarch leaped out of the lake. His face was still pale and abnormally weak as he stood beside the lake. Lord Demon Ancestor, why have you come here today? Sorry for the lack of hospitality. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho did not beat around the bush. How much combat strength do you have left? Nether River's expression was somewhat ugly. Less than 70%. If you absorb the blood god's son, and all the Azuras? Nether River Patriarch calculated in his heart before answering seriously, I can recover about 90% of my combat strength, but I can't reach my peak strength. Nether River did not dare to lie to Luo Ho, because Luo Ho could tell at a glance and had his own understanding. Asking him was just a way to establish temporary trust. 90% is enough. Luo Ho said, you have to do this. Spirit Race's Sovereign Palace. Spirit Emperor was playing chess with Wan Minxing. Among the 9 races in the myriad heavens, the spirit race was considered to be very comfortable now. They had survived the witch and demon cataclysm. This time they could use the same method to survive the clear heaven cataclysm. It was still the same no matter who they depended on. They had an old friendship with the demon race and a close relationship with the new nobles of the human race. This was an invisible bet on both sides. No matter what, they would be able to survive safely and enjoy peace. The next moment that a green-robed Taoist suddenly appeared, Wan Minxing's expression did not change. With a thought, the backup plan that he had set up long ago was immediately activated. The youth smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Taoists, you two are quite free. You are in a good mood. All of a sudden, the entire space seemed to be frozen in all directions. Spirit Emperor stood up and said respectfully, to think that Lord Tao Ancestor would come personally. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. The youth smiled and waved his hand. I'm just here to chat with the two of you today. It has nothing to do with anything else. You two don't have to be nervous. As he said that, he smiled and looked at Wan Minxing. This is the grasshopper with the merit of saving the world? Wan Minxing, right? Wan Minxing stood up nervously and bowed. Greetings, Tao Ancestor. The youth waved his hand and smiled. You're a saint without being a saint. Wan Minxing is a good fortune. Wan Minxing was terrified and said that he did not dare to. The youth sat down and said, I'm not here for anything urgent. I just want to ask the two of you, what do you think about the clear heaven cataclysm this time? Then he persuaded them. Just like how the demon ancestor persuaded them, they reached the same goal. The more Wan Minxing listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He could not help but frown. As the youth spoke, he looked at Wan Minxing. He vaguely felt that this grasshopper had done something just now. However, after careful inspection, he did not find anything wrong. That was because there were countless grasshopper plants in the vast land around them. They were so densely packed that they could connect to the ends of the world. There was nothing that they could not reach. The Tao Ancestor pondered. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration just now. However, my technique of sealing the universe is enough to block any method of transmitting information in this world. It should be able to seal it, right? In this world, how can anyone break through my seal? The Tao ancestor's technique was not wrong. If the technique of sealing the universe was activated first, there was indeed no method of transmitting information that could break through the seal. However, Wan Minxing was not set up after his arrival. Instead, it was set up many years before he came. The only action just now was just a slight movement of his mind. Fortunately, it was just a movement. Just as the youth thought, if he had done something in front of him, then no one in this world, including the demon ancestor Rahu, could have done it. However, it was set up many years in advance when the Tao ancestor was still asleep. It became the key to rewriting the future and even rewriting the survival of the entire ancestral land's living beings. A ray of inspiration had already spread out along with the grasshopper plants that covered the continent. It was because the people of the people's lives felt that everything in front of them was wrong. According to the Tao ancestor, the scene depicted was the scene of the age of Dharma's end. It was full of disasters and despair. However, Wan Minxing was a person who had walked through the age of Dharma's end. He did not miss any of the changes in the ancestral land's continent. Therefore, his first cognition was that he did not believe it. He did not believe it at all. In the so-called age of Dharma's end, all the races left, the heavenly Tao split, the Tao ancestor fell asleep, the gods and Buddhas disappeared, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Didn't the astral soul's continent have already experienced all these and deal with them well? Not to mention the current human race, which was flourishing and had many powerhouses. Zhuoxiao Duo had the potential to open the sky. If the human race really became the ruler of the world and the eternal protagonist, how could the world enter the age of Dharma's end? Taking a step back, with the current potential of the human race, even if the storm of the age of Dharma's end came again, the human race could completely withstand it. They did not even need to consume too much power and could still live well in the age of Dharma's end environment. After all, the age of Dharma's end was equivalent to the recovery of the power of the technological era. Perhaps that would be more livable. After thinking about it, Wan Minxing could not understand why there would be a world-destroying catastrophe and why would it lead to the age of Dharma's end? Therefore, what the Tao ancestor said this time sounded very reasonable, but Wan Minxing did not agree with it at all. However, the Spirit Emperor had experienced the disintegration of the ancestral land and the return of all the races, but he had not experienced the age of Dharma's end. When he heard the Tao ancestor's words, his expression could not help but change. He was bewildered, and his sense of danger rose. As time passed, listening to the Tao ancestor's words, the Spirit Emperor's thoughts seemed to follow the prospects described by the Tao ancestor. It looked like he was about to be brainwashed. Wan Minxing's suspicions grew, but his face was full of agreement. He repeatedly agreed with the Tao ancestor's words. At the sun and moon pass of the astral souls, Zhuoxiao Duo was burning incense in the martyrs' cemetery. Suddenly he felt an abnormal soul fluctuation. It was the reaction of the grasshopper seeds that Elder Wan had left by his side. Zhuoxiao Duo had never received such a message before. Knowing that something was wrong, he hurriedly waved his hand, indicating for the Zhuoxiaonian to seal the space. Then he took out the seeds and scattered them on the ground. Suddenly a green light flashed. A field of grasshopper plants grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye they were full of green. One of them grew especially fast and quickly bloomed and bore fruit. However, compared to the previous messages from Elder Wan, this was much slower. Zhuoxiao Duo immediately became cautious. Why was it so slow this time? Could it be that Elder Wan was in danger and was asking for help? But in terms of Elder Wan's current cultivation realm and strength, who in the world could put him in danger? Why did he have to be so cautious to pass on a message? Zhuoxiao Duo, who cherished his life, immediately thought of many things. Zhuoxiaonian and Li Chenglong, who were beside him, had already sealed the space when the grasshopper plants were scattered on the ground. It turned this area into a region that was isolated from the rest of the world. After a while, Elder Wan Minxing's shadow appeared. However, this shadow was unprecedentedly illusory, as if it could be blown away by the wind. The first sentence that came out of his mouth shocked Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian. The Tao ancestor has reappeared in the world. He is currently in the Ling clan, brainwashing me and the Ling Emperor. He intends to overturn the current situation of the war between the clans. Then he relayed the principles that the Tao ancestor had said, about the slumber of the heavenly Tao, the eternal silence of the strong, the scene of the end of the world, the age of Dharma. Before he could finish speaking, the illusory figure swayed for a moment and then disappeared. This was only a little bit of soul power that Wan Minxing had set up early on. It was already the limit that he could maintain it to this point. After all, his body was in front of the Tao ancestor, but he did not dare to act rashly. Eternal silence, the age of Dharma, the age of Dharma. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's faces were distorted. How did the Tao ancestor come up with such a deduction? It didn't seem right here. No, it wasn't right, it was too wrong. The three of them hurriedly went to find Zhou Changlu and the others to discuss. Because the current unforeseen event was too sudden and unexpected, the three of them did not have the slightest certainty about what would happen at that time. Therefore, they hurriedly reported the explosive news that they had received. After Zhou Changlu heard about this explosive material, he immediately hissed for a long time as if he had a toothache. Why do you say this? The age of Dharma has become a thing of the past, but there is no reason to start again. With the resources of this continent, even if the starry sky spirit chi dissipates, these many resources are enough to consume for millions of years. What's more, there are so many martial arts inheritances. How can it be the age of Dharma? Zhou Changlu murmured. Could it be that the Tao ancestor misjudged? Li Chenglong frowned and didn't speak for a long time. Until the meeting was over, he still didn't say a word. He kept frowning as if he was thinking about something. Then he pulled Zhou Xiaoduo out and turned into Zhou Xiaoduo's void extermination tower. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said, I feel that the Tao ancestor may not have misjudged. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Why do you say that? Because I feel that the Tao ancestor's various actions are because he doesn't want to clear the trend of the heavenly tribulation, or the trend of the various races fighting for hegemony to develop with the current trend. Moreover, I'm almost sure that he is standing on the opposite side of the human race. Li Chenglong's face was full of distress. I really hope that my judgment is wrong, but this is what I feel. This is the truth that is reasonable and in line with the current data. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes sharpened. Tell me about your reasons specifically. The other party is the Tao ancestor, so you must have full confidence. Otherwise, it will be difficult for our father to pass. The first reason is the departure of those sages. Li Chenglong said, You know, those sages left one after another as soon as the heavenly tribulation started. Why did they leave? With the forces they have and their own strength, they have a lot of potential. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. You ask me, but who should I ask? Didn't they say that they want freedom? Li Chenglong smiled. This is the main point. Doesn't their implication mean that they were not free before? Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned again. At least they are saying that their degree of freedom was limited before? Li Chenglong said, But who can limit them? They are the sages of the water, the peak of the world. Zhou Xiaoduo asked tentatively, The Tao ancestor? Li Chenglong nodded and then shook his head. Among the sages, only the Tao ancestor should be the only suspect. But I think, maybe but not necessarily. Zhou Xiaoduo was even more confused. He felt that Li Chenglong's words today were cloudy and confusing. Li Chenglong said, There is another point, that is, the so-called cultivation of the sages was the cultivation of the sages before the immeasurable tribulation. Until today they are still the cultivation of the sages. Don't they cultivate in these countless years? There is a higher cultivation state above the sages. The existence of the Tao ancestor has already proved this point. The cultivation state above the sages can't be promoted for tens of millions of years. One can be because the state of mind is not enough, the other two can be because the talent is not good enough. Everyone can't be promoted because they are all not mature enough. Li Chenglong asked. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head until his dandruff flew everywhere. Finally he gave up. Just say it directly. I won't interrupt you, I won't answer you, and you don't have to ask me. Just follow your train of thought and I'll listen to you. Li Chenglong smiled. He knew very well that Zhou Xiaoduo knew what he said. It was just that this guy was too lazy. With the improvement of his cultivation and combat strength, he was too lazy to use his brain. But it was enough to know that he knew. So I suspect that there is a flaw in our world. No matter how you cultivate, under the original rules of the heavenly way, the sages are the end. The Tao ancestor is always higher than the rest of the creatures. So, the sages chose to leave and break free from the shackles of their own progress. And they left so early because they have to integrate their bodies into the Great Way after becoming a sage. They can no longer break away and become the support of the Great Way. This is also one of the reasons why they can't break through the restrictions. As for the rest, the information at hand is limited, and there is no more reasonable inference for the time being. Li Chenglong was very careful and said word by word, but this time, the heavenly tribulation has made more possibilities appear in the established control mode of the heavenly way. In other words, the heavenly tribulation this time has broken the original rules. The reason why the sages left is that they are no longer restricted by the restrictions, and they have seen the hope of a higher level. In other words, once the heavenly tribulation is cleared, a new rule of the heavenly way will be formed. The original rule of the heavenly way can't restrict the limits of cultivation. In other words, the road above the sage level has been opened. But in this way, it is equivalent to the original heavenly way losing its supreme authority. When Li Chenglong said this, although he was in the space-destroying tower, his voice was very low. So, the so-called eternal silence, the slumber, the end of the world, the end of the world. I'm afraid they are not reasons and they are not even real. Zhou Xiaoduo pondered. Because the Tao ancestor has merged with the Tao, and is already a part of this world. Li Chenglong said, so, although his realm is the highest in this world, it is only so high. Therefore it restricts the sages below him. In this world, they can only maintain the strength and cultivation of the sage level. But if this world changes, there is no end to the path of the strong. As long as the cultivation is enough, the perception is enough, and the merit is enough, they can leave this world and become a higher level of the starry sky. But, will the Tao ancestor really watch as generation after generation of transcendence transcend, one after another? I, the one who reached the top early, only have the right to stay here and make no progress? If you were the Tao ancestor, would you be willing to do this? Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, not necessarily? If the inherent restrictions are broken, then the Tao ancestor should have the opportunity to transcend. Li Chenglong was confused. After a while he said, not necessarily. Moreover, before he could completely control the whole world but suddenly became a bystander. He no longer has the specific power. From the emperor he suddenly became an idle prince. No one can bear this, right? Li Chenglong said. That makes sense. But no matter what, the Tao ancestor doesn't want the human race to become the ruler. This is already set in stone. Li Chenglong was silent again. After a while he said, then, it will be really difficult. Zhou Xiaoduo said, if you were the Tao ancestor, what would you do? What else can I do? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. Of course, let the parties fight first. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Hurry up and continue to cultivate. As long as the races restart the war, won't it change the direction of our cultivation? 3 days later, Wu people's chief military advisor, Bai Yunting, was suddenly assassinated when he was commanding the army. His soul scattered on the spot, and there was no corpse left. At that time, the ice abyss which and the raging fire which were less than a kilometer away from Bai Yunting. However, when Bai Yunting turned into ashes and hundreds of Umno Alliance masters were killed in an instant, the two arrived. The murderer had already disappeared. The Umno Alliance was furious. Almost at the same time, on the side of the Demon Alliance army, the Demon Emperor's third prince, Shu Kuan, was killed by a sneak attack. More than 1,000 demon clan masters with him were all turned into ashes. The murderer also left no traces, no clues, and no traces left behind. Chapter 1425. How could the Demon Emperor not be enraged by the death of his son? He ordered the capture of the murderer and thoroughly investigated the background of the murderer. However, no matter how much he investigated, he could not find any clues. However, the atmosphere of the demon court suddenly became tense. Who could assassinate the demon crown prince amidst an army of billions of demons? The demon emperor's third prince was a grand heavenly realm elite. However, he was ambushed and died. Not only was he unable to give any warning, he did not even have the chance to fight back. Did this not prove that the opponent's strength was unfathomable and beyond imagination? However, there were only so many strong people in the world and only a few could do it. The shamans and demons suspects were placed on each other at the same time. The saints had all left, and the Ashura tribe was weakened after the siege. The Nether River Patriarch's strength was reduced, and to put it bluntly, they did not have the conditions to commit the crime. Although the demon ancestor Rahu had the strength to commit the crime, this person. Since the ancient times he had never done such a sneak attack, let alone ambushing a junior. The possibility of him being the murderer was close to zero. Then there was the human race. Although the human race's momentum had greatly increased, looking at the entire human race, there was no one with such ability other than Zhuchanglu's family. However, with the shamans and demons' understanding of this family, it was impossible for them to do it. In this way, only the Wu people and the demon race were left. Other than them, there was no more reliable suspect. Yes, the shamans and demons deliberately ignored the spirit race. The spirit race had never had any elites. Even if they had the motive to sow discord, they did not have the strength to commit the crime. Of course they could be ignored. The Flood Zhuwu was furious. Bai Yunting was his junior brother. Although he had always had a lot of conflicts with this junior brother of his. For example, the Flood had always been upright, but Bai Yunting believed that in war, in order to win, and unscrupulous, was the way of the military. Conspiracies and tricks were the way of the king in this kind of race war. Bai Yunting had always scoffed at the Flood witches' so-called appreciation of each other and the so-called appreciation of heroes. He even directly criticized her and said that it was a burden to others. However, Bai Yunting's war commanding ability was recognized as the #1 person in the UMNO alliance. His military strategist talent was unparalleled. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Bai Yunting was the one in command of the UMNO alliance's military strength, Zhuwu wouldn't have to do much. As long as they didn't hold back or hinder them, it wouldn't be difficult for them to wrestle with Li Chenglong. Of course, this was also the main reason why the Flood which had banished White Cloud Pavilion for so many years. This was because Bai Yunting's ability to command was too strong. Against Dongfang Xingyang, who had been through hundreds of battles, Bai Yunting could easily defeat him. Bai Yunting's ability to command and strategize seemed to be better than Dongfang Xingyang's. However, the UMNO alliance's overall ability was much higher than Astral Souls, that if Bai Yunting was allowed to do whatever he wanted, the Astral Souls would have been destroyed a long time ago. It didn't conform to the standard policy of using war to accumulate strength to deal with the monster race in the future. Right now, it was a critical moment for the Wu people's survival. It was the perfect time for Bai Yunting to show his full strength. Therefore, after Jianghu Wu made a serious mistake in commanding the troops, Flood Zhuwu united all the senior magi and some Zhuwu to forcefully take away Jianghu Wu's commanding position. The UMNO alliance's commander-in-chief became Bai Yunting. He was the only one who could speak. In the following period of time, the morale of the UMNO alliance's army was unprecedentedly high. Their discipline was even stricter. Their individual combat strength didn't change much, but their overall combat strength had increased by at least 30% under Bai Yunting's control. It could be said that they were going to achieve great things. However, at such a critical moment, Bai Yunting was assassinated. This was a pain that the Wu people couldn't bear. How could they not search for the murderer? For a moment, the two camps were in a treacherous atmosphere, where even the slightest sound could be heard. However, the so-called strict vigilance didn't seem to work on this night. With a sudden explosion, the silence was instantly broken. Flood, Gong Gong, and the other Zhuwu flew over together. However, they only saw a black shadow flash by. It was obviously a space-tearing technique. Gong Gong and Jiang didn't hesitate at all. They tore the space apart and chased after the shadow. Flood hesitated for a moment, but still rushed to the scene of the incident to confirm the situation. Boundless. Flood roared towards the sky. Boundless Senior Magus was dead. His whole body was smashed into pieces. His death was extremely miserable. Ice, Fire, and the others arrived one after another. Looking at the scene, only Boundless Senior Magus' head was left intact. Everyone was filled with anger, grief, and anger. They were so depressed that they felt like they were going to explode at any time. How many days had it been? The 12 brothers who used to be like brothers and had gathered together for tens of thousands of years had actually lost 4. Then how long could the rest live? How long would it take for all of them to disappear from this world? Boss. Fire Senior Magus' eyes were red. He said to Flood, "We must avenge this hatred. No matter who it is, we will not rest until one of us dies." Ice Senior Magus and the others were also surging with emotions. "Yes, this hatred, we will not rest until one of us dies." Flood gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "This hatred, we will not rest until one of us dies." He looked at the head of Boundless Senior Magus in front of him. Boundless Senior Magus' eyes were wide open. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. "Brother." The Flood which reached out and touched Boundless Senior Magus' eyes, "Go in peace. I swear I will avenge you. No matter who the enemy is." The palm fell and closed the eyes of the boundless great sorcerer. "Someone is instigating the war to start again." Flood slowly stood up and said, "Next, don't separate from the higher-ups. The attacks will continue." "Someone is instigating the war?" Wind Emperor Senior Magus frowned. "What do you mean?" "Xiao Duo once told me that someone is instigating the war, hoping that we will start the war as soon as possible so that the war will start again and the balance will not be restored." Flood sighed. "So during this period of time, the higher-ups have been tightening up, afraid that someone will take advantage of the loopholes." Wind Emperor Senior Magus was furious. "Using our lives to instigate the war?" Fire Senior Magus snorted, suppressed his anger and said, even if we don't use our lives, can we start a war by destroying a blade of grass in the Umno Alliance? Swoosh swoosh. Gonggong Zhu Wu and Dijiang Zhu Wu flew back. Did you catch up? The Flood Witch asked. His question was very weak because it was obvious that he didn't catch up. However, Dijiang's specialty was the Tao of space. They had already seen the other party's trace, but they still couldn't catch up. This was a bit thought-provoking. We chased all the way to the sky above the astral souls, but we couldn't stop it. Gonggong Zhu Wu frowned and said gloomily, that black shadow went into the camp of the astral souls army, and we couldn't find it anymore. The two of us met that Emperor Zhai Xing. Dijiang said, we said a few words and then came back. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Flood. Flood's face was as dark as water. Dijiang said, could it be that the astral souls army is a thief crying thief? Flood said flatly, impossible. Don't be so absolute. Nothing in this world is absolute. Changliang Zhu Wu, who came in later, said with dissatisfaction. Flood narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I can be so absolute when it comes to the astral souls. They also informed us in advance that there would be a change. It's our own problem to guard against negligence. It has nothing to do with others. Changliang sneered and said no more. Investigate thoroughly. Don't let go of any clues. Flood's face was as dark as water. The Inferno Witch and the Deep Ice Witch all had tears in their eyes. They turned around and walked out. They felt so depressed that they were about to explode. Conference Hall. 5 minutes later in the conference hall, all the great witches Zhu Wu gathered together. Their faces were as dark as water. The discussion was calm at first, but it gradually became tense. Several Zhu Wu, led by Changliang, said with certainty that this was the doing of the astral souls. As for the previous notice, it was just a trick to deceive everyone. The other part, led by Flood Witch, insisted that someone instigated it. Of course, some people thought that it might be the doing of the demon clan. They wanted to frame the astral souls and sow discord between the two sides. They wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, among so many powerhouses, only Gonggong and Dijiang saw the black shadow. They didn't even see the figure clearly, let alone the face. In today's world, there are only a few people with such cultivation. Indeed, there are only a few such powerhouses. If we eliminate them one by one, why can't we find the murderer? Anyway, I just think it's the doing of the astral souls. Someone instigated it. Only those silly people will believe it. I'm more inclined to believe that it's the demon clan. But among the demon clan, only the demon emperor and the other two can do it. Maybe Kunpeng has the ability to do that, but Kunpeng can never do that when being tracked by two ancestors of Magi. In this case, the demon clan is the most suspicious. The discussion gradually turned into an argument, and the argument turned into a fierce argument. In the end, they almost fought. Flood, which refused to admit it. She insisted that it was definitely not the doing of the astral souls like Zhuoxiao Duo. It's your brother who died. Since you insist that the demon clan is innocent and won't do it, I'd like to see how you're going to avenge your brother. Changliang Zhu Wu was beaten up by Flood last time. He had a lot of complaints about this rising star. At this point, the meeting ended unhappily. Flood brought Lai Hua, his wife, Bing Ming, Feng Di, Dan Kong, Jin Lin, Shihai, and Du Wu back to his residence. Brother. Lai Hua and the others looked sorrowful. Flood glanced at the faces of his 7 brothers. His eyes suddenly turned red and he almost shed tears. The 12 great shamans who once shocked the world were now. Only 8 of them were left. What about you? What are you thinking? Flood asked. Boss, I still believe what Zhuoxiao Duo said. Although that brat is a bit dissolute, but such a shameless trick like a sneak attack, he shouldn't be able to do it. The golden-scaled great wizard said. That's right. Although his family is shameless and stingy, they don't have any other problems. Even if they're shameless and stingy, they're upright and upright. Everything is on the surface, Feng Di said. I agree. Zhuoxiao Duo wouldn't do such a shameless thing. Although he can make your face bleed every time, he's just shameless. Bing Ming nodded. Everyone looked sideways. Damn it. Is there anyone in this world who's more shameless than you? How can you say that? If it weren't for the fact that their mood was too heavy, the Bing Ming witch's words would be enough to make them laugh at him. Brother, you said someone instigated it. Who did it? It's a big matter. I really can't tell you. The Flood Witch sighed and said, I can only say. Now it's very dangerous. Everyone is in danger. Boundless death. If I'm not wrong, it should be done by that side. Flood's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. Which side? Lai Hua and the others became excited. Flood pondered for a while and said, even though Boundless has fallen and the reality is in front of us, I still think it's unrealistic. How could he? Really? Everyone was confused. They asked Flood to make it clear, but Flood didn't say anything. Because he really couldn't believe it and he didn't want to believe it. That person would do such a thing. After that, Flood went to Gong Gong's place. Just as he had expected, the ancestral sorcerers were having a gathering here. Moreover, they had shielded themselves from the outside world and turned it into an extremely private place. I don't believe Tao Ancestor would do such a thing. Dijiang Zhu Wu's attitude was very clear. The other Zhu Wu also nodded. This was the difference of opinion. Flood, Lai Hua, and the others believed in the astral souls of the human race and the information given by Wuxia Duo. Dijiang, Gong Gong, and the others believed in Tao Ancestor more. The information given by Wuxia Duo made them very unhappy. How could Tao Ancestor be the kind of person you said he was? It was simply the most ridiculous thing in the world. This also led to everyone believing and insisting on it. It was difficult to come to a conclusion. In addition, people like Gomang Zhu Wu and Candle Dragon Zhu Wu firmly believed that this matter was done by the demon race. However, they had no evidence. If they wanted to take revenge, they didn't have a good reason. While the Wu people were having a meeting, the demon race's side was even more chaotic. 3 demon commanders were killed by the attackers one after another. The powerful sage Vermilion Bird, because of the sudden attack, hurriedly counterattacked, but he didn't catch it, causing him to be seriously injured. After taking a closer look at the wound, the higher-ups of the demon race were furious. It was a huge and deep saber scar. In the entire world, there was only one person who could use a saber to severely injure the sage Vermilion Bird. The number 1 person in the astral souls, the Sky Inspecting Minister, Zhuchanglu. Even though Demon Emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang firmly believed that it was definitely not Zhuchanglu's doing, the demons below were already agitated and couldn't control themselves. An undercurrent was brewing bit by bit, gradually surging that after a few nights of peace, something finally happened on the astral soul's side. The ones who were attacked were the Tao League. One of the 5 remaining elders of the Tao League, Taoist Shuang, was killed on the spot. A heavenly king of the Tao League and dozens of experts also died. Killing methods were based on pure strength and killing with force. At that time, the ones who were best at such methods were Zhu Wu and the great shamans of the Umno Alliance. When Taoist Lei and the others saw their old brothers die, they were extremely heartbroken and emotional. They all swore to the heavens to avenge their brothers. The members of the Tao League rubbed their palms together and were filled with fighting spirit. Following that, accidents happened one after another. Almost all of the incidents and accidents pointed to something. Each of them had a target that fit the character of the murderer. For example, the heavenly kings of the Wu people were assassinated consecutively. The assassins all fled to the astral souls. The situation was similar on the demon race's side. As for the human race, the last traces of the assassins were either traced to the demon race's base camp or the Wu people's base camp. It was very obvious. Under such accumulation, the conflict became more and more intense. Gradually, it accumulated to the point where the higher-ups of the 3 races couldn't suppress it anymore. The families, confidants, brothers of the sacrificed heavenly kings. The families, confidants, brothers and subordinates of the dead great shamans. So on and so forth. After a long period of anger, grief and anger, they couldn't suppress it anymore. Finally, on this day. After another heavenly king of the Wu people was killed. Changliang Zhu Wu and Gomang Zhu Wu chased the enemy all the way to the human race's astral souls. This time they didn't return. Instead, they directly landed. After failing to ask for the enemy's whereabouts, they went on a killing spree. And this was where the Tao League's army was stationed. Taoist Yu was the first to arrive. In his grief and anger, he immediately joined the battle. However, he was killed by the 2 Zhu Wu. Then the 2 Zhu Wu slaughtered a bloody path through the thousands of soldiers and horses and left. Along the way he shouted, "This is satisfying. This is so fucking satisfying." Taoist Yu died in battle. In front of thousands of soldiers he died in the hands of Zhu Wu. The prelude to the Great War had begun. Faced with such an outcome, even Li Chenglong was at his wits' end and was helpless. This incessant provocation had gone on for too long. The key was that they couldn't catch the real culprit. At such a time you said you didn't do it. Who would believe you? Every time the enemy would escape to your place and disappear. Then you would come out and say that you didn't do it. Then who did it? When the demon race saw the Wu people fighting and killing, They subconsciously thought that the Wu people had found evidence and confirmed that it was the human race's astral souls that did it. Instantly they became agitated and fanatical. A demon commander had even arrived with his army and joined the battle, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Under such circumstances, even if Zhuo Changlu's family, Demon Emperor Donghuang's family, and Flood stood out to refute the rumors and explain, it was useless. Yes, you higher-ups sympathize with each other. You believe me, I believe you. Do you think the lives of your subordinates will be in vain? If we believe what you say today, our brothers will die one by one at night. If we believe it tomorrow, our brothers will die one by one at night. If you say they didn't do it, can you show us the evidence? The most important thing was that Zhu Wu, Chang Liang, and Gomang really did kill the Dao League's Taoist Yu. There had to be an explanation for this. Because of this, the situation took a turn for the worse. There was no turning back. The great battle, under such great pressure and delay, suddenly erupted. It erupted so violently that the higher-ups of the three races couldn't help but sigh. No matter how high their status and prestige were, they couldn't suppress the entire situation. A grand shaman, demon commander, heavenly king, these people had a lot of power. This was obvious. Over tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, the number of intricate relationships in the military was unimaginable. How many friends, brothers, confidants, guards, disciples, descendants. How many people had been promoted by him. How many people had followed him all year round. These were simply enormous. If only one of these people died, the higher-ups could completely suppress it. But 2? What about 3? What about 5? Multiple deaths? No matter how high their prestige was, they couldn't suppress it. Your higher-ups had connections with the other party, but what did that have to do with us? When public opinion was at its boiling point, a single spark could ignite a sea of fire. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The hatred had accumulated to such an extent that it was impossible to not let them vent it. Many of the higher-ups' hardcore supporters who died were dissatisfied with the ruler and committed suicide in grief and anger. When the battle started, hundreds of thousands of people charged into the Dao League's territory. Then millions of demons suddenly charged out from the demon race's side. They flew in front of the battlefield and landed under the restrictions of the no-fly zone. However, each and every one of them charged forward fearlessly. As the Dao League's human army defended and counterattacked, the casualties suddenly increased like a volcanic eruption. The follow-up troops of the Wu people and the demon race instantly charged forward as if they had ignited a bomb. The three races fought. Just as the higher-ups of the three races watched in pain, they started fighting. And the more they fought, the more out of control. The more they fought, the more they couldn't stop. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others were extremely depressed about this. Swollen, think of a solution. No choice. No choice. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Li Qinglong sighed and said, "Let me give you an example. For example, if the shaman tribe came to inform us that someone was trying to sow discord and that there might be a big incident and that someone in the upper echelon would be assassinated and we have to strengthen our defenses, what would you think? Then, after the notification, Long Yuxing was assassinated. What would you think? Bear with it, without a target while trying to find the murderer. Li Zhongming was assassinated and died. What would you think? Bear with it for 2 months. We have to keep doing Wanli Xiu and Yu Yener's work. Then, at this time, Yu Moyan was assassinated. What would you do? If you bear with it, Xiang Chong was assassinated. Li Qinglong said helplessly, "So what, you know them? You think that they were kind enough to inform us first, and you believe that they didn't do what happened after that. But what would Wanli Xiu, Yu Yener, and Zhan Xuejuan think? Can you bear with it and not take revenge forever? That's impossible, right?" When there was a fuse, Wanli Xiu and the others rushed out to fight in anger, and then someone died. At this time, you still want to say that you believe them? Can it work? Li Qinglong said, "This is a dead end. This means that this battle is inevitable. There's no other way." Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed, "Actually, there's still a way. There's no other way." Li Qinglong shook his head calmly and said, "Because in the hearts of the higher-ups of the three clans, they all want to fight. This is the main reason. Because of all kinds of feelings and relationships, everyone has been dragging it out without prior agreement. But everyone knows in their hearts that such a battle is unavoidable. The next battle, in a way, is actually pushing the boat with the current. This is the most important thing. Under such circumstances, you still want to stop it?" After that, the two of them looked up to the sky and sighed. Just from the sound of the mobilization outside, they knew. This is a battle of survival. A battle of extinction. If they don't die, we will die. This is not the battle of the Sun Moon Pass. You must know in your hearts. When fighting the enemy you must kill. What friendship. What appreciation for each other for so many years. What feelings. What friends and enemies. Throw all those weird things to the back of your minds. If you're distracted for even a second, your son will lose his father. Your wife will be hugged by someone else. I'm warning you seriously. Especially you guys who have been fighting on the front lines of the Sun Moon Pass for countless years. Because if you're too soft-hearted, no one will sympathize with you. They will only laugh at you. They'll laugh at you for being an idiot. This battle, let's not talk about making a contribution. This is for the sake of the entire human race. If you have a trace of pity in your heart, you may be the sinner of the entire human race. Countless officers were shouting and mobilizing at the top of their lungs. Did you hear that? Li Chenglong asked. Zuo Duo smiled bitterly. Join the battle. Li Chenglong said indifferently, I want to tell you that Demon Emperor Di Jun is naturally grateful to you for saving his son. However, if you were to fight with him, if he had the chance to kill you, he would still shed tears and smash you into pieces with guilt, destroying both your body and soul. I can guarantee that he will look at your corpse and say sorry to you with guilt. The battle had begun. Although they were unwilling and in some ways they had fallen into the enemy's trap. However, this was how things went. Moreover, the human army was in an extremely bad situation. The Wu people's army and the Shifters' army were attacking from two sides. The battlefield stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles and was filled with flesh and blood. Zuo Xiaoduo's team was not enough, so they joined the battle immediately. Li Chenglong immediately built a high platform and set up a command center. Zuo Xiaoduo and Zuo Xiaoyan hid themselves on the platform to protect the commander. This was something that had to be done. After all, the current assassin was no ordinary person. If the commander of the army was assassinated at this time, the human army was already being attacked from two sides. That would be even worse. In the face of such an assassin, even Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding would not be able to protect them. The only ones who could guarantee that Li Chenglong would be able to command the army calmly were Zuo Xiaoduo and Zuo Xiaoyan. Perhaps. Not necessarily. Li Chenglong calmly issued military orders one after another. One by one the troops charged into the battlefield like arrows. Too many troops, under Li Chenglong's command, rushed over like snowflakes under the scorching sun, and directly melted into the battlefield. They only did this to buy 10 seconds or 5 seconds for their brothers beside them. On the side of the Dao Alliance's army, it was as if an avalanche had erupted from a volcano. Zuo Xiaoduo almost thought that the Nether River Patriarch had come to attack when the waves of blood surged into the air. The Kunping Demon Master led his army and rushed into the Dao League's army. In an instant, thousands of miles were covered in blood. Chapter 1426. Under the lead of the Kunping Demon Master, the million-strong demon army charged forward. Instantly they suppressed the Dao League's army and caused them to be defeated. A heroic soul pass was lifted up from the ground by the Kunping Demon Master and smashed into the Dao race's army. Blood splattered everywhere. Daoist Feng tried his best to hold on, spitting out blood and burning his life essence. However, it was useless against a peerless expert like the Kunpeng. With a long roar, Qin Sha and the Sword Lord tore through space and appeared in the void. Clang clang clang. The sound of the zither was like a storm. Qin Sha's white clothes were stained with blood. She stood in the sky and plucked the zither strings, causing the sound to spread in all directions. Streaks of formless killing intent surged into the demon army, causing them to be thrown off their feet. The sound waves were earth-shattering and devoured lives. It was like a deadly tsunami that swept across the land. Her expression was solemn and calm. However, her zither music was like a storm that did not stop at all. It was as if she could play it forever until the end of time. The heaven-defying seven demons zither. The Kunping Demon Master roared and transformed into his huge Kunping true form, charging forward with a momentum that covered the sky. He faced it head-on and charged forward violently. Under the attack of the zither music, the feathers in the sky burned into flames and turned into ashes. Streaks of blood spurted out from the Kunping Demon Master's body like a blood river. However, he withstood the attack of the sound waves and charged forward against the flow. The huge mountain peaks formed by the Essence Soul smashed down from the sky. Qin Sha spat out blood continuously from the corner of her mouth. However, she remained in midair and did not retreat at all. If she retreated, the millions of Dao League soldiers behind her would face the deadly charge of the Kunping Demon Master. She could not retreat. Please? Thank you. The mighty sword radiance flashed. Following a loud roar, Taoist Feng transformed into a sword radiance that connected the heavens and the earth. He passed by Qin Sha instantly and merged with the sound waves, entering the Kunping Demon Master's essence soul attack domain. Although Qin Sha's strength had improved tremendously in the past few years and reached the Zenith Heaven realm, she did not have any advantage over the Kunping Demon Master, who was already a half-sage. Previously, he was able to stop the Kunping Demon Master for more than 100 seconds. He had already unleashed his life potential and risked his life. However, after coming into contact with the Qi activity just now, the injuries were even more severe. The Kunping Demon Master's attack was resolute and determined. It was clear that he wanted to take down the Qin demon even if he was injured. There was no doubt that this technique and tactic was correct. Furthermore, his prediction was accurate. The Qin demon was indeed unable to withstand it. She was in imminent danger and her life was at stake. If the Kunping Demon Master really came crashing over, the sound waves of the Zither Demon Master would scatter and it would be difficult for him to gather. There would be no way for him to resist. He would not even have the time to activate the self-detonation and would only die in an instant. However, at that critical moment, Dao Bing Feng burned his life force and transformed into a sword beam. He charged past the Zither demons and collided with the Kunping Demon Master. However, with Taoist Feng's cultivation base that had yet to reach the Zenith Heavenly Realm, to fight against the strong with the weak. With a loud boom, Taoist Feng self-detonated and died. All his life's life force, cultivation base, and soul were combined into one explosion. Taoist Feng saw the danger from afar and rushed over on his sword. How could he not know that it was impossible for him to withstand the Kunping Demon Master's attack? The moment he rushed over, he had already made the decision to self-detonate. He would use the most extreme method to self-detonate. The entire process was completed in one go. He did not even leave behind any last words and went straight to his death. In the face of Taoist Feng's all-out attack, the Kunping Demon Master's indomitable flying momentum paused for a moment and even staggered backward. Countless blood streaks spurted out from his huge body. Taoist Feng's extreme self-detonation only caused the Kunping Demon Master to suffer light injuries. Furthermore, this was because the Kunping Demon Master had suffered too many attacks from the sound waves. His body was covered with fine injuries and they were all exposed after this attack. However, they were really only superficial injuries and did not affect him at all. The result of Taoist Feng's attack was only to stop the Kunping Demon Master's earth-shattering attack and Qin Sha grunted. Her white robes fluttered and she retreated more than 1,000 feet. She hurriedly took out an elixir and stuffed it into her mouth. She was completely suppressed by the Kunping Demon Master's sudden attack. Not only was she seriously injured, she was also caught off guard and did not have the chance to recover. She did not even have the time to take an elixir. So much so that the remaining half of the heaven-mending stone he had was still in his spatial ring. A moment's difference and she was about to die. Taoist Feng's all-out attack not only stopped the Kunping Demon Master's death attack but also gave Qin Sha time to recover. After swallowing a large amount of elixirs and wearing the heaven-mending stone on her body, Qin Sha finally heaved a sigh of relief. She could still taste the thick taste of blood in her mouth and her heart was beating wildly. That was the lingering fear of escaping death. Looking at the Kunping Demon Master, whose body was like a towering mountain, a look of determination flashed across Qin Sha's face. She could not help but turn her head and look into the distance. In the distance there was a powerful force bursting forth. They were fighting and clashing. Qin Sha was very familiar with that power. That was the power fluctuation of Jianghu and Wu Yuding. Although they were far away, Qin Sha only needed to feel to know. A trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful eyes again. A long time ago, every time she fought, she would fight side by side with Jianghu. She did not know when it started, but he started to bring a little girl with him every day. She seemed to have mocked him before. What's the matter with bringing a little girl with him? He would be called a strange uncle. Later, they got married. The strange uncle married the little girl. Qin Sha attended the wedding with a smile and a face full of blessings. She even organized the celebration activities. Normally she was still as carefree and calm as before. The only difference was, Qin Sha, who always liked to wear red clothes, did not wear red clothes from that time onwards. After so many years, Qin Sha did not get involved in the relationship between a man and a woman. Her personality also became more and more distant, more and more arrogant. She was almost unapproachable. Later on in the battle, she stayed near Wu Yuding. Later on, after Wu Yuding became the rain demon, Qin Sha did not appear beside Wu Yuding anymore. Until now, in all the battles, she was far away from Wu Yuding. When Wu Yuding was weak, she was afraid that Wu Yuding would die in battle. She was afraid that Zhuqianglu would be sad and lose his state of mind. At that time, if there was really danger, she would rather die in place of Wu Yuding than let Zhuqianglu be sad. But after their powers were on par, she was afraid that if she died protecting Wu Yuding, the two of them would feel guilty for the rest of their lives and lose their state of mind. Her face was cold and her temperament was arrogant. But she thought everything through and did everything well. Today, Zhuqianglu and his wife's cultivation had far surpassed Qin Sha's. She could only keep silent. Perhaps, from now on, fighting was all she had. Her gaze focused on the Kunping demon master in front of her again. She felt the cultivation in her body gradually recovering and took a deep breath. Perhaps, this life had come to an end, that this was her clear premonition at this moment. Taking a deep breath, she raised the 7 demons zither again. Her fingers, which were already dripping with blood, landed firmly on the zither strings. Suddenly the entire space seemed to freeze. Even the flow of air stopped because of this. A wave of awe-inspiring aura filled the sky. The Kunping demon master, who was about to charge forward again, suddenly stopped. For the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. He opened his huge eyes and stared at the petite figure in the air in front of him. At this moment he felt a threat to his life. This feeling made his heart tremble. He had a realization. He clearly felt that the little human woman in front of him had the intention to die together with him, just like the crazy Taoist who rushed over to risk his life just now. The Kunping demon master still didn't know who the Taoist was, but it didn't stop him from recognizing that the Taoist was the crazy Taoist. And the little woman in front of him was also like the crazy Taoist. She knew that her combat ability was not as good as his, her cultivation was not as good as his, and her combat skills were not as good as his. But she still dared to risk her life for him. At this moment, the zither strings were plucked. Waves of cold and rapid sound seemed to come from the 9 heavens. Waves of sound waves turned into sharp arrows that could destroy souls. They flew out in circles and arcs. Large groups of demon warriors were torn apart by the sound of the zither. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, in that short period of time, Kunping demon master had only hesitated for a few seconds, and hundreds of thousands of elite demons had already been killed. As the demon master, the Kunping demon master couldn't bear it. He roared and rushed forward. He felt ashamed for his cowardice. He didn't deserve the title of the demon master. He moved. Qin Sha, on the other hand, did not hesitate to face him. Qin Sha understood. Zhuqianglu and the others tried their best to block the attacks of Zhu Wu and the demon emperor from all directions. On this side, only the Kunping demon master was strong enough. If he couldn't stop them, it would be over. This battle line would definitely fall in an instant. On the high platform, Zhuqiangdu saw that things were not going well. He transformed in the void and tore through space to rush to Qin Sha's side. As an invisible guardian and firefighter on the battlefield, Zhuqiangdu had already saved Nanjing Qian, Wu Taijiang, Dongfang Xingyang, Tai Mingru, and the others over a dozen times. The human race seemed to be doing well. Their overall strength had increased greatly. The 4 great commanders and the veteran experts had all improved greatly and reached the zenith heavenly realm. However, as they improved too quickly, their strength wasn't stable. Most of them were in the early or middle stages of the zenith heavenly realm. Compared to the peak experts of the liches, there was still a huge gap. Facing the attacks of the liches and demons from both sides, they didn't have the upper hand. Their individual strength was also at a disadvantage. If not for Zhuqiangdu's help, many of the peak experts of the human race would have fallen. As for the situation on Qin Sha's side, he had already seen it. It was just that Taoist Feng was determined to face death and self-destruct to give the Kunping a head-on blow. Although there was little effect, if Qin Sha fought steadily and entangled with the Kunping, it would be enough to last for a while. However, Qin Sha's choice was out of Zhuqiangdu's expectation. She looked like she was going to die together with the enemy at the last moment. Zhuqiangdu didn't know that Qin Sha was determined to die. Naturally, he had to rush to her aid. He couldn't just sit and watch her die. Until now, Zhuqiangdu had rushed out more than a dozen times. However, Zhuqiangyan was still hidden on the high platform. She didn't move at all from the beginning to the end. That terrifying assassin didn't show up at all. In order to deal with this inevitable enemy, Zhuqiangyan couldn't move. On the high platform, Li Chenglong was in charge of the flags. He gave out orders continuously. He was calm and his words were clear. The orders that came out of his mouth were always so direct and effective. Currently, there were more than a few million soldiers. Under his orders, they rushed to the battlefield and turned into heroic spirits. However, Li Chenglong didn't even frown. That was because his heart had turned into ice since the beginning of the battle. It was also like a mirror that clearly reflected the situation of the entire battlefield. There was nothing that was missed out. Order the 63rd Division to attack the Leopard Demon Division on the right flank of the demon race. The meaning of death impact was obvious. It was to use death to defeat the enemy. It was an attack of self-destruction. It was an order of death. The other side had already rushed to the heroic spirit pass. The situation was critical. They had to destroy this momentum in one blow. Otherwise, the entire defense line would be in danger. The 63rd Division, which was the closest to them, was the 63rd Division. The leading general didn't hesitate at all. He immediately led the army to turn around. Death impact. Brothers, let's go home. Let's go home. Ah. 50,000 soldiers shot into the sky like a giant arrow. They burned their lives and souls, burning everything they had as they charged forward. There was no hesitation. The moment they charged into the enemy's circle, they all self-destructed. Boom. The entire army, along with the leopard army of the demon race, turned into smoke and dust, becoming one with the sky. After a shocking explosion, a large area of the entire battlefield was suddenly emptied out. Everyone was silent. On the other side, Qin Sha was about to collide with Kunping Demon Master. Just as she was about to self-destruct and go all out to severely injure Kunpeng, Wuxiao's figure flashed and was already in between the two of them. The 9-9 cat hammer turned into layers of mountains and hammered on Kunping Demon Master's head. Ouch! The Demon Master wailed. He felt dizzy and his head was buzzing. However, he didn't dare to hesitate at all. With a swoosh, his huge figure disappeared and turned into a shao, thin green smoke. He escaped far away. Since he met Wuxiao Duo, he had to leave quickly. Demon Master Kunpeng's strength was only below the three most powerful demons, Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Donghuang. With his peak half-sage cultivation, he could look down on the world. However, Kunpeng Demon Master knew his limits. He had seen Wuxiao's battle and heard about Wuxiao's strength from the Demon Emperor. He knew that if he fought head-on with Wuxiao Duo, he would be courting death. If he didn't run now, when would he? Wuxiao Duo chased Kunpeng for 1,500 kilometers and hammered him 900 times. The green smoke was severely injured. Finally, the Kunpeng Demon Master managed to escape. That this wasn't because of Kunpeng's strength or luck, but because Wuxiao Duo didn't dare to chase him any further. Kunpeng was a half-sage after all. If he pushed him too far and forced him into a dead end, he might self-destruct. Even if he didn't die, he would inevitably be injured. In the current battle situation, he couldn't afford to be injured. After severely injuring Kunpeng, Wuxiao Duo didn't stay. He immediately tore open space and returned. After all, Li Chenglong was more important. According to Wuxiao Duo and Li Chenglong's prediction, the most crucial point of this battle was that the mysterious man would take advantage of the opportunity to kill Li Chenglong. As long as Li Chenglong, the command tower, fell, the human command center would be cut off. How could they resist the attacks from both the shaman and the demon clan? From the current situation, Li Chenglong's existence was even more important than Zhuo Changlu and his wife and the commander of the Four Directions. He was only a little less important than Wuxiao Duo. Well, it wasn't that he wanted to praise Wuxiao Duo. With Wuxiao's current cultivation strength, he was almost the most powerful person in the world. If it weren't for Wuxiao's help, the human defense line would have collapsed long ago. Based on this point alone, Wuxiao Duo was indeed more important than Li Chenglong. What was more, Li Chenglong even suspected that the mysterious man's only concern might be Wuxiao's unrivaled strength, unimaginable luck, and immeasurable fate. Every aspect of his strength was beyond the mysterious man's expectation. When Wuxiao Duo was chasing after Kunpeng Demon Master, Wuxiaoyan was still hiding on one side of the high platform. When Li Chenglong gave the order that the space behind him on the left side was silently broken, a green figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. With a flash of sword light, it pierced towards Li Chenglong's neck like a bolt of lightning. This sword was silent, breathless, lifeless and lifeless. It was full of the intent of death. Li Chenglong, who was giving orders, reacted quickly and dodged the fatal sword. Although he was eager to win the battle, he had never wavered in his prediction that someone would launch a sneak attack on him. He had always been vigilant, paying attention to all the changes in his surroundings. How could it be that he reacted in time without any reason? However, the opponent's sword was like a maggot in the bone. It didn't slow down because of Li Chenglong's timely dodging. It chased after him without leaving a trace that the opponent's reaction speed was even faster than Li Chenglong's. However, the slight delay caused by Li Chenglong's dodging of the first sword had already taken effect. Clang! In the void, a sword suddenly shot out. The sword that was rushing to help and the sword that was chasing after him collided with each other. In an instant, sparks flew. It was Zhou Xiaoyan who had come to help. At the same time, the cold air that could freeze 1,000 miles was condensed into a space of 30 feet. The powerful freezing was Xiao Duo's ultimate mysterious ice space. The god-slaying spear Yan Shirsi pierced into the void like a furious dragon. The ice flames also surged wildly. All of these were activated at the same time as Zhou Xiaoyan's sword. In a huge piece of mysterious ice, a green figure was still in a sword-slaying posture. His body that was pierced by the god-slaying spear was disappearing. The mysterious ice space was also exploding. The opponent's strength was unpredictable. Even if the few of them worked together to predict the opponent's move and cooperate well, it was already their limit to trap the opponent for a moment. However, this moment was enough for Zhou Xiaoyan to see who it was. Patriarch Mingyi? Zhou Xiaoyan was surprised. In her memory, when did Mingyi have such a high cultivation base? Not only did he launch a sneak attack on Li Chenglong, but he also almost killed Li Chenglong? Could it be that this guy had made a fortune? Zhou Xiaoyan, who had fought Patriarch Mingyi head-on, thought that she knew his cultivation base very well. Patriarch Mingyi's cultivation base was definitely not weak. He could be ranked as one of the top experts in the world. However, he was at most a beginner-level pre-saint. Moreover, he had to combine his own magic treasures and the blood river to be at its most vigorous state. However, after being besieged from all directions, not only was the blood river severely damaged, but his Avicii Yuan killer twin swords were also damaged. His strength was greatly reduced. He should have been killed by Li Chenglong, who had been accumulating power for a long time after his sneak attack failed. Why did he still need her help? At this moment, the air was distorted. In the almost perfect seal of the trap, Patriarch Mingyi, who was trapped in the mysterious ice space, disappeared directly. What was left in the frozen space was a green robe that was being burned by the ice flame and a small green jade pendant that was gradually turning into ashes. 100 miles away, Zhou Xiaoduo was rushing back from tearing the space apart. Suddenly, he felt the traces of tearing the space apart around him. He didn't think at all and directly struck out with a hammer that could destroy the universe. Get out! With a scream, Patriarch Mingyi's twisted body fell out of the tearing space. Blood was spurting out all over his body. Coincidentally, Zhou Xiaoduo's hammer landed on his chest, and the Nether River Patriarch was almost smashed into pieces. Although he wasn't dead yet, he was still extremely weak and close to death. His life-saving trump card had been used up on the high platform just now. Now that he was facing Zhou Xiaoduo and was hit by a thunderous hammer, he could not even run away. He could only wait for death. He was extremely miserable. He had already torn the space apart, but he was met with such an unreasonable person who directly smashed him with a hammer. Give it to me. Zhou Xiaoduo's greedy heart rose again. He snatched the infinite pain sword from Mingyi's hand at once. At the same time, he smashed down with his hammer. Facing a primeval powerhouse, it was not enough to be on the verge of death. It was best to be alive. And yet, in that very moment, space itself rippled, and the Nether River Patriarch's battered body suddenly vanished. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. He waved his twin hammers and shook the space violently. All the martial artists within 100 miles, regardless of the Wu people or the demon race, were turned into powder. There was a faint groan in the void, but it slowly disappeared as the ripples in the air shook. Come out. I want to talk to you. Zhou Xiaoduo roared. The other side was silent. Zhou Xiaoduo was unwilling to give up. He smashed his hammer a few more times, but it did not have any effect. Seeing that the high platform had recovered, he simply turned around and chased in the direction where Demon Master Kunping retreated. Kill for 3,000 miles. The high platform's layout had been destroyed. The other party would not come again. Since he did not kill Mingyi today, he might as well kill Kunping completely. It was said that Kunping was the most unyielding of the demon race. If he was killed, they might have a better discussion in the future. Kunping Demon Master had just recovered a little. He took a few breaths. This guy was also unyielding. He was leading his troops to charge back. Charge with me again. He roared and led his troops to charge back. Then, he saw that Zhou Xiaoduo's counterattack was even faster than his. Retreat with me. With a turn of his butt, he spurred his horse to go back. The surrounding demon race troops had just heard Kunping's order to charge. They turned around and were about to run away. However, they were ordered to retreat again. For a moment, many demon race members turned around quickly. Their minds were in a daze. If it wasn't for the fact that he was strong, if he had a bit of a midlife crisis, he would probably have a problem forcefully twisting his waist like that. Kunping Demon Master ran for his life. He did not even turn back. Only after personally experiencing the might of the two hammers would one be able to understand how terrifying and powerful they were. It was not only invincible among the same level, it was invincible. Furthermore, Kunping was half a level lower than Zuoxiao Duo. He was not a match for Zuoxiao Duo. Just one exchange was more than enough for him. Kunping Demon Master swore that he would never exchange blows with Zuoxiao Duo again. That was because he would be sending himself to death. Those two hammers were too heavy, too hard, and they could be big or small. There were endless changes. Too dangerous. In the sky, the grand sun primordial fire burned fiercely. The two demon race crown princes saw that they were defeated and came to support. They flew closer and closer in the sky and could already see them. Their eyes widened. Fuck it, Zuoxiao Duo. The two sons immediately turned around and ran. Unfortunately, it was too late. They did not have the speed of Kunping. You want to leave after coming here? A huge hammer flew out of his hand. Its powerful power tore the space apart and chased after the sons. Poof. One of the sons was covered in thick smoke. Like a fighter jet that had its engine hit, it fell crookedly with a long tail. Then, there was an earth-shattering scream that lasted for a long time. The 9-9 kitty hammer that was hit flew back quickly. The huge gourd in the sky suddenly became as big as a city. Zuoxiao's voice was like rolling thunder. Kunping, I'm calling you. Do you dare to answer me? The Kunping Demon Master, who was in the midst of escaping, drilled into the ground without uttering a single word. He didn't even dare to think about it. Answer? Answer your head. Do you think I'm stupid? Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Zuochanglu teamed up with Wu Yuding and Demon King Donghuang again. Both parties retreated. Just like what Li Chenglong said. The four of them showed a helpless expression, as if they were very unwilling. But they did not hold back when they attacked each other. The demon emperors He Tu and Luo Shu had appeared. If Zuoxiao Duo had not left behind two gourds and the Tai Chi diagram here, even if Zuozhanglu and Wu Yuding's strength were not inferior to the other party, it would have been difficult for them to deal with it. But with the addition of the two gourds and the Taiji diagram, the Demon King and Donghuang were suppressed. It was only because the two of them were not the original owners of the gourds and the Taiji diagram that their abilities were limited. Otherwise, Demon King Donghuang would be the one at a disadvantage. Donghuang's bell continued to ring, almost covering the entire battlefield. The mountains and rivers above fell down piece by piece and returned piece by piece. All kinds of mythical beasts with patterns on them were rushing out in groups. The battle between the four of them had reached a boundary. Demon King Donghuang slowly retreated. Zuochanglu and Wu Yuding did not hesitate at all. They rushed directly to the battlefield between the human race and the Umno Alliance. There was no time to rest once the battle started. Although the astral souls had the upper hand in terms of overall strength, facing the attacks from both the Umno Alliance and the demon race at the same time, it was not enough to divide their forces. Not to mention, Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian had to leave one person on the high platform to protect Li Chenglong from being assassinated. This situation made Li Chenglong very uncomfortable, but he had to use this passive method. Because if they could successfully find the mysterious person behind the scenes, they could stop the ultimate war between the three races, or at least slow it down. Now, although they found the Nether River Patriarch, it was impossible for the Nether River Patriarch to be the mysterious person. The Nether River Patriarch had the ability to assassinate the higher-ups of the three races, but he did not have the guts to do so. And he even escaped. In that case, who was the mysterious person and how could they find him? This was the most important thing at the moment, but it was also the most difficult thing to do. 7200. Chapter 1427. They sent the Nether River Patriarch to assassinate me. They are looking down on me. Li Chenglong truly felt that he was being looked down upon, despised, and even ignored. I am a peerless master, a military advisor. But why did I almost fail to dodge it? This hurts my self-esteem even more. Li Chenglong felt even more annoyed when he thought of this. After all, according to Li Chenglong's strength, even if the Nether River Patriarch was in his prime, he might not be able to defeat Li Chenglong. However, the situation now was that the strength of the Nether River Patriarch was completely different from what they had predicted. What was even more ridiculous was that no one knew what method the Nether River Patriarch had used to completely evade everyone's perception. His strength was at least twice as strong as the Nether River Patriarch in everyone's estimation. Moreover, he had a method that no one knew or understood. This meant that if Li Chenglong was the only one on the high platform, not only would the Nether River Patriarch have a high chance of succeeding, but he would also have a high chance of succeeding. The Nether River Patriarch must have used some treasure or some strange method to improve his strength. Otherwise, there is no way he could improve so quickly. This doesn't make sense. Li Chenglong thought to himself. But to have such a method. To be able to improve a master like the Nether River Patriarch so quickly. In the entire world there is only this man. Li Chenglong subconsciously sighed as he looked at the battlefield that was still in a stalemate. The battle line was too long. His divine sense could not reach the furthest edge of the battlefield. As far as the eye could see, there were huge millstones of flesh and blood. In some places the astral souls had the absolute advantage. However, in other places, they were in a disadvantageous position. They were even in danger of being completely wiped out. Faced with such a situation, the only thing they could do was to continuously send troops to fill up the gaps without affecting the other places. And all the troops that were sent to the front line were basically doomed to die. In some places it was a stalemate. In some places, it was hard to determine the winner. In some places it was a massacre. However, in some places, it was just a matter of time. Although the astral souls had a lot of top-tier human experts, it was still impossible for them to cover all aspects of such a huge battlefield. The gap between them was too huge. However, all the members of the team followed in the footsteps of Wuxia Duo and became firefighters. As soon as they stabilized the situation here and suppressed the enemy, they immediately tore through space and rushed to the next battlefield to provide assistance. After a while, a feeling of exhaustion grew in his heart. But other than that, there was no better way. As the battle dragged on, Li Chenglong's extremely subtle, calm and callous command became more and more effective. Li Chenglong had truly achieved his goal of commanding without rest. He had used every inch of steel on the blade. As long as Li Chenglong calculated every point, he would use the smallest sacrifice to obtain the greatest victory. This could be said to be a miracle in military history. It was also the beginning of the legend of Li Chenglong, the army god of astral souls. It was the beginning of a myth. At the beginning of the battle, the astral souls were completely defeated. On the 12th day they were evenly matched. Then, little by little, inch by inch, the subtle changes gradually turned into a slight advantage, and then into a slight advantage. At this moment, Li Chenglong could finally breathe a sigh of relief. According to his conjecture, if everyone did not retreat and continued to fight like this, the Star Soul Realm humans would gain the upper hand in at most 2 days. Moreover, they would have an overwhelming advantage and there would be no room for turning the situation around. Li Chenglong felt a little comforted by this situation. In the past few days, Li Chenglong had encountered as many as 7 assassination attempts. Although there were no mishaps every time, Zhou Xiaoyan was extremely tired. He couldn't afford to be distracted for a moment, and he didn't dare to be distracted. As for the battlefield, the life and death battles did not stop at all. The situation of the battle was so tragic that it was beyond words. In the beginning, everyone was still patient and restrained. Although it was a life and death battle, they still stopped at the point of raising their hands and slashing down with their swords. But later on, both sides' eyes were red and they began to use all means possible to destroy the other side as their first priority. Who cares about instigation now? Can we coexist without instigation? Sooner or later, it will be a life and death battle. Under the clear sky tribulation, only one clan will be left. Either you die or I die. What instigation, what treachery, what conspiracy. Let's have a good fight. Even without instigation, I don't want to guard the Sun-Moon Pass for another 10,000 years. Even if I have to guard it for another year or even half a year, I don't want to. My parents, sons, daughters, daughters-in-law, grandchildren, all died in the Sun-Moon Pass. I've lived alone for 2,000 years. I've been lonely for too long. Who knows my fucking pain? They only know that they understand me, support me, and die with me. Going to the grave all by yourself. I should be the one lying there being worshipped. I've lived long enough. I'm tired of living. Now most of our brothers are gone. Do we still want to be an old bachelor? Kill? Kill them all. Who cares about instigation? What conspiracy? We've died with the witches and demons. Compared with the humans and the Wu people, the demon clan was the calmest. They were even shocked and scared. All the demons were shocked and horrified when they saw the humans and magi who had completely gone mad charging forward without any regard for their own lives. They would self-destruct at the slightest provocation and drag the enemies around them down with them. They could clearly feel that these two groups of people were like lunatics. Their purpose of charging forward was not to kill but to die. Not only to die but also to die as soon as possible. If he could drag the enemy down with him, it would be even better. It would be even more meaningful. If they couldn't, it was okay. The two groups of people grinned hideously, roared, howled, and charged forward at the fastest speed and with the greatest strength they had ever used in their lives that they crashed into each other and self-exploded. In the end, the whole battlefield was full of explosions. Every second, more than a dozen powerful demon clan members would self-explode. The tragic battlefield was filled with the echoes of death. The string in everyone's heart that had been stretched taut for thousands of years had been completely stretched taut. Especially the deaths of their brothers, their comrades, and so on. In everyone's eyes, there was nothing but blood. This was a common thing on the battlefield, a kind of inertia. When the war reached a certain point, the soldiers on the battlefield would become mentally deranged. They wouldn't think of anything else except destruction. Destruction of the enemies or destruction of themselves. Negative emotions would only accumulate. When it reached a critical point, there was only one extreme. The fact that the warriors of the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls could hold on for so long in this endless battle was already a miracle. But no matter how miraculous it was finally the time to break the string. Standing on the high platform, Li Chenglong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly. His expression became extremely unsightly. Because he knew the limit of human nature was reached. Under such circumstances, even those who were on the brink of death and only had a single breath of life left would erupt with unprecedented combat power. This was the limit and resilience of human beings. It was often said that an ordinary person lifted a car that weighed a few tons by himself at a critical moment. There were also people who broke through the speed of a world champion and ran downstairs to catch their child who fell from upstairs. These were things that couldn't be fully explained in the age of chaos. But in this era of martial arts, there was only one sentence. That was, the strong stimulation had broken the string in this person's heart. It allowed him to do something that was impossible for him to do in this extremely short period of time. Even if he died of exhaustion 10,000 times, he still wouldn't be able to do it. And this kind of thing was called a miracle by the people. Similarly, there was a 99% chance that the person who created this miracle would not have a second chance to do the same thing in his entire life. There were too many miracles, but repeated miracles could no longer be called a miracle. And now, this kind of phenomenon, this kind of situation appeared so frequently on the battlefield, and it couldn't be a good thing. Because each of these warriors had already reached the point of exhaustion. If they recuperated well, they could still recover and even master their current state, which was the so-called tempering of life and death, and achieve a breakthrough. But if they were stuck in this kind of situation where they could only destroy everything without caring about anything, only death awaited them. Because of the long-term influence of the surrounding atmosphere, they had the thought of not wanting to live anymore, and it was endless. If they continued endlessly, they would only rush towards death and they would no longer have the thought of living. Li Chenglong knew the beginning and end of this situation, and he also understood the terrible consequences of this situation. But now that he was facing it, he truly experienced it firsthand. This kind of situation, combined with the current atmosphere, was actually unsolvable. In this world, most of the problems could be solved through various ways and methods, but there were always some problems that even the wise and saints couldn't solve. Because of this, Li Chenglong ordered the retreat of the troops. He was willing to give up the victory that was not too far away and try his best to save the lives of his soldiers. On the entire battlefield, the order of the Astral Souls to retreat reverberated like a tsunami. The military order, which was supposed to be the law, fell into the ears of the millions of soldiers who were stuck in that strange situation, but they were all indifferent because they could no longer hear it. In their eyes, hearts, and ears, there was only the enemy, only destruction, only slaughter, and only death. Right now they could no longer be considered as humans, but ghosts with only one obsession. On the entire battlefield, countless places were ceasing fighting and retreating, but there were also areas where the Umno Alliance soldiers and the Astral Soul soldiers didn't retreat. They fiercely clashed with each other and self-destructed. When they killed the enemy, they also killed themselves. Suddenly, the flood which roared and transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall giant that descended on the battlefield. She shouted, "Everyone stop! Everyone stop!" But the soldiers from both sides who were stuck in a death match didn't listen to her. They stared straight at each other, dragging their wounded and tattered bodies and killing each other. With self-destruction as the focus. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises continued to ring out, deafening and soul-stirring. Hundreds of battlefields, one after another, continuously reverberated with earth-shattering explosions. All the soldiers who were still conscious stood upright with tears streaming down their faces, using their eyes to send off their comrades. Originally, the battle that even the commanders couldn't stop was stopped by these hundreds of thousands of self-destructions. On the entire battlefield, hundreds of millions of soldiers from all three sides, after the explosion stopped, there was complete silence. For the first time, Zhuoxiaoduo realized that the heroic aura that was only used to describe actually existed, and it was unprecedentedly intense. This heroic aura filled the entire battlefield. Plumes of thick smoke, scattered across the battlefield, shot straight into the sky, and were blown away by the wind. Everyone stood in silence. Demon Emperor Jun, Donghuang, Tai Yi, Demon Empress Shihi, Zhu Wu, Flood, Zhuochanglu, Wu Yuding. 14 of the top leaders of the three sides stood in the middle of the battlefield, looking at each other, speechless for a long time. Everyone's eyes were filled with unspeakable pain and agony. On the demon side, 160 of the 240 demon gods who participated in the battle died. 3 of the 8 Golden Crow Princes died, and the other casualties were uncountable. On the Wu people's side, Jinlin, Shihai, and the Wind the Arch died in this battle. The high-ranking martial warriors of the Heavenly King stage were almost all killed. There were only 6 left, and all 6 of them were heavily injured. On the human side, almost all of the higher-ups of the Dao Alliance had died in battle, except for Taoist Thunder. 17 Heavenly Kings had died in battle, and over 30 commanders had died in battle. The rest of the Dao Alliance had suffered an uncountable number of casualties. Of the 200 million strong elite soldiers who had joined the battle, over 140 million had died in battle. On the human side of the Astral Souls, Sword King died in battle, and the Northern Army including Bei Gonghao was wiped out. From then on, there was no Northern Army in the Astral Souls continent. Nanjingqian was attacked by 3 Heavenly Kings of the Umno Alliance, and he was trapped in the core of the self-explosion, causing his divine soul to shatter. His broken body was rescued by his subordinates, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His divine soul was so badly injured that even Zhuoxiaoduo was helpless. It was no different from being crippled. 12 primordial chaos cultivators died in battle. Qin Sha was severely injured, Lei Changtian was severely injured, Wu Taijiang was severely injured, and Yu Xingqian was severely injured. Apart from Qin Sha, who was still conscious, the other 3 were in a deep coma, and it was unknown when they would wake up. The number of casualties was shocking to the eye. In fact, this was all thanks to Zhuoxiaoduo and the Bubu Brigade who did their best to put out the fire. If not for them, more than half of the people who were seriously injured would not have survived. It was also because of this that Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, Zhen Piapiao, and Gao Qiao in the Bubu Brigade were severely injured. Among them, Li Zhangming's divine soul was on the verge of collapse because he had used the Great Dream divine technique beyond his limits. In a sense, his situation was even worse than Nanjingqian's. Now the battle finally came to an end. All 3 sides were heartbroken because of the losses in battle. The 14 people who were at the peak of the 3 races looked at each other as if they wanted to say something, but in the end they did not say anything. The Flood, which was the first to turn around. Her tall body turned and left without a word. Then, not far from her, the Lai Hua couple, the Ice Nether Witch, the Dan Kong Witch, and the Poison Witch followed silently. The 5 brothers walked side by side, but their backs were unprecedentedly bleak and lonely. The 12 great witches of the Umno Alliance had worked together to overcome countless difficulties. They had never suffered any losses, but unexpectedly, in just a few months, half of them had died. It was obvious how painful it was for the remaining people. Dijiang Zhu Wu and Gonggang Zhu Wu turned and looked at the Flood leaving. The expression in their eyes was extremely complicated. In this battle, among the 8 Zhu Wu, 3 of them were seriously injured, but they could still hold on. Immediately, they waved their hands and gave the order to rest. Then they left without a word. Monster Emperor Jun sighed and turned to leave. Shiha hugged the Book of Luo. The incident with Yiqiong back then was not far away. Just in case, she had placed a strand of her son's souls in the Book of Luo's space. During the Great Witch Demon War, it was because of this precaution that the lives of her sons were saved. Now it was the same method that saved the lives of her 3 dead sons. Although reincarnation and growth would take at least 1,000,000 years. For an existence like Shiha, it was enough that her sons' souls were not completely destroyed. The demon empress did not want to experience the pain of losing her sons again. Now, the demon empress' heart was filled with joy. If she had not prepared this backup plan, how could she bear the loss of her 3 sons after today's battle? Zhuqianglu and Wu Yuding looked around and observed the battlefield. Their eyes were filled with dullness. There was not even a single groan from the wounded. There were clearly so many people present, but it was as if it was an empty field. There were only densely packed pits from near to far. Many of the foundations of the ground had already turned into floating dust. It looked intact and was only slightly lower than other places, but in fact, it was completely void of any texture. If one suddenly stepped on it, one would easily sink into a pit that was hundreds of meters deep. Zhuqianglu's eyes were inexplicably sore and hot. He raised his head and took a deep breath. With a hoarse voice he said, "Today's battle. The most tragic battle of my life. Countless brothers. Countless brothers. Today we are going home." Wu Yuding's tears fell. "Let's go back and see the exact casualties." At this moment, Zhuqianglu even had a subtle feeling that he didn't dare to look back. He knew that the casualties were not light, but he did not expect it to be so serious. After returning, Zhuqianglu looked at the name list that was presented to him. His face was pale and his eyes were wide open. He was speechless for a long time. Beigonghao Nanjingqian. These 2 names cut Zhuqianglu's heart like a knife. Nanjingqian. Is there any hope? Zhuqianglu turned his head and asked. On the side was Li Chenglong. Uncle Nan's situation is not optimistic. His life is saved, but his divine soul has almost been completely destroyed, and his divine sense is completely gone. With the current means, it is already the limit to ensure that he is still breathing. Maybe if Swiss cultivation can improve, there may be a chance. The current treatment methods are in vain. Zhuqianglu raised his head and evaporated the tears in his eyes. He said faintly, "What about the others? Senior Lei Changtian and the Emperor just exhausted too much of their vitality and divine soul. They only need to rest for a while to recover. But they definitely can't go to the battlefield in the near future. Uncle Wu Zhejiang's situation is a little more serious, but not to the extent of Marshal Nan. He needs a long time to recover. Aunt Qinsha's injuries are not light. Fortunately, she didn't lose consciousness. With her own guidance and various treatment methods, she is in a better condition than everyone else." Is there a detailed count of the casualties? According to the data reported, the Astral Souls Dao League has a total of. Li Chenglong sighed deeply. 349,032,181 people. The reason why it was so precise was because it was the most basic respect for the heroes who died in this battle. 350 million. That many? Hearing this number, Zhuqianglu only felt that his heart was about to burst from the pain. Almost 60% of the elites of the human race had been lost in this battle. The heroic soul passes that were built before were all destroyed in this intense battle. Not a single one of them could be preserved. The defense line of the astral souls could be said to have been completely broken. However, neither the monster race nor the Wu people would choose to take a detour. The hatred between them was as deep as the ocean. They would not rest until one of them was dead. Avoiding the main force and attacking the weak points. The tactic of attacking the rear was meaningless. What they needed to do was to crush all the humans in this area who were stubbornly resisting. If they won here, they would be the rulers of the continent. The battlefield was silent and solemn. Countless soldiers were wandering around the battlefield. There were sorcerer tribesmen, demon tribesmen, and also human tribesmen. It was now the time for a truce. The 3 sides had tacitly agreed that there would be no more fighting during this period. This was the only safe time. The soldiers came out in groups, searching for any traces of their comrades in the ruined battlefield. From the battlefield to the camp, it was calm and silent. In the past, after every battle, if one listened carefully, there would always be low sobbing, muffled cursing, swearing to take revenge and so on. All kinds of sounds. But this time, the number of people who died was hundreds or thousands of times more than the number of people who died in every war. Yet no one cried. No one even spoke. There was not even the sound of blades being sharpened, which was always there in the past. There was only silence in the air. Countless soldiers, wrapped in bandages, sat in their tents with their heads lowered or outside. Those who smoked quietly took out their cigarettes and lowered their heads to light them. They stuck one cigarette into the ground and held another in their mouths. They just lowered their heads and smoked silently. There were also countless people who went back to their beds and covered themselves with their blankets, not moving at all. Most people were in the same position. They sat on the ground, bent their legs, lowered their heads, hugged their heads and didn't move for a long time. Only big drops of tears fell on the ground and made a very soft sound. The higher-ups were the same. There was no post-battle summary or morale boosting. When it was their turn to search the battlefield, they quietly received the order and walked forward silently. Everywhere they passed, the soldiers with their heads down automatically stood up and followed behind the first person. They lined up and walked out. Countless soldiers who didn't go to war and were on duty to prepare hot meals for their brothers came out with rows of snow-white steamed buns that were steaming. They looked blankly at the empty courtyard. "My meal is ready. Why didn't you come and eat? Is it not delicious?" Tears finally poured down. "You're all gone. You're all gone. Only I, the cook, left behind those huge steamers and huge pots. Those are for hundreds of people to cook. You're all not here and you're leaving these things to me? Since you're not here, what's the use of leaving the utensils?" A cold wind blew. The steaming and fragrant steamed buns slowly lost their temperature and became cold in the wind. No one came to eat. The cook squad leader held a spoon and stood alone at the entrance of the cafeteria, tears streaming down his face. "Where are my brothers?" Zhou Xiaoduo checked on the injuries of Nanjing Qian and the others again. He thought about it again and again before he ground the 9 transformations golden pill and dissolved it in a bucket of water. He fed everyone a bowl, hoping that they would be lucky, even though he knew that this was just for peace of mind. Then he pulled Zhou Xiaoyan and walked out quietly. "What's wrong? Let's go find someone." "Who? My master?" Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. After Mu Yinyan's disappearance, Zhou Xiaoyan could be said to be worried day and night. She had tried many methods, including Zhou Xiaonua's manifestation technique, but she still couldn't find anything. She didn't know where Master got the ability to hide so well. However, this also made Zhou Xiaoyan more and more worried. If she didn't have a feeling, her master must still be in the world. Zhou Xiaoyan almost thought that Mu Yanyan had committed suicide and no longer existed in this world. "No," Zhou Xiaoduo said, "let's go to the underground, to the Blood River. You're going to trouble Ancestor Mingyi, but do you know the specific location?" "Someone knows." Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan's figures flashed. They went to find Flood and find the whereabouts of the Blood River. If they wanted to find the Blood River of Mingyi, they had to find the older generation. "Godfather, what are you doing here?" "Godfather, you know that I've been looking for a way to solve the war. Coincidentally, I also know that you have this intention. You deliberately created a balance of power between the 3 sides, and each side has its own fear so that large-scale war will not happen. It reproduces the balance of power between the 3 sides at that time. It seems dangerous, but it is actually balanced for a long time, and the Qing Heaven's tribulation will be prolonged indefinitely. Isn't it because of the coexistence of the 3 races?" "Haha," Flood said tiredly, "now that the war has come to this, how can there be any room for negotiation?" Zhou Xiaoduo said, "Where there is a will, there is a way. As long as there is a chance, we have to try." Hong Shui sighed. His whole body seemed to have lost its spirit. "In fact, my world is only one step away from being fully formed. I can even study it. I can leave one race in this world and the other races can all be transferred to that world. Although it is a trick, it may not be impossible to avoid the Qing Heaven's tribulation." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed, "It's a pity that I can't complete it because I'm only one step away." Flood Witch's eyes lit up. "What else do you lack?" "The good fortune jade disc." The Flood Witch almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it. You might as well not have said that. You just gave me a little hope and then you extinguished it." Hope turned into despair. Everyone knew who had the good fortune jade disc. "You want to complete it? Dream on. Just say it. What do you want from me? Fortunately, my position is high enough. I'm not afraid of being accused of colluding with the enemy. You are really bold. You dare to come to our base with just the 2 of you." Flood Witch was not in a good mood. "Be careful that Zhu Wu and the others kill the 2 of you. I can't help you." Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. Zhou Xiaoyan held Flood Witch's arm and said coquettishly, "Godfather can't bear to hit us." Flood Witch beamed and said, "You still have to remove the us. I can't bear to hit you, but I can't bear to hit this frisky monkey." She sighed again after saying that. According to the current situation of the battlefield, was it inevitable that she would have to fight with her godson in the end? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel upset. "What are you here for? Tell me." "I want to know where the Blood River is, which is where the Azura world is," Zhou Xiaoduo said. "Oh?" Flood Witch turned to look at Zhou Xiaoduo, her eyes serious. I almost know what your intentions are, but you have to be careful. If that person is really controlling the situation, if you go to the Azura world so rashly, won't you give them a chance to kill you? Maybe they will kill you, but it's really hard to say who will kill who. Zhou Xiaoduo chuckled. I've had a breakthrough recently, and Yin Mao has also improved a lot. Another breakthrough? Flood Witch's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. How could she still spar with Zhou Xiaoduo in such a situation? Godfather, are you itching for a fight? Can we enter the Tower of Annihilation to fight? Zhou Xiaoduo suggested. With the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation, we'll be out in a few seconds at most. Forget it. Flood Witch laughed at herself. I'm not that thick-skinned. As he spoke, he stood up. You guys stay here and don't run around. I have to go and ask around as well. Where exactly is the Azura world? A day later. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan were already in a strange space. This realm was the legendary Azura realm. But as far as the eye could see, there was only dead silence in this space, and there were no signs of life at all. Where the Blood River was originally, there were also signs of drying up and cracking at this moment. This is the Azura world? Zhou Xiaoduo was in disbelief. The Azura world was a space of its own. Where were so many people of the Azura clan? What about the Blood River army? What about the Blood God, who was said to be infinite? And what about the Nether River Patriarch, the owner of the Blood River? What was going on? Zhou Xiaoyan was also at a loss. Could it be that we're in the wrong place? At this moment, an inexplicable Dao rhyme enveloped the entire space. An elegant and gentle voice with a faint smile said, No, you're not in the wrong place. This place is indeed the Azura world. Chapter 1428. Zhou Xiaoyan was shocked. She turned around and her sword was already in her hand. Zhou Xiaoduo turned around slowly as if he was not surprised at all. He looked at the person in front of him leisurely. The person was dressed in a green Taoist robe. Although he was just standing there, he seemed to be one with heaven and earth. No, it should not be as if he was one with heaven and earth, but as if he was one with heaven and earth, sharing the breath of the sun and the moon. He was the wind, the clouds, the flowers and the trees. He was everything between heaven and earth. There was no difference between him and nature anymore. Moreover, the Taoist rhymes that flowed around his body made people feel lost or enlightened when they looked at him. Zhou Xiaoduo bowed slightly and asked, Tao ancestor? The young Taoist nodded with a smile. Little friend, you don't have to be so polite. Zhou Xiaoyan also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Tao ancestor Hongjun. Hey Phoenix girl, you don't have to be so polite. The Tao ancestor smiled faintly and said, the so-called Hongjun is just a level, not a name. The so-called One Chi into Hongjun is just a creation of the descendants. You can call me Senior. Zhou Xiaoduo giggled and said, as the saying goes, Hongjun comes first and heaven comes second. Senior, you're even before heaven and earth, suppressing the universe and creating a new world. Just this achievement alone is worthy of our respect. Tao ancestor Hongjun said, that's not right. Who can be before heaven? The so-called opening of heaven is just opening up a small world in the universe. Moreover, heaven was never opened by me. I was just a cultivator who merged with the great Tao due to fate and could no longer transcend. Tao ancestor Hongjun looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with a complicated look in his eyes. He said softly, the so-called opening of a world is more of a manifestation of one's thoughts. Since ancient times, many gods of creation have been free and unfettered between heaven and earth. A world from nothing needs a god of creation to give birth to a world. Only then there is electricity, light, and the subsequent myths and legends. Zhou Xiaoduo said, then what's going on with our world? The ancestral land world we're standing on is a barren land. We don't know when this world came into existence, so it's hard to investigate. Who was the one who created this barren land? Is even more unknown. The only thing I know is that an Almighty created this world by chance. However, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but this world didn't evolve completely and left early. Until the primordial world gave birth to life on its own. And we were the first living beings of this world. At that time, the Panga god's strength had reached a certain level, and he was determined to split the heavens and the earth apart. Only then did the heavens and the earth of this world begin to separate. As the saying goes, only when the heavens and the earth are created can one be enlightened. On the other hand, the cultivation methods of all living beings were scattered into the world after I fused with the great Tao. Each of the 3,000 great Taoists evolved on their own based on the laws of fate and creation. Tao ancestor Hongjun smiled faintly. Therefore this world is an incomplete world. Compared to the independent space that those almighties opened up with their own strength, created living beings and set the rules of the world. There's a fundamental difference. Although Wuxiao's strength was tyrannical and had reached the peak of this world, when it came to experience and knowledge he was still very shallow. Naturally he had never heard of such a lofty argument. An incomplete world. There was a fundamental difference with the existence of other worlds? Zuo thought of his own void extermination pagoda. After comparing the two he understood a little. Perhaps in this world, no one could understand the profound meaning of these words better than Zuo, because in his hands, there was an incomplete world that was about to be formed. I see. This is the truth of this world. Zuo suddenly understood. With a thought from the Tao ancestor, this place became a paradise. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, white clouds floated, and rare beasts appeared. In the misty clouds, a tea table was placed in front of the three of them. Little friend, come and have some tea. I was just about to disturb the Tao ancestor. Speaking of disturbing, it was appropriate. Because in this world, anywhere could be said to be a guest in the Tao ancestor's house. Being in harmony with heaven and earth, sharing the breath of the sun and moon, was not just a saying. Last time, little friend, you said that you wanted to talk to me. The Tao ancestor sat down with a smile. Little friend, you're already a great fated person with a new world. Since you invited me, I naturally have to come and meet you. When it came to the main topic, Zuo sat upright and said, I'm confused and puzzled. What's the true meaning behind the Tao ancestor's instigation of this war? The Tao ancestor smiled faintly and said, after the war, I also asked myself this question. Then what's your answer? My body has transformed into the great Tao. Originally, I shouldn't have any meaningless thoughts, but I didn't expect that I couldn't avoid it after all. So, I ask myself, I've been in charge of this world for countless periods. I thought that the great Tao was heartless. Life and death, heaven and earth turning upside down, and the vicissitudes of life were just a game in my eyes. It passed by in the blink of an eye. The so-called genius experts, the so-called children of destiny, the so-called legends, the so-called nobles, generals and ministers, the so-called hegemony of 1,000 years. Everything is a meeting of the wind and the clouds. In the end, it's still a pile of yellow soil. It's just a blink of an eye and it's over. However, this clear heavenly tribulation has caused my heart lake to be turbulent, and it's no longer calm. Tao ancestor Hongjun was very calm when he talked about these things, including what he had done. His words were full of calmness. He did not hide the distracting thoughts in his heart at all. At his level, everything no longer mattered. Naturally, there was no need for any dressing up. He was frank and straightforward. I wonder if there's any obsession in the Tao ancestor's heart? Zuo sensitively noticed this. Obsession. The Tao ancestor raised his head slightly and looked at the void with empty eyes. After a while he said, in this world, ever since I merged with the heavenly Tao, I have set up 6 saints as the pillars of the world. They each suppress the destiny and support the world. There's no need to list my past achievements in detail. In an incomplete world I have no idea. Only by merging with the Tao can I maintain the integrity of the world and create all living beings. The evolution of all races is endless. Why did this clear heavenly tribulation let everyone go but only restrained me? How unfair is that? Outside the world there's another world. Above the starry sky there's a universe. Those who transcend can roam the world and obtain freedom. However, what about those who can't transcend? Transforming into the heavenly Tao is indeed a great mercy and a great wish. However, this world is like an ordinary person's courtyard to me. The Tao ancestor smiled bitterly. Little friend, do you know how it feels to be trapped in your own courtyard for the rest of your life and not be able to take a step out? Zuo sighed. If I can't go out, it's fine. It's not impossible to be content with a corner and enjoy myself. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Under the clear heavenly tribulation, even the saints of the past were able to transcend. In the future, all living beings will be able to transcend if their strength reaches the level of transcendence. I can only wait here bitterly and watch as many living beings transcend one by one and obtain freedom. As for me, I can only stay in this place forever and look at the sky from the bottom of a well. The Tao ancestor smiled bitterly. With my cultivation level and the accumulation of countless years, this should not be the case. However, when it comes to it, I still feel indignant. It's this indignance that caused the calamity that you saw. With your cultivation level, it's only a matter of time before you transcend. At that time, perhaps you will be able to understand my confusion. I don't dare to. Mental imbalance is one of the reasons. Zhuo nodded and did not say anything. He could understand that feeling. I'd like to hear the second reason, Zhuo said. As for the second reason, it's the general trend. The Tao ancestor said blandly, this time the heavenly tribulation came suddenly, and the true meaning of it is to eliminate all the unstable things. In the future, only one clan will be left, and it will be the constant dominator. And this world, under the continuous infusion of the pure fate of only one clan, will slowly reach a perfect state. That's fate. Once the world is perfect, I will be separated from the great Tao. At that time, I will have the opportunity to transcend. That's inevitable. This is also a path of transcendence that the Tao brother who set up the heavenly tribulation left for me. Zhuo could not help but be confused. Since the Tao ancestor knows this, it's not that I don't have the opportunity to transcend. I'm no longer like before. But why? Still. The Tao ancestor said calmly, because this is an opportunity given by an outsider. It's not an opportunity that I obtained with my own strength. In other words, if I can change the outcome of the clear heavenly tribulation with my own strength, the world will be perfectly balanced. At that time, the opportunity to transcend that I have won will be half a step ahead. Perhaps you don't care about this slight advantage, young friend, but to me it's extremely important. There's nothing more I can do. Hearing that, Zhuo understood completely. As a proud ruler of the world, facing a terrifying opponent who he did not know the depth of, the sense of powerlessness from the bottom of his heart was naturally very uncomfortable. Whether it was out of pride, out of rebellious mentality, or simply unwilling to accept this person's kindness, once he accepted it, he would form karma. Especially karma of this level, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. Under any kind of mentality, it would cause him to feel inferior to this person at any time in the future. For the Tao ancestor who boasted that he had reached the state of mind of the great Tao, it would be an irreparable shortcoming. But in this world or in this game, using a method that did not change the final outcome to change the outcome of a foregone conclusion. In some ways it was a victory. And for such a powerful existence, his layout was broken by me and changed the outcome. It was not just half a step ahead, but half a step ahead of the heavens. I just didn't want to embarrass him too much, so I didn't completely change the final outcome. The final fate filled the heavenly Tao and I was finally free. That was also because of my own efforts, not because of other reasons. It was I who decided which race would be the ruler, and they would become the rulers, the protagonists of the world. Then, the future prosperity of this race would all come from my thoughts. In other words, one's life would still be controlled by oneself. It would not be like before, where one could not control one's own fate and was at the mercy of others. The entire outcome did not change substantially for this world. Wu people were the rulers, the demon race was the ruler, or the human race was the ruler. In the end, it was still the creatures on this continent who became the rulers. It did not matter. However, to Tao ancestor Hongjun, it had a very different meaning. His mental state was no longer lacking. I see. That's the truth. Zhuo said calmly, the Tao ancestor might not care, but your casual change has caused the entire world to be plunged into misery and suffering. The Tao ancestor's expression turned slightly gloomy, but he immediately said, little friend, your cultivation level has reached the peak and you are about to transcend. However, you have yet to experience the endless years. Do you know that after I transformed into the great Tao, there were hundreds of Yuan Hui monitoring the world for a long time? During that period of time, living beings could act according to instinct. However, if any living being did anything evil, divine lightning would descend from the sky and punish them. I transformed into thousands of incarnations and walked in the world. Countless Tao manuals and books were all written by me. However, after countless years, I will still be tired. Then I will feel that everything in the world is tasteless. No matter how exciting a life is, no matter how stunning a person is, it will only shine in front of my eyes. How long can it exist? In the blink of an eye, the living beings in this world have already changed several times. All the faces, all the dynasties, all the mountains and rivers. Are there any differences in my eyes? Gradually, even if she was a peerless hero, a peerless beauty, in my eyes she wasn't even a tiny wave in the vast ocean. She wasn't even worth it. The Tao ancestor's voice was very indifferent. The so-called great Tao is heartless. It slowly evolved from that time. How can it be just words? For example, with your current cultivation level, even if you don't take a step forward, you are already able to live as long as the world and as old as the sun and moon. Have you ever thought about all your neighbors? The ordinary people in your so-called city, what will happen to them in your long years? Can you remember all the people you've met? Can you change your emotions for the joy and sorrow of everyone around you? Perhaps you can do it now, but what about thousands of years later? What about 100,000 years later? A million years later? What about after a long time? I can't do it. No matter what, I can't do it. The great Tao is heartless. It's an inevitable outcome. The end of cultivators. I can understand your anger now because the people who died were people you were familiar with and had interacted with. However, after a period of time, when you think about it again, it's just a thought. You can't remember the faces of those people. However, to me, there was bitterness in the Tao ancestor's eyes. It's just a passing cloud. Moreover, it's a batch of clouds. There's no emotional fluctuation at all. The bitterness in his eyes was real. Zhuo could tell that. That was because he was very envious of that feeling. I really want to have your sadness, helplessness, and grievance again. That way, I will be very gratified because that way, I can still feel that I'm a human and not just a so-called great Tao without any emotions. You still don't know this kind of numbness. This is the saddest thing in life. Zhuo was speechless. He wanted to persuade him. However, after those words, he realized that he could not persuade him. He had originally thought that he would transcend in the end. The outside world was huge and he would be free from then on. Why bother about the outcome here? As long as you don't care, the matters in this world will be easy to resolve. But now he was speechless. Perhaps we can't understand your heartlessness and numbness, but you used your heartlessness and numbness to create pain and sadness for a lover. Don't you feel that it's a little immoral? Zhuo said calmly, so what if I'm like an ant? Who in this world has the obligation to give up their lives in vain for the victory of others? I feel that you're wrong now, Zhuo said. The Tao ancestor nodded slowly. You're right. What I'm doing now is indeed wrong. Then you? However, I still have to walk on this path and can't turn back. The true great Tao is in front of me. I've already worked hard for tens of billions of years to walk out. Now even if I'm wrong, I have to fight for the outcome of this battle. Zhuo also felt helpless. Zhuo took a deep breath and said, I thought of something. The Tao ancestor smiled and said, when the reason is different, use your fists to solve it? That's right. I have the same intention. Reason can't change the real outcome, but victory and defeat can. And the two of you are the eyes of this game. If the two of you disappear this game, I will win without fighting. Zhuo said slowly, Tao ancestor, are you going to attack the two of us? The Tao ancestor said indifferently, I believe you're already prepared? Zhuo took a deep breath and said, of course I'm prepared. This Azura world is indeed suitable for a big battle. The Tao ancestor smiled. Zhuo opened the Void Extermination Pagoda. Zhuo Changlu, his wife, Li Chenglong, and all the other members of the team except for Li Changming appeared at the same time. Then Demon Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, Demon Empress Shihi, Demon Master Kunpeng, Zhu Wu, the Flood Witch, Great Fire Witch, Great Ice Witch, Great Dan Kong, Great Poison Witch, and Chan Xing. All the top combat forces in the current world. They gathered here at the same time. There were a total of 36 people. After everyone appeared, their expressions were complicated. They bowed at the same time. Greetings, Tao Ancestor. No need to be so polite. After this battle, the continent will be peaceful. Everyone take care. Yes. The Tao Ancestor smiled. Nether River Patriarch and Demon Ancestor Rahu appeared at the same time. It's a little early for you all to start this final battle. It's a little early. It's inevitable that you'll be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, you won't give us any more time. It's useless to say more. Tao Ancestor is right. Reason can't change the real outcome, but victory and defeat can. Countless Dharma treasures were activated at the same time. The outcome of this battle will be the future. Chapter 1429. What kind of figure was the Tao Ancestor? He was a figure that even the 6 sages could not contend with. Otherwise the 6 sages would not have left. Zhuo was very clear about this. Zhuo Changlu and the others were also clear about the strength of their opponents. Since the Tao Ancestor was their target, How could Zuo Duo dare to be careless? Not to mention the living beings of the three races that he was already shouldering, Zuo Duo could not afford to be careless in the slightest for his own safety and the safety of his relatives. Not to mention that Zuo Duo was very afraid of death. Of course, it could not be said that Zuo Duo was afraid of death. Instead, it should be said that he was brave and resourceful. Zuo Duo and the others had been planning and preparing for the Dao Ancestors' plan for a long time. Everyone knew that in the face of the Dao Ancestors' plan, 99% of the people in this world had no room to resist. Only a limited number of people could withstand one or two moves against the Dao Ancestor. Just like when they first faced the Demon Ancestor, how could they fight head-on? Now, the Dao Ancestor had weapons and the general trend. Under the general trend, all the races had to kill each other under the heavenly tribulation. In the end, only one could survive. At the end of the day, the Dao Ancestor did not carry out any calculations. This matter could only proceed in this way. This was the general trend. The Flood Witch's previous plan was to slow down this process to the greatest extent or even indefinitely. The Dao Ancestors' attack had, in turn, sped up this process. This addition and subtraction had nothing to do with the established process itself, but the significance to the various races and the Dao Ancestor was very different. If the Flood's plan succeeded, the three races would reach a consensus and delay the heavenly tribulation indefinitely. Just like the Astral Souls, the Umno Alliance and the Dao League back then, the three races would fight for a long time, and the rear would rest and recuperate. If they retreated, they could also gain a considerable amount of time to maneuver. At least, they could sacrifice less in the heavenly tribulation. The various races could preserve enough vitality to leave the starry sky. That way, 8 out of the 9 clans would be wiped out, and the tragic ending of not being able to survive. Even the victorious paragons were no exception. After all, everyone knew that even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Most of their population would be wiped out, and only 1 or 2 of their strongest warriors would survive. It was easy to imagine. Especially when the 3 clans were fighting fiercely just now. After a great battle, the elite forces of the 3 clans had been reduced by more than 60%. Everyone in the 3 clans was thoroughly aware of the situation. How could there be a winner? After this battle, the upper echelons of the 3 clans came to a consensus. Although they might not have the confidence to defeat their opponents, they were confident that they could drag their opponents down with them. Even if it was Zuo Duo, as long as there were 2 Zhu Wu who disregarded their own lives and self-destructed, there was still a considerable chance that they would be able to capture and bring him away. And which one of the Zhu Wu wasn't a fugitive? Which one of them really cared about their own lives? Therefore, after Zuo Duo heard the message from Wan Minxing, he secretly discussed this plan with Li Chenglong and Zhuo Changlu. Although this plan was undoubtedly risky, and there was a risk that they would all be wiped out. But it was already like riding a tiger and they had no other choice. Therefore, after Zuo Duo unified the opinions of the upper echelons of the Astral Souls, he first went to find Monster King Donghuang. The 3 leaders of the Monster Clan didn't want to be enemies with Zuo Duo, and all the top monster clans below Monster Master Kuan Peng were afraid of Zuo Duo. When they heard Zuo Duo's intention, they agreed without hesitation. It could be said that they hit it off immediately. After that, Zuo Duo and Li Chenglong secretly went to the Wu people to discuss with Flood and the others. They thought that since the Monster Clan agreed so readily, the Wu people who were closer to them in the past, would be more agreeable. Unexpectedly, the Zhu Wu inexplicably trusted the Tao Ancestor, and 2 of them even thought that the Tao Ancestor would never do such a thing. In the end, they had no choice but to make a bet and fight in the Tower of Emptiness. The winner would be the king and the loser would be obedient. Zuo Duo fought against 2 Zhu Wu by himself. In fact, it wasn't a big fight. Anyway, he won. After a certain someone made a breakthrough, his strength increased by several levels. They were just fighting for their pride, not for a fight to the death. The stronger one would win and the weaker one would lose. Although the Wu people loved to fight and fought against the heavens and the earth, losing was not a bad thing and there was no objection. At this point, they were just waiting for the right time to take action. In fact, until now, the Zhu Wu still didn't believe that the Tao Ancestor would ignore all living beings. Whether they would really join hands in the future, this plan was just a plan. However, the series of assassinations and strange actions that followed slowly stirred up the bloodlust in all the shaman soldiers. The ancestral shamans finally realized what was going on. If it went on like this, they were afraid that they would really die without a burial place. The reality of the chaotic war between the 3 clans was right in front of them. At the moment when all the clans suffered unprecedentedly tragic losses, this plan had no choice but to take shape. After that big fight, at the moment when only the top leaders stayed on the battlefield, although no one said anything or discussed or confirmed anything, everyone's thoughts were already very clear. What was the matter? How muddle-headed could he be that he still couldn't wake up from the blood and lives of more than a billion high-level creatures? It was also from then on that the top leaders of the three clans were really included in the rhythm of Li Chenglong's plan. Then the situation continued to develop. It made the scheme that was on the surface even clearer and more realistic. On the surface, Zuo Duo went to find Mingyi to seize the initiative and cut off the Tao ancestor's arm first. After all, Mingyi was completely exposed in this battle. No matter whether there was anyone behind him or not, there was no room for negotiation between him and the three clans. It was inevitable that they would find him. Therefore Zuo Duo naturally set out. After receiving the letter, the Monster Emperor and the others had already been secretly waiting in the Wu people's camp. They were waiting for Zuo Duo to find Flood and then pack everyone up and take them away. In other words, Zuo Duo wasn't looking for Mingyi, he was just giving the Tao ancestor a chance. A chance for everyone to get things done once and for all. After all, under the clear heaven tribulation, everything was clear. On the surface, it seemed that there were hundreds of billions of creatures in the 9 clans fighting. But in the end, as long as the most crucial point was solved, everything else was insignificant. And the most crucial point had already been completely exposed at this point. To the Tao ancestor, Zuo Duo and Zuo Xiaoyan. As long as these two people were killed, this clear heaven tribulation would be over. Because after these two people died, humans would definitely not be a match for the Monster Clan, and they wouldn't even be a match for the Wu people. Even if there were many young masters and rising stars in the human race, they lacked the luck of Zuo Duo and his wife. The Witch Clan and the Monster Clan wouldn't give them time to continue to rise. In that way, the most fundamental purpose of this clear heaven tribulation would have lost its meaning. In the end, whether the Wu people dominated the continent or the Monster Clan dominated the continent, it made no difference to the Tao ancestor. Therefore, when Zuo Duo and Zuo Xiaoyan left the camp and came to the Azura world, even if the Tao ancestor knew that this might be a scheme, he would still step in, finish it in one fell swoop. After all, there might not be another chance to solve the problem so easily in the future. But as long as he participated, he had to do it personally. Because Mingyi was definitely not a match for Zuo Duo. Even the demon ancestor Rahu was no match for Zuo Duo and Zuo Xiaoyan. Only the Tao ancestor could solve it once and for all. In the end, Li Chenglong concluded that no matter how things developed, in the end, the final destination of this operation would definitely be the king meeting the king. In other words, when these calculations were combined, the Tao ancestor was forced to have no other choice. These people were all doing the same thing together, which was obviously an alliance of the 3 clans. If you didn't come to fight, you would be making your position clear and have bad intentions. Once the 3 clans used this as a key and secretly formed a competition, the top experts of the 3 clans would each send out a few people to fight one round to decide who would stay and who would leave. It would be really bad for the Tao ancestor. Because the outcome was already destined. With Zuo Duo and Zuo Xiaoyan suppressing the overall situation, it was equivalent to winning 2 rounds. Zuo Changlu and his wife could win at least 1 round. Li Chenglong would inevitably face weaker opponents under the calculation, which meant winning 4 rounds. At least 4 rounds, the humans had already grasped the victory in their hands. What was the suspense? In the end, the humans would still dominate the world. This outcome was not difficult to imagine at all. Also, based on this key point, if you wanted to eliminate the possibility of the human race dominating the world, you had to come. Apart from this opportunity, there was no other opportunity to kill Zuo Duo and Zuo Xiaoyan in a very short time. In case they discussed it within a day, the demon emperor of the demon race and the Wu people Zhu Wu would bring their subordinates and withdraw from this continent. But it would become an established fact. In a sense, the clear heavenly tribulation had already succeeded. The goal of the human race dominating the world had been achieved. In other words, the Tao ancestor had lost. Therefore, even though the Tao ancestor was supreme, in the face of such a situation, he had no choice but to face it head-on. As the battle began, Zuo Duo immediately took out the Tai Chi diagram and spread it out with a bang. He wanted to control the earth, water, wind and fire in this space. This space was established by the Tao ancestor, and it was his absolute home ground. How could he not use the Tai Chi diagram, which could change the enemy's home ground? The Tai Chi diagram shouted with all its strength, "I can only offset the Tao ancestor's space power for an hour at most." Before its voice died away, the Tai Chi yin and yang power exploded with a bang. The atmosphere in this space suddenly became heavy. An hour, which is 1 hour, should be enough. Zuoxiao Duo snorted. In the next moment, the Wuhuang sword soared into the sky and fused all the merit energy that it had condensed since it was revived into the Tai Chi diagram. As the sword light disappeared, it disappeared, leaving only a sentence. Within an hour you have done nothing. The little dragon of fortune also appeared. With a hollow dragon roar, it soared into the sky and used its abundant fortune to form a bridge and a special barrier. It connected the three energies of the Tai Chi diagram and the sword of Empress Envoi, completely cutting off the connection between Tao Ancestor and the fortune of heaven and earth. Good, good, good. The Tao Ancestor smiled and praised. Cut off my space extraction. Cut off my boundless merit protection technique. Cut off my connection with the world's destiny. Indeed, you plan before acting and see through the situation. You forced me to fight to the death with you as a cultivator. This plan is really good. Did it come from a military advisor? Li Chenglong hugged his sword and bowed. That's me. Thank you for your praise, Lord Tao Ancestor. I don't dare to accept it. Stop dawdling. Just 1 hour. Zuoxiao Duo roared. Don't give him a chance to stall for time. He raised his hands and 2 rays of light, one black and one white, flew and merged into the 99 cat hammer. With a buzzing sound, the space trembled. The 99 cat hammer was unprecedentedly powerful. However, with this move, layers of ripples appeared in the air and spread out like ripples. The Flood Witch's eyes narrowed. Damn this kid. The realm of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer has actually surpassed mine? However, she did not hesitate at all. She swung the hammer and rushed up before Zuoxiao Duo to face the Tao Ancestor. The 4 hammers were on the left and right, and the encirclement was instantly established. Zuoxiaonian controlled the spirit-snatching sword and took advantage of the gap to attack. The ice spirit Xiao had now reached the level of the super god complete body. The extremely cold air was very different from before. It was contained but not obvious. It turned into a little cold air in the air. It was invisible and traceless. However, it made all the extreme cold power focus on the Tao Ancestor. It did not affect the rest of the people who participated in the battle at all. Just this little bit of control had already reached the peak of perfection, and it was a shocking level. Near the periphery of the battle group besieging the Tao Ancestor, Xianming Zhu Wu and the Ice Nether, which were both sitting cross-legged. Each of them activated their lifetime cultivation. They held their hands together and focused on the battlefield. They were ready to recharge Zuoxiaonian at any time. Yes, this was the mission of the 2 of them in this battle. Although Zuoxiaonian had the top combat power and could enter the battle against the Tao Ancestor, she needed to be in the best state at all times when facing the Tao Ancestor. At least, she had to be in the best state for a certain period of time. Xianming Zhu Wu and the Ice Nether, which were the cheats that could keep Zuoxiaonian in the best state for a longer period of time. Seeing that the opponent was scheming, the Tao Ancestor was also a little afraid. He punched Zuoxiaoduo's cat hammer. With a muffled bang, Zuoxiao Duo only felt that the cat hammer was suddenly filled with billions of degrees of current. In an instant, the entire hammerhead was bright and almost transparent. At the same time, there was an abundant and unstoppable force surging. Zuoxiao Duo, who had not felt that his strength was not enough for a long time, could not stand steadily and staggered back a step. The other fist of the Tao Ancestor was even more fierce and hit the Flood Witch's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The Flood Witch gave a muffled groan and somersaulted away. A knife shadow suddenly flashed. At the moment when Flood retreated, it turned into a knife mountain and slashed down fiercely. Whoosh! Zuoxiaonian's sword was close to the Tao Ancestor's clothes. Suddenly, a white little finger appeared in front of the sword. It was just a gentle push, but Zuoxiaonian only felt that her whole body was extremely uncomfortable. It was difficult for her to continue. While trying to send out the cold, she staggered and fell to the side. Shiha and Wu Yuding flashed from the left and right sides of Zuoxiaonian's body and joined forces to attack. Zhu Wu, Gonggong, Dijiang, Demon Emperor Jun, Dong Huang and Tai also attacked together to suppress. The 7 masters attacked together and pressed forward with great momentum. The Tao Ancestor was still calm. The moment his body floated up, he kicked the Demon Emperor, punched Dong Huang and pressed Gonggong with his palm. The 5 fingers of the other hand turned into 5 mountains and attacked Shiha, Wu Yuding, Zuochanglu, Dijiang and the others. 5 fingers and 5 mountains. The remaining mountain hit Changliang Zhu Wu, who had just rushed up, and made him tumble. He spun and spat out blood as he fell. The title of the most powerful man in the world was indeed deserved. Facing the siege of so many top masters, he still had the upper hand, showing the demeanor of a supreme master. Jianghu and the others let out muffled groans at the same time. Then they were sent flying in 7 different directions. However, Zuoxiao Duo, Flood, Zuoxiaonian, Zhu Wu, Gomang Zhu Wu, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, Xiang Chong and the others all joined the battle early. They followed up and launched a new wave of attacks. The hammers, swords, sabers and spears moved together and used various unique skills. It was extremely dazzling. However, everyone's siege was still in vain. They were blown away again. The Tao ancestor was still doing it casually. Seeing that the Tao ancestor's power had reached such a realm, everyone's heart suddenly became heavy. This battle was different from the battlefield. It not only focused on one's own combat power and the comparison of the two sides' comprehensive strength, but also on one's own cultivation realm, improvisation, and the change in one's mentality. When facing the Tao ancestor, no one would choose to fight to the death at the beginning. The necessary test was the first choice. The manpower on their side was the greatest advantage. If they could rely on the advantage of numbers to directly attack and kill the Tao ancestor, it would naturally be the best. Although everyone knew that this idea was too naive, thinking about it and even giving it a try was still a try at the beginning of the battle. Why not? However, this test caused everyone's hearts to sink. They had already blocked the heavenly Tao, the light from providence, space, and even the influence of merit that the Tao ancestor had always been able to deal with the joint attack of 36 peak experts on his side. That meant that although everyone had not shown their true abilities, the Tao ancestor probably had not shown his true strength either. Everyone came to the same consensus in their hearts, and they had a deeper understanding. It seemed that they had to pay the most tragic price in today's battle. Otherwise, they would not be able to take down the Tao ancestor, the #1 person in the world. Everyone was an experienced expert. How could they not have schemes in their hearts? Since they had such an awareness, the atmosphere of the war suddenly became tragic without anyone's urging. Kunpeng was thinking, demons can't be without an emperor for a day. If I have to sacrifice in this battle, let me sacrifice. Do I want the emperor to sacrifice first? Di Jun, Tai and Shihi were thinking, if I don't pay the price, my brothers, my husband and my wife will pay the price. Then let me go first. However, the people in the team were thinking, if I retreat, my brothers will definitely go forward and sacrifice themselves. Then how can I be at ease? If I have to sacrifice myself, of course I have to do it. Zhu Wu and the other Grand Magi also had similar thoughts. I can't let my brothers die. At least, I have to let them die after me. The peak astral souls led by Zuochanglu and his wife also had the same thought. It doesn't matter if we die in battle. Those little guys are still young. The future of the human race will be more glorious with them. Everyone was of the same mind and their hearts were of the same mind. Unexpectedly, they all showed signs of risking their lives at the same time. However, the first one to launch a desperate attack was out of everyone's expectation, Chan Sheng. Chan Sheng's entire body bulged, and his eyes shone with crimson light. In his life he had lived 2 lives. He had lived 2 lives painstakingly. His only obsession was to become a saint. His only thought was, in my previous life I was so close. I only took one wrong step and I died. Now that I've been reborn, I know all the taboos. I can see the other side from afar. I'll definitely become a saint. This thought had been deeply rooted in his heart. Unexpectedly, he persisted until the end, but it was still in vain. At this point, Toad Saint had already lost all hope. That cattail hassock, others might have a little chance, but it was firmly rejected by him. His only concern was that the karma of the Wu people's protection hadn't been repaid. Otherwise, Chan Sheng might have already killed himself. The great shamans could be considered as his few friends in this world. Seeing the great shamans fall one by one, Chan Sheng didn't say anything. He didn't even go to pay his respects. He seemed very cold and heartless. However, in reality, his heart had already been twisted by a knife. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay his respects. It was that he didn't want to go to the graves and recall his memories. He didn't want to taste that heart-piercing pain again. At this time, Chan Sheng suddenly realized that compared to others, he had a major flaw. And this flaw was that he was too soft-hearted. He was too easily swayed by his emotions. Once his emotions exploded, he couldn't take them back or control them. So, my real shortcoming is that I have too little experience. My fatal flaw is that I have too little contribution to the common people. I've lived 2 lives. I got the chance to start over, but I still woke up so late. It would be a joke if I could also become a saint. Ever since he realized this, Quan Xing became more and more disheartened. He was only waiting for the moment of death to come. And now it was time for death. This life is over. Just for these friends that I acknowledge. Shine once. Bloom with the most brilliant brilliance in 2 lives. Quan Xing roared and pounced forward. His speed surpassed the flowing light. It was indescribably fast. It was also because of this that he rushed to the front of the Tao ancestor in front of everyone. All of his cultivation was gathered in one finger. Heaven-shattering finger. The Tao ancestor casually grabbed his finger with all his strength. At the same time, abundant power surged. Crack, crack, crack. Quan Xing's bones began to break. Starting from the point of contact with his arm, it quickly spread all the way up and turned into powder. However, this was exactly what Toad Saint was after. He knew that although he had taken the initiative to launch an attack, it seemed to be powerful and unparalleled, but in fact, there was a slight gap between him and the others' attacks. The Tao ancestor would never let go of this opportunity to kill him and cut off his own strength. A single person's strength was always the flaw of the Tao ancestor's side. To be able to kill an enemy without expending much energy, this opportunity could not be missed. And his goal was to come into contact with the Tao ancestor and not let go afterward. Quan Xing had never placed his hopes on the heaven-shattering finger. He only used the heaven-shattering finger to come into contact with the Tao ancestor first and create an opportunity for the Tao ancestor to kill him in one fell swoop. At the same time, he also created an opportunity for himself to injure the Tao ancestor. However, the power level of the Tao ancestor was clearly above his imagination. The moment he thought of self-detonating, 1/3 of his body had already turned into powder. The power of the Tao ancestor was so strong. The so-called rapid spread was so fast. Boom. The rest of Quan Xing's body, together with all the power of his soul and consciousness, and the accumulation of resentment of 2 lives, exploded together and attacked. From beginning to end, Quan Xing did not say a word, not a word. He did not say anything about taking care of his brothers, nor did he say anything about opening a path for his brothers, nor did he say anything about reuniting with his brothers. That he only did not say a word. It was all in silence. In the complete silence, an extreme explosion. This explosion was eternal. The kindness of the Wu people, I have repaid it. The violent and sudden explosion shocked everyone present. The few people in the lead were even sent flying by the aftermath of the explosion. But from the beginning of Quan Xing's attack, he had already made full preparations. Almost all of his power burst out in front of him. This blow would at most cause some impact to his comrades, but they would not suffer any damage. But the Tao ancestor on the opposite side bore the full brunt of this half-saint self-detonation. When Quan Xing self-detonated, he still held one of Quan Xing's fingers and did not let go. That was the contact point of the 2 people's attack, the connection point. Once released, Quan Xing had the possibility of escaping. He intended to kill the other party, so how could he give the other party a chance to escape? More importantly, the Tao ancestor boasted that he knew Hong Yun very well. Hong Yun was a good person with a gentle temper. After reincarnation he had not moved for so many years. How could he have such an explosive temper? Especially now that the battle had just begun for less than 10 breaths, it was far from the urgent moment of self-detonation. He did not push them so hard in order to delay the battle, kill a few of them easily, and let the others exhaust themselves and lose more cultivation. At the so-called critical moment, the power of self-detonation would naturally be weakened, so that he could deal with it more easily. To put it bluntly, even if anyone present self-detonated, it would not be as surprising to the Tao ancestor as Hong Yun's self-detonation. But it just so happened that the most unlikely person at the most unlikely time had unexpectedly exploded. The Tao ancestor had been invincible for too long, and he had been heartless for too long. However, he had neglected one point. A person could do one thing in his life and not succeed. It was not easy for him to have a chance to do it again, but he still did not succeed. It was not because of hard work, diligence, or the process. It was because of karma, because he did not have that faith. That sense of despair and absurdity was so overwhelming. He had lost his sage position twice in the Purple Cloud Palace. And the Purple Cloud Palace was where Tao ancestor Hong Jun was. The original sage position was given by the Tao ancestor. When Quan Xing saw the Tao ancestor in this life, the complicated feeling rose to the top. It was indescribable. How could he not risk his life? How could he not strike back? How could he not target the initiator? The Tao ancestor snorted. The clothes on his chest were blown away, and his body flew out 1,000 feet. His face turned pale first and then it turned red. 2 streams of blood flowed down from his nostrils. He touched his chest with his hand, and the expression in his eyes was complicated. Hongyun, what a good Hongyun. The Dao ancestor was injured. This knowledge instantly caused Wuxiao Duo and the others to feel excited. It turned out that the Dao ancestor could also be injured. In the next moment, the clothes on the Dao ancestor's chest had returned to their original state. He was still wearing a green Taoist robe, and even his face had regained its color. It seemed that the self-destruction of a top-level half-saint did not affect him at all. However, there were 3 lotus flowers rising above his head. There were 7 colored auspicious clouds surging under his feet, and a horsetail whisk appeared in his hand. As the horsetail whisk was in his hand, thousands of threads instantly appeared and attacked everyone with a pervasive momentum. Everyone hurriedly blocked and responded. When the thin threads collided with the weapons, they actually emitted a deafening sound that rumbled endlessly. When the thin threads collided with the extremely heavy hammer, Wuxiao Duo actually felt his wrist go numb. The 36 people were divided into 4 groups. One group was guarding the array, while the other 3 groups launched endless waves of attacks. The Dao ancestor's faint smile did not decrease. He was very calm. Suddenly, his body floated back and he pressed down with his hand. Countless immortal mountains and spiritual mountains fell out of the sky. When they fell halfway, they had already turned into a mountain of swords. The force of every single mountain smashing down possessed the might of the full force strike of a peak golden immortal. Boom boom boom. Now no one could use the power of heaven and earth, but the Dao ancestor could. That was the meaning of having a universe in his chest. The 9 people who were guarding the array saw that something was wrong and rushed up into the sky. They each displayed their best skills and tried their best to stop the mountain of swords that fell from the sky, so that the teams below who participated in the attack did not have to be distracted. There was a loud shout. Wuxiao Duo shouted, "Kill!" Li Chenglong and the others heard the voice and moved together. The members of the 3 groups that were not enough were instantly divided into 2 rows. Gao Qiao led the row and placed one hand on the back of Zhuxiaonian. Li Chenglong and the others touched Zhuxiaoduo's body with one hand. At the same time, Demon Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, one raised the Demon Emperor's sword, the Sun and Moon Hook, the other activated the Donghuang Bell with all his strength, displaying an unparalleled attack. Gonggong Zhu Wu pounced forward. He was beaten by the Dao ancestor until he vomited blood, but the nearby space was filled with extremely cold heavenly water. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding, one on the left and one on the right, completely sealed off the only space that the Dao ancestor had to dodge. Jianghu Wu and Grand Shaman Dan Kong also stood side by side and used the power of space with all their strength to further seal the space. Seeing the golden lotus smashing down, Jiang and Dan Kong, who were using the power of space with all their strength, immediately vomited blood and their attacks stopped. Boom! The Dao ancestor punched the bell of chaos. Donghuang's body leaned back and almost flew out. However, he spat out a large mouthful of blood on the bell of chaos, but he did not retreat at all. Zhuxiaoduo's eyes turned cold, and his body suddenly turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. The kitty hammer was mixed with black gas and white light, and it smashed down fiercely like the unparalleled power of the heavens and earth. At this moment, everyone's strength was gathered on Zhuxiaoduo's body. Convergent strike. The mighty 99 kitty hammer collided with the mountain of swords falling from the sky and sent them flying to some unknown place. Boom! The 2 hammers fell brazenly. Zhuxiaonian moved at the same time as the hammers fell. The ice flame mixed with the ice spirit and turned into an extreme ice flame sword. The inheritance of the divine phoenix in her body was also activated, and she froze the area 100 feet around the Dao ancestor. This was Zhuxiaonian's combined power of the 8 masters, as well as her own soul consciousness and cultivation. After the attack with all her strength, her pretty face turned pale. Her dantian and meridians were emptied in an instant by this extreme attack. It was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Zhuxiaonian had not felt so exhausted for a long time. For a moment, her delicate body was on the verge of collapse, and the large piece of sky-repairing stone in front of her chest could not replenish the emptiness in time. After this attack, at least for a short period of time, it was impossible to make a second attack of the same kind. The space was frozen to the extreme, and the ice flame inside was burning. The accumulated pressure caused the surroundings to crack like a spider web. This move was also out of the Dao ancestor's expectations. He could not react in time and his entire body was frozen in place. He was frozen in place by the extreme ice. The lotus above his head and the auspicious cloud under his feet emitted a bright light and exploded instantly. It was obvious that they wanted to break the ice. Even if it was the extreme ice that froze the void, the Tao ancestor could break it and regain his freedom in a few breaths' time. However, at this moment, Zhuxiaoduo's hammer had already fallen. At the same time, Zhu Rong's primordial fire, and the Grand Sun primordial fire erupted together. The ice and fire converged and surged rapidly, producing a violent explosion. Zhuxiaoduo's hammer was mixed with the power of yin and yang reincarnation. It smashed into the ice layer in an instant and landed on the Tao ancestor's head. The 3 golden lotuses exploded and turned into flowing light. However, the hammer did not stop at all, and a body was smashed into pieces by the hammer. The space turned into fragments and could not be reassembled for a moment. Everyone's faces were covered in cold sweat and disbelief. Dead. How could a dignified Tao ancestor die so easily? Although Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian were already close to self-destructing, it could even be said that this was a blow that combined all the strength of the entire team. Even if Zhuxiaoduo really self-destructed, it might not be so powerful. Although there was the help of everyone's life. However, everyone still felt that the Tao ancestor should not be destroyed so easily. Ah! There was a scream. The non-poisonous shaman outside the field suddenly let out a scream. When everyone hurriedly looked back, they saw that the moment the Tao ancestor's body suddenly formed from fragments, a right hand that had formed in advance had already slapped the non-poisonous shaman's head. The corners of his mouth had recovered, and there was still a gentle smile, but there was a hint of killing intent in the amiable smile. The non-poisonous shaman only let out a scream before his entire body turned into powder and he no longer existed in the world. The content of the scream that remained in the world was, "The poison of the soul, the poison dominates the world." As the body of the non-poisonous shaman disappeared, a black line appeared on the Tao ancestor's white, jade-like hand that took his life. That was the ultimate poison that the non-poisonous shaman had refined by smelting all kinds of poisons with his own life essence. In his life he could only study highly poisonous things. However, this ultimate poison that he had studied in his life was the most powerful poison, but even the non-poisonous shaman only had one chance to use it in his life. Because this poison could only be activated by using his own life as a primer. The Tao ancestor looked at the black line on his hand and sighed softly. What a good poison shaman. Chapter 1430. After the soul poison was released, no matter how powerful it was, the non-poisonous which would not be able to witness it because he had already died and no longer existed in this world. The soul poison that was poisonous in the world was extremely poisonous. It did not stop because of the death of the non-poisonous which. The shocking black line continued to move forward on the Tao ancestor's hand. It went all the way to his elbow and finally could not go any further. However, it twisted there and did not retreat at all. The flood and the blazing fire ice abyss. Dan Kong saw that the non-poisonous which had died and let out a miserable cry, "Non-poisonous witch! Brother!" However, no matter how the great witches called out, the non-poisonous which who no longer existed in the world could no longer give them any response. The black line was still circling around the Tao ancestor's wrist. There were faint signs of expansion and it seemed to be ready to attack. The Tao ancestor knew that this poison was special. He made a prompt decision and cut a hole in his finger. Then a wisp of blood splashed out. The blood was as black as ink, but the black line on his arm did not show any signs of fading. In an instant, Zhuqianglu's sky patrolling blade, Wu Yuding's rain listening sword, the Flood Witch's Thousand Souls hammer, Demon Emperor Dong Huang and the others. At this moment, they could no longer care about the formation. They all pounced forward and used all their best moves. At this moment they could not let the Tao ancestor catch his breath. One of the 3 golden lotuses on the Tao ancestor's head was missing because of the attack just now. However, the golden lotus under his feet was still there, and so was the colorful cloud. Obviously, this was the external incarnation technique. The missing golden lotus replaced the Tao ancestor and disappeared under the joint attack of Zhuxiaoduo and Zhuxiaonian. What's more, the Tao ancestor's body was still poisoned by the soul poison that was like a maggot attached to the bone. However, since the start of the battle, he had also lost one of Zhuxiaoduo's trump cards. The non-poisonous which was not known for his combat power, but for his poison power. Zhu Yin, another expert in the way of poison, was still hiding in the space-destroying pagoda with Yun Jianghu by Yun Duo and Xiao waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhuxiaoduo's initial plan was to further deplete the combat power of the Tao ancestor. When the right Zhu Yin suddenly appeared, He would use the poison of misfortune to converge with the poison of the non-poisonous great shaman to surprise the Tao ancestor. Only then could he deplete the Tao ancestor to a greater extent. But he didn't expect that the non-poisonous shaman would die tragically before this plan could be put into action. However, his death had achieved great results. The Tao ancestor's body was already poisoned by the soul poison, a poison that dominated the world. Looking at the soul poison in the Tao ancestor's hand, Zuoxiao Duo couldn't help but feel pity. If the Zhu Wu, who was also known for using poison, was still alive, and added 100 pounds more, the effect of the poison attack should be more effective. At the right time they ate Zhu Wu and the flood which attacked together. They surrounded the Tao ancestor as if they didn't care about their lives and launched a crazy attack. Zuochanglu, Wu Yuding and the demon royal Dong Huang also attacked. They looked for a gap and blocked all the possible gaps that the Tao ancestor could escape and didn't leave any leeway. Zuoxiao Duo and the insufficient team retreated together. After this attack, except for Pai Yibao, who had been invisible in the void and didn't attack, the others, including Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaoyan, were basically out of strength and couldn't fight anymore. At least, this wave of attack couldn't catch up. However, for the poisoned Tao ancestor, the current power was enough. It was enough to restrain and even make further damage. Boom boom boom. The space exploded again. The Tao ancestor's body was shattered again and became dust in the sky. However, everyone was more vigilant and on guard. Just now, the Tao ancestor was smashed, but when he appeared again, he killed the poisonous witch as soon as he attacked. Moreover, he appeared irregularly. This time, where would he appear? Would he go to another city? Like a drop of water falling into a quiet lake. There was a small ripple that gently swayed. Swished. At the moment the space stabilized again, a foot suddenly appeared behind Wanli Xiu. Wanli Xiu was fully alert and carefully on guard. The crisis perception that belonged to a warrior responded. She vaguely felt a sense of fear in her heart. Almost instinctively, she moved sideways and slashed out with her sword at the same time. However, it was still a moment too late. The Tao ancestor's foot heavily slammed on Wanli Xiu's back. Although it was only 3 parts, Wanli Xiu still couldn't bear it. However, at the same time that Wanli Xiu was hit, Wanli Xiu's sword had already fallen on that foot. With a muffled sound, the sharp sword entered 3 parts of the flesh. Blood splattered and sparks appeared. Wanli Xiu screamed and was thrown dozens of meters away with her sword. She spat out mouthfuls of blood and pieces of internal organs. This kick had shattered all of Wanli Xiu's internal organs. If it wasn't for Wanli Xiu's godlike reaction speed, and if it wasn't for the heaven-mending stone hanging in front of her chest, this kick would have been enough to shatter Wanli Xiu's bones and kill her. Xiu. Long Yuxing was scared out of his wits. He roared and rushed forward desperately. I'm fine. Kill the enemy. Wanli Xiu struggled and shouted. She rolled and instantly left the battlefield far away. Now that she was seriously injured and her combat power was less than 10%, she couldn't be too close to the battlefield. If she forced herself to stay, it would only affect her own energy, especially Long Yuxing's attention. Violent whistling sounds came again and again. The candle dragon followed in Wanli Xiu's footsteps. He was sent flying and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Then Changliang Zhu was hit in the chest and flew out. Xiang Chong groaned and staggered back. The conqueror's halberd in his hand was broken into 17 or 18 pieces. He spat out blood as he retreated. Zhan Xuejuan's 100 battle spear stabbed the palm of the Tao ancestor who was chasing after her. However, it was as if she had stabbed a metal mountain. The strong impact made Zhan Xuejuan lose her footing and stagger back. The long spear in her hand was buzzing and trembling. A strong demonic aura lingered around the tip of the spear. At this moment, the Tao ancestor finally couldn't help but turn his head to take a look. A slight doubt flashed across his eyes. That's the god-killing spear? Zhan Xuejuan's 100 battle spear was naturally not the god-killing spear. However, it was made of mystical black gold. It could reach the level of a divine weapon, but it was still a distance away from the level of an innate spiritual treasure. Only the Tao ancestor nurtured the spear with his demonic aura. Zhan Xuejuan experienced the incident in the demonic spirit's forest. The demonic aura that grew in her body was no different from the demonic aura of the god-killing spear. After being nurtured for a long time, the 100 battle spear naturally had the aura of the god-killing spear. However, at the root it was still very different from the god-killing spear. However, the Tao ancestor was not the demon ancestor. He only came into contact with the 100 battle spear for a moment. It was difficult for him to understand more, so he made a wrong judgment. In the next moment, Gonggong Zhu Wu's heavenly water cover fell again. The Tao ancestor's body flashed and he was already out of the attack range. His eyes flashed and he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Thousands of threads flew out of the main body of the horsetail whisk. Ah! Grand Sorcerer Gomang let out a shrill scream that did not sound like a human's voice. His entire body was like a huge hedgehog, and every thread pierced through his extremely strong Grand Sorcerer body. Under this attack even his soul was nailed to death. Countless threads went from his eyes, from his forehead, from his throat, from his dantian, and from his heart. There was no vital part of his body that didn't penetrate. They all went in and out, penetrating from front to back. Endless Taoist connotation went up along the threads, destroying the divine palace, piercing the sea of consciousness, nailing the soul, and completely destroying the physical body. As the Gomang Grand Shaman roared, his entire body instantly turned into pieces of minced meat. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, there was only a patch of blood red. The Tao ancestor suddenly used a killing move to kill Zhu Wu and Gomang in an instant. His body, which was originally moving at lightning speed, finally stopped for a moment. At the right time, Donghuang's Donghuang Bell took advantage of the gap and crashed into the Tao ancestor, causing him to stagger. Zhuqianglu followed up with a sudden attack, but with a tyrannical force, it collided with the empty horsetail whisk handle. Then there was a loud explosion. Zhuqianglu let out a muffled groan as he retreated. The Tao ancestor also grunted, and blood spurted out of his nostrils. The horsetail whisk, which was the core of the impact, turned into powder. After losing the enhancement of the spatial merit power, this Khanate spirit treasure was destroyed by everyone when it was about to kill Zhu Wu and Gomang. The follow-up attacks came one after another. First, Yu Moyan and Du Guyen rushed out of Gomang Zhu Wu's blood rain. The two of them stabbed their swords into the Tao ancestor's chest. Our hearts will always be united and we will fly together. The two of them had cultivated the two wings mental cultivation method for thousands of years. They had already reached the peak. At this moment they were united and connected. The combined power of the two swords was not just 1 + 1, but 2 × 2 was greater than 4. It was 4 times the power of the two of them working together. Spiritual energy exploded, and a big hole suddenly appeared in the Tao ancestor's chest. The Tao ancestor snorted coldly. His hands struck out like lightning and the two swords were broken. Yu Moyan and Du Guyen screamed at the same time and flew out, blood spurting out. Even if it was 4 times the power of the two of them working together, their cultivation was not enough. If this combination of swords was used by Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxianyan, it could at least destroy one of the Tao ancestor's avatars. As for them, it was already their limit to cause serious damage. Fortunately they were not alone. The Demon Emperor's sword flew out of his hand like a meteor and hit the wound in the Tao ancestor's chest heavily. White light flickered fiercely, and the sword bloomed with light, reflecting the mountains and rivers of the universe. Boom! The Tao ancestor finally grunted, and a big transparent hole appeared in his chest. The Demon Emperor's sword broke through the defense and penetrated directly. Then Dijiang, Candle Dragon, Tianwu, and the rest of Zhu Wu's sorrowful and angry attacks came surging. With a roar, the Tao ancestor's avatar finally turned into powder with a sigh. It had only been a few hundred breaths of time since the start of the battle, which was less than 7 minutes in actual time. However, the changes in the battle and the tragic losses made everyone's heart beat wildly and they shuddered. 3 of the Tao ancestors' avatars had been destroyed. However, on the Alliance's side, there was already Chan Sheng, the poisonous witch, and Gomang Zhu Wu who had paid a huge price. Among the people who were seriously injured, Wanli Xiu's injuries were so serious that it was almost impossible for her to participate in this battle. Although the magical effect of the heaven-mending stone was still as before, with the improvement of Wanli Xiu's own strength, coupled with the serious injuries this time, she had only recovered more than half of it before it was exhausted and turned into powder. Li Chenglong's eyes flickered and he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone form a circle back to back and face outside." Everyone came to their senses when they heard this, and they immediately took action. All the participants formed a large circle, facing outside, and protected a few injured people who had not fully recovered in the middle of the circle. Gonggong Zhu Wu, Dijiang, and Zhu Wu all felt as if their hearts were being cut by knives. The death of Zhu Wu and Gomang was a huge blow to the group of Zhu Wu. It was unpredictable. However, now was not the time to be sad. The next avatar that appeared could cause any one or several people present to accompany Gomang. The Tao ancestor's strength is weaker than I thought. Li Chenglong was on full alert and he said quickly, "Up until now we have already destroyed 3 of the Tao Ancestors' Golden Lotus avatars. The price we paid is not very high. In this battle the alliance of the 3 clans will definitely win." The price paid is not very high? Displeasure appeared on the faces of the Grand Sorcerers. Flood, Lai Hua, and the others' faces darkened. An Ancestor Sorcerer, a Great Sorcerer, and a Toad Saint. A total of 3 top-level masters had died. 36 people had participated in the battle. Except for the permanent loss of 3 people, more than half of them were seriously injured, or had just recovered from serious injuries. You call this not a big price to pay? It should be that the price paid by the human side is not high, right? However, when they thought about the fact that they were fighting against the Tao Ancestor, even though they were unhappy with Li Chenglong's words, they had to admit that the price paid was indeed not high. After all, it was the Tao Ancestor. Li Chenglong spoke quickly, "Everyone please bear with it. At this critical moment, it is important to destroy the enemy as soon as possible. According to my guess, the reason why the Tao Ancestor is weaker than we thought is not without reason. In addition to the various arrangements we set up in advance, it is more likely that the 9 great worlds have just merged not long ago, and the Tao Ancestor has just woken up from a deep sleep, so his strength may not have recovered to the peak. In other words, the current situation is our greatest opportunity." Li Chenglong took a deep breath. "The real time to fight for our lives has not come yet. Everyone, this battle is a life and death battle. There will definitely be casualties. It is only a matter of time before we die with the enemy. The real time to fight for their lives has not come yet. It is only a matter of time before we die with the enemy?" After hearing this, everyone's hearts became heavier. Up until now, everyone present had been injured. Moreover, as long as they were injured, they were seriously injured and difficult to heal quickly. In particular, the 3 people who had died had proven the power of the Tao Ancestor. However, as Li Chenglong had said, the real time to fight for their lives had not come yet. It was only a matter of time before they died with the enemy. Looking at the Tao Ancestor's Golden Lotus incarnation, it was not difficult to imagine that there were at least 6 incarnations for the Tao Ancestor to consume. It was possible that the colorful cloud under their feet was the same. Then who knew how many there were? If such a fierce battle continued, how many people would survive in the end? Thinking deeper, if the Tao Ancestor really went to the end and began to fight for his life in the opposite direction, his combat strength would only be even more terrifying. The situation might take a turn for the worse and become more and more difficult to deal with. The Tao Ancestor is one person in the world. Why don't you leave? Why do you have to fight to the death with us here? Xiang Chong asked an extremely idiotic question at this moment. Everyone looked at him with disdain. It was rare to see someone with such a bad brain being able to cultivate to such a level since ancient times. Indeed, with a backer even a pig could fly when standing in the wind. Li Chenglong sighed. On account of his brother-in-law, he explained tactfully, "If you were the Tao Ancestor, you wouldn't leave either." Xiang Chong asked again, "Why?" Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and did not speak. If he continued to speak, not only would he lower his status, but he would also offend everyone present. He was a dignified military counselor who controlled the overall situation, but he actually chatted with a fool and lowered the overall intelligence. This was intolerable. Xiang Bing and Zhan Xuejuan said fiercely in unison, "Shut your stupid mouth." Xiang Chong scratched his head and looked at the people around him with an innocent face. He really did not understand. That was why he asked. Zhuo Xiaoyan was still kind. She pitied this big guy who was full of tofu dregs. She explained, "The Tao Ancestor is the Tao Ancestor after all. If he fought in such a specific environment and had to escape, where would his face be?" Xiang Chong said in surprise, "Is face more important than life? Didn't you say that the most important thing is to survive?" Zhuo Xiaoyan did not answer this question. Kindness was a good thing, but unrestrained kindness was a fool. Zhan Xuejuan was speechless and shouted, "Idiot, shut the fuck up." It was so embarrassing. You asked something that no one else asked? Are you showing off that you have a mouth? Isn't this question too obvious? Why can't you understand such a simple question? Although I don't understand, but I didn't ask. Now that you've asked this question, you've exposed the fact that you're a fool. How shameful. Fortunately, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared around them and helped the couple out of their predicament. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged in front of them, left and right, above and below them, and it was not an illusion. Those who had special abilities were better off, but those who did not felt extremely uncomfortable. They could only use their vital essence to resist and barely hold on. Everyone knew that as long as they left the circle and showed a flaw, they would be killed in one blow. There was no luck. Zhuo Duo saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. He shouted and activated the power of fire again. Elemental fire art, Zhu Rong's true fire was fully activated, and Zhuo Xiaoyan's extreme cold power was also dispersed at the same time. Once again water and fire came from the same source. In an instant, another circle was formed outside their circle, blocking all the earth, fire, water and wind from the outside world. With a clear laugh, the Tao ancestor's figure appeared again. He said lightly, "It's a good response. You're worthy of being the son of fate." Specific space, specific conditions. The Tao ancestor let out a long sigh. And the current random creation is really exquisite to a considerable extent. If we fight blindly in such an environment, I will indeed be at a disadvantage. Demon Emperor Jun said lightly, "This is also a solution within a solution. The Tao ancestor is one person with great magical powers. Everything in the world can be used by you. If we fight outside, you don't even have to make a move. You can kill all of us with just a thought. Even if it's a bad plan, it's still a countermeasure. Fortunately, it's proven that this countermeasure can deal with and even kill the Tao ancestor." The Demon Emperor's words were extremely honest. Everyone smiled bitterly. Indeed, if they fought with the Tao ancestor outside, except for Zhuo Duo and Zhuo Xiaoyan, the others couldn't even absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. They could only exhaust their own resources. The Tao ancestor didn't even need to move his hands. He only needed to continuously summon the heavenly thunder of purple heaven to annihilate everyone. No matter where they went, they couldn't escape. Fighting outside and fighting inside were completely different. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. The results of the previous battle also proved that this method could deal with the Tao ancestor, and even kill him. The Tao ancestor didn't feel offended at all. He said amiably, "Fellow Taoist, your words show that you're honest." Demon Emperor Di Jun said respectfully, "Indeed, the Tao ancestor's magical powers are so powerful. How can I lie?" The Tao ancestor addressed Di Jun as fellow Taoist, which meant that he wanted to draw a line between them. He defined their positions as one of life and death. Demon Emperor Di Jun was the same. However, even if it was a life and death battle, he still didn't lose his respect for the Tao ancestor. After all, the source of the Tao ancestor's power in this world all came from this person. He could be said to be the master of cultivators, the master of all living beings. Facing such a master, there was naturally a sense of respect from the bottom of his heart. It had nothing to do with victory or defeat, and it also had nothing to do with one's position. Since ancient times there was a saying, "Those who don't submit to the strong are guilty." This was the truth of the entire world. Therefore, any cultivator who had some achievements and a little power wouldn't be like ordinary people, casually mentioning the name of a superior expert as a joke. It was like some words that ordinary people sometimes dared to say, such as, "So-and-so expert is nothing." Such words such as, "So-and-so general is a pure idiot," would never appear in the mouth of an expert. Even if it was a daily conversation, it was all the same. What did so-and-so do in the past? How did it happen? And so on. Such words wouldn't be casually and unscrupulously commented on. Because these legendary senior experts, other than being your seniors, were more likely to be your ancestors. How could you comment on and insult them so easily? Another layer was, no matter how they were, whether they were alive or dead, they had the achievement of being recorded in history, which meant that they had the ability to become a legend. No matter what, they were thousands of times, even millions of times stronger than you. Why did it become your turn to comment? Who do you think you are? You only read a few books, a bottle of ink and half a bottle of vinegar. You only read some so-called historical information that was unknown whether it was true or false, and you dare to comment on your seniors and predecessors. That's not being knowledgeable, but being ignorant and having a cheap mouth. At the end of the day, those who had achieved something were definitely worthy of respect. Therefore, those who didn't submit to the strong were guilty. The Tao ancestor smiled faintly. With his hands behind his back, he said, "Kill." A shadow appeared and struck out with a spear that was as swift as lightning. It pierced straight into Grand Wizard Ru Shou's body and penetrated his heart. The tyrannical demonic aura spread out rapidly at this moment. Rushizu Wu roared and instantly gathered all his strength. With his tyrannical body and cultivation, he locked onto the sneak attack spear that was embedded in his body. Then he forcefully twisted his body and struck out with a sword in a palm. This was the final strike that he gathered with all his soul and cultivation. Although the final strike had been made, it was mostly an instinctive counterattack of a top-notch cultivator. At this moment, his eyes were filled with confusion, despair, and disbelief. He muttered softly, full of shock, "Demon Ancestor. Luoho." Demon Ancestor Luoho's attack succeeded. Although the god-slaying spear was locked onto, he had already retreated without hesitation. Rush's sword and palm did not cause any damage to him at all. He only replied indifferently, "That's right." Rush Zhu Wu laughed bitterly and muttered, "I didn't expect to die in your hands. Although it's not a disgrace to me, it's a pity that I lost my life in the battle of encircling and annihilating the Tao Ancestor." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly spat out a breath. His body suddenly showed signs of being torn apart. The extreme explosive power of the god-slaying spear burst out from his body. With a buzzing sound, it turned into a long dragon of black smoke. It rushed into the air and circled around wantonly. It was extremely joyous. This unexpected turn of events was beyond the expectations of the allied forces of the three clans. The demon clan's Luoho had suddenly shown up in this place. Moreover, as soon as he showed up, he ambushed and killed Ancestor Shaman Ru Shou, one of the 8 great Ancestor Shamans. Even Di Jiang and Gonggang Zhu Wu, who were close at hand, had a look of disbelief on their faces. It was greater than grief. Since when did Demon Ancestor Luoho join forces with the Tao Ancestor? Such a thing actually happened. It was really too unexpected, extremely unexpected. Then an earth-shaking roar sounded, "Rushu!" It was the roar of Candle Dragon Zhu Wu. Among the few Zhu Wu, he was the closest to Rushu. Seeing Rushu die, he was heartbroken and hated that he did not want to live. The other Zhu Wu were also inexplicably gloomy. They had been brothers for so many years. Today 2 of them were gone in just a few minutes. Such extreme grief was really indescribable. Compared to the sorrowful and gloomy mood of the group of ancestral sorcerers, the faces of Zhujianglu, Demon Emperor Donghuang, and the others had become extremely ugly. The situation of the battle took a turn for the worse, and it suddenly became extremely bad. The Tao Ancestor used his clone to die, and he was still full of energy and combat power. He was not inferior to Chu Chu at all. The Demon Ancestor was a fresh force. Not only was he full of energy, but he also had the power to kill Zhu Wu with a single spear. Ordinary forces could not compete with him. Out of the 36 top-level forces on their side who participated in this battle, 4 of them had died one after another. In this battle, the situation suddenly changed from a slight advantage to an extremely bad one. Zhuo gritted his teeth and said, "You guys continue to fight with the Tao Ancestor. I'll deal with the Demon Ancestor. Let's end this monster as soon as possible." Then he leaped out and went straight for Demon Ancestor Luoho. The sharpness of the 9-9 cat hammer was even stronger. He smiled faintly and said, "Today I finally have a chance to fight with a top-level expert. What an honor." Demon Ancestor Luoho's eyes did not look at him. Instead, he focused on the 100 battle spear in Zhan Xuejuan's hand and said indifferently, "Who is this girl?" Zhan Xuejuan rolled her eyes and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" Demon Ancestor Luoho stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The god-slaying spear that was flying back in the sky buzzed and fell back into his hand. The 100 battle spear in Zhan Xuejuan's hand actually vibrated. Strands of pure demonic aura flashed from the tip of the 100 battle spear and shook the void. Demon Ancestor Luoho's eyes flashed with a trace of gratification and said indifferently, "Too faint." Then he turned to look at Zhuo and said, "Sword Emperor's reputation is illustrious. Of course I've heard of you for a long time." Sword Emperor. Since Zhuo's group of dragons in Shangjing fought for this name, people had already called him that. And the main culprit and initiator of this matter was naturally the generation's military advisor, Li Chenglong. After Li Chenglong created this name, he was beaten up thousands of times by Zhuo. Since then, this name was rarely called by others. Especially not by all the members of the team. These 3 words were even more taboo. But since he had this name and had once said it in front of others, it naturally spread. At first, it was only spread by a few people. Later, it spread to the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists. All the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artists discussed and verified it together, and they were shocked. Fuck. This name could be said to be the most suitable name for Zhuo. Firstly, Zhuo was famous for his sword in most of the occasions. He was far more worthy of the name Iron Fist Prince. Being called Sword Emperor was not wrong at all. Besides, there was another more important reason. Since ancient times, Zhuxiaoduo's special characteristic in one aspect was recognized as unprecedented and unparalleled. In this field, Zhuxiaoduo could be said to be at the level of absolute domination, the position of the starry sky monarch. Not only was no one able to shake him, but even those who came later might not be able to catch up. In this way, in the Hidden Dragon High martial artists, many teachers and students intentionally or unintentionally spread this rumor. By the time Zhuxiaoduo found out about this in the army, it was already too late to stop it. For this reason, Zhuxiaoduo caught Li Chenglong and almost beat him up into a pulp. Furthermore, he would inhumanely torture everyone in the brigade. But what was done could not be undone. The name of Sword Emperor had already shocked the world and he was a household name. At this moment, when he heard Demon Ancestor's words, Zhuxiaoduo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Demon Ancestor, you can call me Hammer Monarch, I don't mind. Demon Ancestor Luoho said lightly, so a nickname can be changed? If it can be changed, I would like to change my name. Change to what? Zhuxiaoduo asked curiously. Change to. Demon Ancestor Luoho smiled coldly. Boy, are you stalling for time? The battle had already begun. Everyone was surrounding Dao Ancestor and attacking him fiercely. There were people who were constantly injured, and people who were constantly beaten out of the battle circle. From time to time they would vomit blood. Then they would heal their injuries, enter the battle again, and be injured again. On the other hand, Zhuxiaoduo and Demon Ancestor Luoho's side, it was calm. Zhuxiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, how can I be a match for Demon Ancestor alone? Naturally, I will stall for time and every moment counts. If I can stall for time, everyone will come to besiege Demon Ancestor, and my danger will be much lower. Demon Ancestor, you even know my name, Zhuxiaoduo. How can you not know that I, Zhuxiaoduo, am as timid as a mouse and most afraid of death? Demon Ancestor Luoho smiled faintly, timid as a mouse and afraid of death. How can I not see that? Zhuxiaoduo said humbly, Demon Ancestor, you must have overestimated me. Demon Ancestor Luoho said, I never underestimate my opponents, and I will not allow you to stall for time. Zhuxiaoduo said, but I still want to stall for time as long as possible. If I can continue chatting like this, that would be best. I am a person who likes to chat the most. I especially like to listen to seniors and experts talk about the past and present. If I can talk, why should I fight? I wonder if Demon Ancestor is willing to teach me. Demon Ancestor was instantly annoyed. He really did not expect this boy to be so shameless with his cultivation. He was willing to become a chatterbox and act weak. At that moment he stopped chatting and shook his hand. The god-slaying spear suddenly flashed with a cold light and buzzed. A sharp murderous aura was about to come out of his body. Zhuxiaoduo hurriedly raised the 9-9 kitty hammer and tried to persuade him, we are all high-level cultivators. Why do we have to fight? Can't we just talk again? What answered him was the sharp sound of the god-slaying spear. Demon Ancestor Luoho thrust his spear and did not say anything else. He used his actions to answer Zhuxiaoduo's shameless request. But in the next moment, there was a buzzing sound and a crack appeared in the space. It was the 9-9 kitty hammer that broke through the void and came with great power. The two sides collided and there was a muffled sound. The god-slaying spear trembled and flew into the sky. There was a sharp sound. If the god-slaying spear could speak, it would definitely have cursed out loud, despicable, shameless. This was because he did not know when this boy had completed the operation of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The moment the twin hammers attacked, the first move was already stacked with the power of more than 10 moves. No matter how spiritual the god-slaying spear was, it was still a spear. Compared to Zhuxiaoduo's brain, it was definitely much worse. Demon Ancestor Luoho's lips twitched for a while. Fortunately, he had decided to attack and did not say anything else. If he had allowed Su Ke to continue accumulating his power, he might have been seriously injured. That would be like flipping an aircraft carrier in a ditch. He would be so embarrassed. Also, the moment he came into contact with Su Ke, he recalled the power of this boy's attack. It was not inferior to his at all. Su Ke's words made Demon Ancestor Luoho's heart tremble. He immediately put away the arrogance in his heart and treated the young man in front of him as an opponent of the same level. Then there was an unusually intense battle. Hundreds of moves were exchanged in the blink of an eye. Both sides moved quickly, and their attack and defense speed were extremely fast. However, Demon Ancestor Luo Ho also discovered something unusual in this round of battle. That was, Zuo Duo was controlling the direction of the battle, gradually moving away from the battle circle of the Tao ancestors on the other side. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho did not care about this and simply followed Su Kei's plan. After another 100 moves, Zuo Duo had already arrived at a relatively safe distance from the besieging battle. However, he heard Zuo loud shout and for the first time, he attacked with all his strength. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho was not surprised by this. He also gathered his energy and launched an attack, not giving in at all. The battle between Zuo Duo and Demon Ancestor Luo Ho was enough to be recorded in the history of battles in the starry sky. Because the battle situation was so strange that it could be said to be unprecedented. Zuo Duo had maintained 120% of his offensive power from beginning to end. He did not have any defensive moves at all. If that was all, it would not be surprising. It was extremely common to rely on the strong to bully the weak and use all the offensive power. What was strange was that Demon Ancestor Luo Ho also used 120% of his offensive power. He did not show any weakness and counterattacked with all his might. Both sides were attacking crazily, without a single defensive move. Chapter 1431. His fighting style caused the surrounding space to collapse and shatter, to the point where it failed to repair itself. The more Fiend Ancestor Rahu fought, the more he felt that the kid in front of him was his strongest opponent apart from the Tao Ancestor. Despite being a junior that had lived for 100 years, he had rich combat experience. Yet, he was not inferior to him in any way. It was truly rare. Good kid. Good fiend. Boom, 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 boom. The two had fought for less than 100 seconds, but they had already exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Both of them had gone back and forth on the bridge of life and death several times. Both of them felt exhilarated as their fighting spirit soared. Not bad. Fiend Ancestor Rahu praised. There's something even better. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer stirred up a storm once again. As for Zuo Duo, specks of light began to appear in his hand as they flew around randomly in space. Fiend Ancestor Rahu was perplexed as he focused on dealing with the attacks. The specks of light that had suddenly appeared were constantly attacking him, harassing and sneaking up on him. Those specks of light were actually hidden weapons? You actually used hidden weapons to help you deal with me? After confirming this point, Fiend Ancestor did not know whether to laugh or cry. Using hidden weapons to participate in a battle of this level was already rare. Furthermore, the hidden weapons used for petty tricks were all made of abnormally weak ordinary jade. There were many shapes such as gourds, lotus seeds, etc. There was everything one could think of. However, for such a material, even if it was infused with Zuo spiritual energy, it would not cause any harm to the Fiend Ancestor. In the beginning, Fiend Ancestor Rahu was still cautious, afraid that he would be ambushed by Zuo Duo. However, he did not care about it later on. He allowed the hidden weapons to strike him, but they were shattered by his body. Once, twice, thrice, 5 times, 10 times, 100 times it was the same. This only proved that the hidden weapons were of such quality. They could only harass the enemy, but how could they harm the enemy? Was this brat crazy? Fiend Ancestor Rahu remained vigilant. He still suspected that there might be some trick hidden in this. However, as the battle continued, tens of thousands of hidden weapons shattered on his body, but it did not hurt at all. Rahu was finally annoyed. What's the point of using such petty tricks in a battle of our level? Wasn't he afraid of being distracted? Or are you looking down on me? Therefore he attacked with all his might, suppressing Zuo attacks like a huge mountain. The god-slaying spear became more and more elusive, advancing and retreating like a god. For a moment he actually managed to suppress 40% of Zuo's 120% attack. He was at a disadvantage. However, Zuo's hidden weapons were still flying over like a storm. It was as if he was going all out against the Demon Ancestor. Fiend Ancestor Rahu felt even more vexed. He ignored it and did not dodge. All he cared about was pressing down. Suddenly, puff. Fiend Ancestor Rahu sensed danger approaching him. His body instinctively spun, and his head tilted to the side as though it had been fractured. It was far beyond the limits of a human's head. However, what followed was a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, right thigh, and left calf. There was actually a hidden weapon that was like a red-hot needle. Its sharpness broke through his demonic chi defense, burrowed into his flesh and embedded itself in his bones. Fiend Ancestor Rahu was extremely shocked. He flew back, feeling that the injuries in the 3 places where he had been hit were not light. What is this thing? Fiend Ancestor Rahu roared in disbelief. Zuoxiao Duo roared, and the twin hammers in his hands once again turned into stormy waves. His attacks resumed, and he increased the intensity of his attacks from the beginning to the end. It was an extremely violent attack that did not care about his life or the cost. He was going all out. He could not give Fiend Ancestor Rahu any chance to treat his wounds. This was an extremely rare opportunity. How could he let it go so easily? Fiend Ancestor Rahu continued to circulate his energy as he dealt with Zuoxiao's attacks. His demonic chi erupted like never before. Following the explosion of the devil chi, the 3 tiny lights were forced out of his body. They were still shining and it was a ghastly sight. Hexagonal hidden weapon. Fiend Ancestor Rahu snorted coldly. So it's a special hidden weapon made from the starry sky indestructible stone. It's no wonder it can break through my demonic body. However, even the starry sky indestructible stone is insufficient to deal with me. Demonic chi lingered around him as he fought and healed his wounds at the same time. The wounds on his skin and flesh were rapidly healing. The starry sky indestructible stone, which had always been successful, had the special effect of preventing experts from healing. However, it was useless against the Fiend Ancestor. The hidden weapons continued to fly around as more starry sky indestructible stones were unleashed. However, the Fiend Ancestor, who had suffered once, was already on his guard. How could he fall for it a second time? It was unknown what Zuoxiao Duo was thinking. Despite knowing that it was unlikely to be effective, he continued to unleash his attacks without any signs of relaxing. Fiend Ancestor Rahu no longer said that his opponent was using petty tricks. This was because he no longer dared to underestimate such petty tricks. Regardless, the 3 starry sky indestructible stones had an effect on the Fiend Ancestor. It also allowed Zuoxiao Duo to gradually gain the upper hand in the following battle and suppress the Fiend Ancestor. The spiritual energy in Zuoxiao's body surged like a tsunami. It was endless and unceasing. Fiend Ancestor Rahu did not dare to show weakness as he crazily counterattacked. In Zuoxiao's heart, his understanding of the profundities of martial arts and the great Tao was constantly rising, constantly advancing, constantly breaking through. Facing such a perfect opponent who had reached the pinnacle and was evenly matched in a one-on-one battle caused Zuoxiao's blood to boil. Every cell in his body was cheering and shouting. Fiend Ancestor Rahu was like an extreme catalyst. He gathered all the messy things that Zuoxiao Duo had learned in his life together and tempered them to the extreme with a heavy hammer. Yet, even though Fiend Ancestor Rahu was doing his best to counterattack, he was still wary of Zuoxiao's hidden weapon attack. His distraction prevented him from interrupting Zuoxiao's enlightenment. Despite knowing that his opponent was using him to gain enlightenment, Fiend Ancestor Rahu could only watch passively. However, he had a calm temperament. He would definitely not lose his composure because of this. Furthermore, Zuoxiao's crazed attacks were extremely beneficial to Fiend Ancestor Rahu. Another 200 breaths passed and 2,700 moves were over. The 9x9 cat hammer once again transformed into a heaven-shaking hurricane. It came crashing down with even greater force. The god-slaying spear screeched as it was blocked by the Fiend Ancestor's hand. The hammer smashed down on the god-slaying spear. Sparks lit up the night sky like lightning. Such a situation had happened many times before. Fiend Ancestor Rahu knew very well that his opponent's next step was to bounce back, followed by another hammer strike that he was already too familiar with this rhythm and routine. But at that moment, the hammer that had paused for less than a 10,000th of a second suddenly produced a strange sound. 2 streaks of cold light flew towards him at lightning speed. The 2 cold beams were accompanied by an extremely sharp wind-tearing sound as they stabbed straight into Fiend Ancestor Rahu's eyes. The sudden turn of events left the Fiend Ancestor alarmed. However, it was already too late for him to dodge. The sneak attack was just too close and too sudden. All he could do was close his eyes and turn his eyelids into his final obstacle. He rapidly injected copious amounts of fiendish aura to barely block the attack. However, this was a killer move that Zuoxiao Duo had been planning for a long time. Furthermore, it was so close that the Fiend Ancestor was unable to react in time. The 2 sharp awls penetrated Fiend Ancestor Rahu's eyelids and into his eyeballs. They were 5 inches deep. Roar! Fiend Ancestor Rahu let out a tragic cry as he desperately retreated. Black blood spewed out from his eyes. The pain he felt at that moment had reached its limits. Ever since Fiend Ancestor Rahu was born, he had never experienced such pain in his long life. Instantly, even his soul seemed to convulse. And at that moment, Zhuxiaoduo's offensive had doubled in strength. The 9x9 cat hammer was like purple firmament divine lightning as it smashed down on the blind and imbalanced fiend ancestor Rahu's body 3,000 times in a continuous stream. The fiend ancestor was instantly reduced to scattered fiendish aura by Zhuxiaoduo. Not even a fingernail-sized bone fragment was left behind. The surrounding space tens of thousands of feet collapsed inwardly. Endless cracks gradually filled one's eyes. The god-slaying spear wailed as it charged into the sky. It circled in midair as it constantly emitted fiendish aura that turned richer and richer. A whirlwind rose as countless fiendish aura rapidly gathered. Zhuxiaoduo brandished his sledgehammer as he smashed down again and again. Clearly he was trying to prevent the fiendish aura from gathering. However, the fiendish aura transformed into countless tiny whirlwinds that spun in the surroundings, each doing their own thing. As such, Zhuxiaoduo could only focus on the east and not the west. It was a futile effort. Finally, that a figure slowly took form in the blob of fiendish aura. As the fiendish aura whooshed, the dissipated boundless fiendish aura was completely absorbed by the figure. As the fiendish aura dissipated, a tall figure appeared with the god-slaying spear in hand. A pair of extremely solemn eyes looked at Zhuxiaoduo's face as he enunciated each word clearly, "Sword Emperor." What a good move. Fiend Ancestor Rahu did not feel that Zhuxiaoduo's moves were despicable, shameless, or despicable. As an expert of the older generation, he understood the rules of combat better than anyone else. How could there be anything despicable or shameless in a battle? Any move should be used. Using all means was the right way to go. Hence, Zhuxiaoduo's moves were completely normal and even appropriate. They made the best use of everything and were extremely exciting. For an expert of the older generation like Rahu, they all agreed on one thing. Those who scolded their enemies as despicable and shameless were those who had lost the battle and were incapable. The strong would never look for excuses. There was no doubt about this. Hence, Fiend Ancestor Rahu only felt amazed by Zhuxiaoduo's moves, because he also had these things. He was even richer than Zhuxiaoduo. However, he could not match up to Zhuxiaoduo's level. He dared to play this move in front of an opponent who was on par with him, or even stronger than him. Just this courage alone was amazing. This was talent. Or could it be inherited? Hence, Fiend Ancestor's other feeling was that Minister Vigilant was indeed not an ordinary person. He had fought with him twice. The first time he was defeated. The second time he gathered his strength and was already able to fight against him. Like father, like son. Father and son were two heroes, but the son was better than the father. There was still no superfluous words. Both sides once again engaged in a chaotic battle. After fighting for the second time, Fiend Ancestor, who felt that he did not lose much energy, suddenly realized that Zhuxiaoduo's combat power seemed to have suddenly increased by several times. His every move was overflowing with a natural self-confidence. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Self-confidence. This was the best reflection of one's own strength. Fiend Ancestor also knew what caused Zhuxiaoduo to change. It was the battle with him today. With the strength of one person, not only did he fight to a draw with Fiend Ancestor, he even blew him up. This result brought Zhuxiaoduo's self-confidence to the point of exploding and even turning the sky upside down. It was also from this moment onwards that Zhuxiaoduo's mentality reached an unprecedented level of perfection. From now on, I am really an invincible expert. I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Dao Ancestor and Fiend Ancestor, and even surpass them. This kind of self-confidence was not only effective in increasing one's own combat power, but it was also effective in increasing one's own strength. There was a saying that was the best, audacious. Cough. In addition, Zhuxiaoduo's control of the power of light and heavy had also advanced from great success to perfection. Whether it was lifting light as if it was heavy or lifting heavy as if it was light, light was not light, heavy was not heavy. Everything was under his control. He could truly do as he pleased, and his thoughts were divine. This hammer seemed as heavy as 1,000 mountains falling, but in fact, it was as straight as a willow leaf fluttering in the wind. In an instant it could still press down on 10,000 peaks. It could switch between light and heavy at will. In such a high-intensity extreme battle, it was impossible for the Demon Alpha to casually switch between huge amounts of power. This was something that not even the Demon Alpha could do. This also caused Fiend Ancestor Rahu to find it more and more difficult as he fought. He gradually found it difficult to cope. Suddenly, Zhuxiaoduo's gaze sharpened as a ferocious glint flashed in his eyes. He gathered unprecedented violence and his attacks became even more violent. Fiend Ancestor Rahu did not dare hesitate. With a roar, the speed of his spear attacks increased, and his body turned into nothingness. All that was left was the god-slaying spear. It was like a dragon rising up and down amidst the copious demonic aura. Suddenly, a black beam shot into the sky. Following Fiend Ancestor's roar, the 10,000 spear shadows of the god-slaying spear converged and condensed into something corporeal. It seemed to transcend time and space as it stabbed out. It was a fatal spear strike. The spear strike was a fatal spear strike. With the 10,000 spear shadows that seemed corporeal and illusory, everything was sealed. There was no heaven on earth, time and space. Then the 10,000 spears merged into one, using the most extreme and corporeal spear strike to kill the enemy. This spear strike could be said to be the culmination of Fiend Ancestor Rahu's lifetime of cultivation. It was also the most spectacular work of his spear Dao attainments. The moment the spear rose, it had already sealed off all of Zhuxiaoduo's dodging space. There was no way to dodge. There was no way to dodge. The only way was to be hit by the spear. What was even more deadly was that Zhuxiaoduo was attacking with his twin hammers at this moment, leaving his chest wide open. The timing of this spear could be said to be like a white steed flashing through a crack, taking advantage of this opening to enter. How could it not hit? Die. Fiend Ancestor Rahu roared. But the next moment something strange happened. The god-slaying spear that was about to pierce Zhuxiaoduo's heart disappeared into thin air. It was as if it had suddenly evaporated from the void, vanishing without a trace. The Void Extermination Pagoda. Fiend Ancestor Rahu was startled. He finally could not help but curse angrily, "Damn it! What a good move." He had actually been tricked once again. The opening that Zhuxiaoduo revealed seemed to be out of habit. Right before he executed his ultimate move, his aura burst forth and he pointed his upper hammer finger to the heavens and lower hammer finger to the earth. Intentionally or unintentionally, he revealed an opening in his abdomen. It disappeared in a flash, but it really existed. Of course, against an ordinary opponent, this oversight was nothing, much less a flaw. However, how could Fiend Ancestor Rahu be compared to an ordinary opponent? Although the two of them had not exchanged blows for long, they had a good grasp of each other's ultimate moves and various tricks. Even if they did not know all of them by heart, it could be said that they had grasped most of them. Fiend Ancestor Rahu had already paid attention to this oversight many times. He was confident that he could grasp this opportunity. And as long as he grasped this opportunity, he could kill this brat who dared to jump around in front of him in one strike. This oversight was fleeting to others. Even if they saw it, they would not be able to grasp it. But to Fiend Ancestor, it was an opportunity to kill a strong enemy. And the key to this was speed. The speed of his attack. Only by attaining godlike speed, combined with the super destructive power of the god-slaying spear, could he achieve his ultimate goal. This was also when Fiend Ancestor confirmed that the timing was right. The moment this flaw was revealed, he struck. But he never expected that this was actually a trap set up by this treacherous brat. This was a trap that should not have existed. Other people did not have spatial artifacts like the Void Extermination Pagoda. Other treasures, even Khanate spirit treasures that specialized in storing things, might not be able to withstand the ultimate attack of his god-slaying spear. But the Void Extermination Pagoda was different. It was a world. The ultimate spear's power was extraordinary, enough to destroy heaven and earth. But to a world it was still child's play. In this way, Zhuxiaoduo had purposely created this oversight. His real goal was to take away the god-slaying spear. It was really deliberate and a deep scheme. One must know that in a normal battle, the god-slaying spear was in his hands most of the time. The spear basically never left his hands. Even if it left his hands occasionally, it was because his spirit was closely connected. Just like just now when his body was destroyed, his spirit was still connected to the god-slaying spear. That was why he could quickly duplicate his body. Or perhaps, it was because of his instantaneous demonic body that Zhuxiaoduo focused more attention on the god-slaying spear. In order to destroy Fiend Ancestor, he had to first separate the connection between Fiend Ancestor and the god-slaying spear. Only when Fiend Ancestor unleashed his full power and the god-slaying spear left his hands would it be Fiend Ancestor's strongest killing move, a sure kill move. At the same time, it also meant that in this move the god-slaying spear would lose its autonomy. The spear would be enslaved. Zhuxiaoduo had planned for this moment. He really did not resist, but instead opened the Void Extermination Pagoda and let the God-slaying spear rush into the Void Extermination Pagoda. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo closed the Void Extermination Pagoda immediately. He had already sealed the God-slaying spear inside, thus separating the connection between Fiend Ancestor and the God-slaying spear. This move could be said to be a stroke of genius, a godly turn of events. But Fiend Ancestor Rahu was almost driven mad by him. How could the weapon that had followed him for countless years suddenly disappear? What the fuck? Zhou Xiaoduo, do you think that a small world without you personally overseeing it can trap the God-slaying spear? Fiend Ancestor Rahu sneered. That's hard to say. I still have a way with numinous treasures, Zhou Xiaoduo said with a smile. That smile was exceptionally punchable. Then I'll let you know what kind of power the God-slaying spear, which is known as the #1 numinous treasure in terms of attack, has. Even if it's a small world, it will collapse because of it. Fiend Ancestor Rahu did not waste any more words. He activated his divine sense and summoned the God-slaying spear. At the same time, he wanted to give the God-slaying pagoda a fierce blow. Even if he could not destroy it, he wanted to cause great damage. But then he was dumbfounded. He could clearly still sense it, but he could not summon it no matter what. It was as if he could not find a way out? What the fuck? Inside the Void Extermination Pagoda. The God-slaying spear was like a meteor chasing after the moon, flying left and right. Its movement speed was about to exceed the speed of light. It had full confidence that no matter what kind of numinous treasure it was, it would not be able to trap it. It could easily charge in from one end and then directly pass through from the other side. But what the God-slaying spear did not expect was that it had barged into a world. Or perhaps a universe? This was simply fucking dog's shit. Why was it so big inside? And it seemed to be changing randomly. It was vast and boundless. Although it could travel millions of miles in an instant, when the divine sense looked around, it was still in the vast void. The God-slaying spear's sharpness gradually diminished. It no longer wanted to get rid of this strange space. It was fine as long as it could get out. But how could it get out? Just as the God-slaying spear was at a loss, suddenly the demonic aura on the other side rose and rolled. It was Smoke Shirsi. Another God-slaying spear was shooting from the other side. It was the exact same God-slaying spear. The God-slaying spear, which had sensed something with its divine sense, was stunned. What the fuck? Was it looking at a mirror? The two God-slaying spears naturally collided, and a fierce battle ensued. Obviously, Smoke Shirsi was no match for the authentic God-slaying spear. He was at a disadvantage as soon as they started to fight. This was also reasonable. After all, Smoke Shirsi was a pirated version. At most it was a fake. On the other hand, the God-slaying spear was the authentic Vita skin. The difference between them was obvious. It was very, very big. After a few rounds of fighting, Smoke Shirsi was beaten until he wailed and was covered in wounds. The God-slaying spear, which had the upper hand, was unprecedentedly furious. What the fuck? There was actually a pirated version. Other things aside, it would definitely protect its rights. What it didn't expect was that Yen Shirsi didn't care about the injuries on his body at all. These injuries were nothing to him. Back then he had been beaten up dozens of times, but because of that, he had friends who could help him in battle. Help! Smoke Shirsi shouted at the top of his lungs. Instantly, swoosh, 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 swoosh. 8 gourds appeared in front of the God-slaying spear. In an instant, they surrounded the God-slaying spear, forming an 8-sided encirclement. Don't move. Put your hands up. Surrender and we'll spare your life. You've been surrounded. Surrender. I'll kill you if you don't. Let Shirsi swallow you. To think that you would have such a day. The God-slaying spear was stunned. Fuck. Why am I surrounded? Upon closer inspection, most of them were old acquaintances and old rivals. Apart from the black and white gourds, there were red, green, purple, yellow and green gourds. Fuck, is this a gourd meeting? Am I in a gourd's nest? Seeing the other party shaking their heads and wagging their tails arrogantly, the God-slaying spear was secretly fearful. The gourds in front of him were all top-notch primordial spiritual treasures. Although they were no match for him individually, any 2 of them would be able to fight him to a draw. If 3 of them ganged up on him, he might be able to deal with them with his lightning speed. At the very least, he might be able to escape unscathed. But if there were more of them, whether he could escape was another matter. This was the experience he had gained after so many years of dealing with them. The biggest problem now was that he was not facing 1, 2, or 3 of them but 8 of them. All of them were staring at him fiercely. What was the meaning of that liquid at the corner of their mouths? Since when did Khanate spiritual treasures start ganging up on each other? Where was their shame? The black gas surrounding the body of the god-slaying spear gradually dissipated. Then, from the body of the spear, the shadow of a youth dressed in black clothes appeared. His face was thin and his gaze was sharp. However, his entire appearance was dejected. You want to win by numbers? Do you have any shame? Where is your dignity as a Khanate spiritual treasure? The god-slaying spear muttered angrily. Hearing this, the other gourds were embarrassed. That's right, we have our dignity too. Why do we need to talk about the rules of the martial world when dealing with evil people like you? We are fighting together to get rid of evil and protect the good. We are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. You have been going against the flow for so many years. All the people with lofty ideals have the right to punish you. Only little Jiao was full of righteousness. She spoke with a stern expression and spoke with conviction. Her words were sonorous, and she looked like a hero from the pugilistic world. That's right. We are upholding justice on behalf of the heavens. The other gourds found a reason and spoke in unison. They all felt that the matter of ganging up on the god-slaying spear, which was a little embarrassing, had become a big deal. We represent justice. Since it is justice, ganging up on him is justice too. The god-slaying spear looked even more defeated. He muttered, shameless. Extremely shameless. You can even come up with such a crazy reason. Is it true that things take after their masters? The Sword Emperor's spiritual treasure is really imitating him. Fine, fine. Then the 8 gourds escorted the god-slaying spear back to the ground of the Tower of Annihilation. They were all arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Bai and Jiao disappeared in a flash. They went back into the cat hammer to fight again. That they came because they were afraid that the other 6 brothers would be too embarrassed to join hands to deal with the god-slaying spear. In fact, it was their arrival that took care of the god-slaying spear without any bloodshed. The god-slaying spear knew that he could not win and did not want to embarrass himself. He stood straight on the ground, but a pair of cold eyes appeared. He stared at the impostor Yen 14. He was not only an impostor. He was also a shameless traitor. His eyes were sharp, merciless, cold. In the beginning, Yen 14 still looked at him bravely. Slowly he felt guilty. Even the body of the spear bent a lot. He lowered his head and slipped to the side, disappearing. People could be shameless. Spears were born straight. They had a higher limit of shamelessness. Humph. The god-slaying spear snorted. Outside. The demon ancestor, who had lost the god-slaying spear, was in an unprecedented sorry state. He was at a complete disadvantage just by using his own cultivation. Wuxia Duo waved his twin hammers, pointing to the east and hitting the west. He was in high spirits. Finally, with a boom. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was blasted into a big ball of demonic energy. However, this demon did not repair the demonic energy and disappeared without a trace. Currently, the demons of the demon race were still around. The demon ancestor was an indestructible body and could not be completely destroyed. However, if this continued, his demon source would inevitably be exhausted. The demon ancestor knew that he was no match for him, so he made a prompt decision to retreat. With 2 hammers in his hands, Wuxia Duo charged into the encirclement of the Dao ancestor with an invincible and disdainful look. As soon as he entered the battle, he attacked with 3,600 hammers. Unbridled, boundless arrogance. Roar. The hammers in Wuxiao's hands rolled up and down, smashing the space into pieces. Great Flood Shaman was originally working together to attack, and he was the main force. However, he was not sent flying by Dao ancestor, and was actually forced out by Wuxiao's violent aura. He could not help but have a gloomy expression. However, with the arrival of Wuxia Duo, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. Many people who were barely holding on took the opportunity to heal their injuries and take medicine. The battle had not been long, but everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Boom 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 boom. With continuous explosions, the Dao ancestor's fists continuously bombarded the 9-9 cat hammer. The impact caused the universe to shake and the space to shatter. Wuxiao's hammers were hit away again and again. The unusually strong recoil made Wuxia Duo feel very uncomfortable. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He did not relax with every blow and every hammer. After 3,600 hammers, another 7,200 hammers were smashed out even more fiercely. He attacked without defending and did not retreat half a step. After this round of smashing, the Dao ancestor let out a muffled groan and flew back. Zhuo also let out a scream and flew out like a kite with a broken string. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Jianghu and the others who had just caught their breaths, once again swarmed around Yi Shiwen, and unleashed their killing moves from all directions. Duo had smashed a total of 18,000 hammers. How could it be so easy to withstand? Not to mention, the Dao ancestor had used his hands to withstand it. Now not only were his hands dripping with blood, but his entire arm was numb. The Dao ancestor was very clear about Duo's cultivation level. He had thought that the 3,600 hammers at the beginning was already the limit of this kid. He should have been exhausted. If that was the case, he could have withstood it calmly and not lost his elegance at all. He could even take advantage of the situation to counterattack. Who would have thought that after 3,600 hammers, this guy would receive another 7,200 hammers? These 18,000 hammer strikes, especially the last 800 hammer strikes, the power was more than double or triple of what it had been in the previous battle. From then on there was no way to dodge. He could only fight head-on. Then his entire body was almost crippled. When Duo finally retreated, the Dao ancestor's side was almost out of strength and could not continue. However, Zhuanglu and the others swarmed forward. In particular, there was Xiaoyan in the middle. Their combat strength was not much inferior to Duo. After barely holding on for less than 10 breaths of time, with a long sigh, the Dao ancestor's clone was once again destroyed. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. Another victory. Moreover, it was a victory after eliminating the demon ancestor. It was very significant. This made everyone feel that the final victory was right in front of their eyes, and they were very close. Only Zhuanglu's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He warned solemnly, "Don't be careless. The Dao ancestor knows that his clone is not a match for all of us, but he insists on using his clone to fight. How can there be no purpose?" Everyone was stunned when they heard that. However, they were all battle-hardened people who had been through hundreds of battles. They instantly understood the severity of the matter. Indeed, this was a problem. If the Dao ancestor wanted to save face, it did not make sense. Would it be more honorable to be defeated? There was no such thing. This is already the fourth clone. Demon Emperor Jun's expression was a little solemn. There must be another reason. Everyone be careful. As expected, 2 more clones of the Dao ancestor appeared. After everyone paid the price of some injuries, they were all successfully destroyed. Especially the last one. The Nether River Patriarch appeared. However, before he could take advantage of the gap to launch a sneak attack, he was killed by Xiaoyan and Duo. That was a nirvanic attack that killed him. The only numinous treasure he had left was the Yuan Killer Sword, which was riddled with scars. It was also in Duo's hands. It was a delightful result, but everyone felt more and more that something was wrong. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was defeated not long after he appeared. He attacked Duo. It was understandable that he lost in a battle of strength. However, the Nether River Patriarch was killed the moment he appeared. Furthermore, he died in a way that destroyed his soul. This seemed too strange. It was as if he had deliberately come out to die. Pay attention to the time. It's been 35 minutes. The Taiji painting gritted its teeth and said. It had blocked the heavenly Dao space for so long in one breath. Furthermore, it was the heavenly Dao space of a Dao ancestor. The Taiji painting was really using all its strength. Could it be stalling for time? It doesn't seem like it. Xiaoyan frowned and said, "I feel a little uneasy. There seems to be a very terrifying feeling." It was not only her. Everyone present had experienced hundreds of battles and had sharp spiritual senses. Many of them already had that ominous feeling. This kind of warning sign of disaster had appeared countless times in their lives. However, every time it appeared, it was accompanied by nothing good. They had to run for their lives and had to deal with it. The remaining 32 people took a deep breath in unison. They were not stingy with the elixirs that could replenish their combat strength and stuffed them into their mouths. If they did not eat it now, they might never have the chance to eat it again in their lives. It was not overboard no matter how cautious they were at this critical moment. As everyone waited, they were shocked to discover that a 7-colored vortex suddenly appeared in the space and rotated slowly. Chapter 1432. A green-robed figure with a smile on his face slowly grew bigger and appeared calmly in the middle of the vortex. Extraordinary indeed. The Tao ancestor appeared from the sky. His voice was still elegant, as if he did not care about the 6 doppelgangers being destroyed. He said lightly, "You are indeed the top of this world. Even my 6 saint doppelgangers are no match for you." 6 saint doppelgangers. These 4 words made Demon Emperor Dong Huang and several Zhu Wu's faces change drastically. It turned out to be the 6 saint doppelgangers. In other words, the 6 saints were the 6 corners that supported the fate of heaven and earth, and now the 6 saints had left. The Tao ancestor chose to sacrifice the 6 doppelgangers in exchange for the fate of the 6 saints' remaining positions to increase his combat power. This should be a secret technique of the Tao ancestor. Demon Emperor Dijuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Could it be that you have already collected the fate of the 6 saints' positions before you came? Just that you haven't had time to refine it? Now that the space here is sealed and the thunder is fighting, it is the best place for you to refine it? That's why you decided to fight?" The Tao ancestor nodded lightly and said, "Your Majesty, you have some knowledge after all." "That's right, that's it." Everyone couldn't help but suck in a deep breath. If that was the case, wouldn't the consequences be too terrifying? Zuoxiao Duo frowned and said, "Then what's the matter with the appearance of the Nether River Patriarch and his death?" The Tao ancestor explained patiently, "Just to increase the chance and the fate of the clan just in case." "What about the demon ancestor Rahu?" Jianghu Wu asked in a deep voice. "Aha, you ask too many questions." The Tao ancestor put his hands behind his back and smiled. "If you don't make a move now, the time will be up." For a moment, everyone felt as if there was a piece of lead pressing down on their hearts. This time, the Tao ancestor's aura was obviously several times stronger than before. Just based on the feeling alone, it was already impossible to match up to him. It was as if everyone was an ant in his palm, and he could destroy them with a flip of his palm. Perhaps, this was the demeanor of the number 1 person in the world in the true sense. However, once this understanding was born in their hearts, how could they fight this battle? Zuoxiao Duo was shocked and puzzled at the same time. The Tao ancestor was so powerful. How could the fiend ancestor, who was as famous as the Tao ancestor, be so weak? Great Witch Dan Kong took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at Flood. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. Flood's eyes turned red at once, and his tall body seemed to stiffen. He stood there in a daze, not moving at all. The veins on his neck bulged, and his entire aura became heavy and sorrowful. Great Witch Dan Kong grinned and laughed happily, as if he would return to the reunion of the brothers and the gathering of the 12 great witches. The pressure was great. However, the battle still had to continue. This battle was still the closest moment to defeating the Tao ancestor. If he missed this moment and this specific environment, the so-called defeat of the Tao ancestor was nothing more than an illusion. Apart from here, there was no other chance. There wasn't much time left. He had to seize the moment. Hearing a thunderous roar, Senior Flood Magus wielded the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, and rushed up first without thinking about his own safety. If there must be casualties, I'll start with her. Everyone also made their moves one after another. Each of them exerted their full strength. Shocking and world-shaking moves were thrown out as if they were free. Ordinary people might not be able to see the essence of the skills even once in a lifetime. At this moment, it was extremely gorgeous and brilliant, but it only lasted for a moment and passed in the blink of an eye. As for the great battle that was about to begin, the intensity of it was even greater than before. Yu Moyan rushed forward a little because he was worried about Dugu Yener's comfort. The Tao ancestor aimed at the gap and slapped heavily on the sword. The long sword had almost no room to resist and was instantly broken. A thunderous force flowed along the broken sword and rushed into the meridians all over his body. In an instant, the meridians all over his body exploded. He fell out without a sound, and the blood all over his body spurted out like a fountain. Dugu Yen also followed in Yu Moyan's footsteps. The two of them were connected by heart. The success of the two wings match made their strength improve greatly. At the same time, they were able to resist the pressure together and share the effect of injuries. At this moment, Yu Moyan was seriously injured, and so was Dugu Yen. Like Yu Moyan, all the meridians all over her body exploded, and blood spurted out all over her body. No, if Dugu Yen didn't share the injury with Yu Moyan was destined to be smashed into pieces and his spirit destroyed. Demon Emperor Jun was shocked and shouted, "Everyone be careful, don't fight recklessly." Now he's several times stronger than before. He can kill people by transmitting his power through objects. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and the sense of powerlessness in their hearts was even stronger than before. Yumoyan's cultivation was now at the peak of the half-saint realm, and he was only half a step away from the sage-to-be. However, even with such a strong cultivation and Dugu Yenner's help to share the injury, he was actually destroyed by the transmission of power through objects. This was simply unbelievable. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they believe it? How was he going to defend himself against such a powerful opponent? The real body of Tao Ancestor, whose divine power was like a prison, severely injured Yumoyan and his wife in one move. Fortunately, Li Chenglong stepped forward to block the attack, and Gao Qiao quickly moved the two to the back to avoid the possibility of them continuing to bear the impact of the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, Zuoxiao Duo, who was attacking aggressively, had already collided with the Tao Ancestor for hundreds of times. Among all the people present, only 6 people, Zhu Wu, Flood, Zuochanglu's family, Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Dong Huang, and Li Chenglong, could fight head-on with the Tao Ancestor. The others didn't dare to fight head-on with the Tao Ancestor. Thinking of this, the heavy feeling in everyone's hearts increased by a few degrees. Even Zuoxiao Duo was no exception. The Tao Ancestor was indeed the Tao Ancestor. He really deserved his reputation. His strength had obviously been greatly reduced, but he could still exert such a terrifying combat power. If the time limit was reached, how powerful would the Tao Ancestor be without any shackles and restrictions? Zuoxiao Duo was burning with anxiety. What should we do? How can we reverse this bad situation? If the situation continued to develop like this, he was afraid that today, they would really be wiped out. Everyone present, including Zhu Wu, Demon Emperor, and the others who had some understanding of the Tao Ancestor's strength, had never thought that the Tao Ancestor would still be so powerful in the face of the joint attack of so many sage-to-be sages even after his strength had been greatly reduced. They were still far from being his match. This was clearly the most perfect design he had ever made. There were targets everywhere, suppression everywhere, unexpected and unexpected. There were even heaven-defying monsters like Zuoxiao Duo and Zuoxiaonian helping in the battle. But the Tao Ancestor still broke through with absolute strength. Even if they wouldn't be completely wiped out here, the Tao Ancestor's strength would definitely be stronger when they got out of here. Once he went to settle the score with them, they would only be defeated one by one. There was even less hope. At the right time, Xiaolong's voice sounded in Zuoxiao's heart. At this moment, the battle is fierce and dangerous. We can only take a risk. Master, swallow and absorb a large amount of luck points and try to break through. If your strength is further improved, you may be able to compete with the people in front of you. Alas, if the space-exterminating pagoda can be more perfect, it can greatly increase your strength. Unfortunately, distant water can't help a nearby fire. Zuoxiao Duo sighed. He now had a huge amount of luck points in his hands, tens of billions of luck points in reserve. But when it came to perfecting the space-exterminating pagoda, most of the supreme-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures with spatial attributes in this world were basically in his hands. How could he get more? Now there was really no other way. He could only choose to take a risk and take a risk. Zuoxiao Duo made up his mind and absorbed 1,000 drops of luck points. In an instant, his meridians immediately showed signs of swelling and tearing. Abundant spiritual energy whistled into his meridians, and a feeling that his whole body was about to explode suddenly attacked him. Zuoxiao Duo felt that his body was filled with a huge amount of power. He couldn't feel better if he didn't release it. The only thought in his mind was to wave his sledgehammer and rush forward with a roar. He launched a fierce attack without any regard for his own safety, and it was almost disorderly. Boom, boom. And in the next dozens of consecutive strikes, he was actually on par with the Tao Ancestor. Seeing that Zuoxiao Duo had taken on most of the Tao Ancestor's attacks and seemed to have some leeway, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of relief. They were still afraid in their hearts. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. If they continued to fight, there would inevitably be casualties. Everyone knew this in their hearts and had already reached a consensus. What they didn't know was that although Zuoxiao Duo looked majestic and insufferably arrogant now, he was actually full of helplessness in his heart. Because through this round of fighting, he had roughly judged a conclusion. According to his current situation, absorbing 2,000 drops of luck points at once was already his limit. And now he was doing his best to fight desperately, seemingly on par with the Tao Ancestor. However, he was just using the absorbed power for other purposes and not really integrating it into his body. In other words, at least in a short period of time, This method was not to improve his true strength. This also showed another thing. As long as the other party adapted to his current rhythm, then it would be his turn to suffer again. As expected, after 100 hammers, the Dao ancestor let out a long laugh and punched heavily on the 9-9 cat hammer. Just like the previous strong collision, the flesh fist hit the hammer hard, but the result was very different. With a muffled boom, Xiao Jiao, who was attached to the 9-9 kitty hammer, let out a miserable cry and was almost shattered. As for Zuo Duo, he retreated 100 feet as if he had been electrocuted. The Tao ancestor, who had repelled the enemy with a punch, suddenly moved and grabbed the mace in Changliang Zhu Wu's hand. Changliang Zhu Wu wanted to let go and retreat, but it was too late. Changliang only felt as if his whole body had been electrocuted, and his meridians felt as if they were about to explode. Then his whole body was pulled over by the Tao ancestor. The powerful Zhu Wu's body was actually unable to resist. Gong Gong Emperor, Demon Emperor Jiang, and the others were all shocked. They hurriedly rushed up to help, but they saw Dao ancestor draw a weird circle with his other hand. A magical power emerged, mixed with the power of Dao, and blocked all the people outside. Then, the mace turned into powder with a crisp bang. Then Changliang Zhu Wu screamed and fell down softly. His soul, divine sense, and physical life were all shattered like the mace, scattering in all directions like dust. At the instant that everyone's eyes almost split apart from rage, the candle dragon let out a shrill howl as well, and then half of its body suddenly vanished and transformed into powder. The Flood Witch and the others rushed forward bravely and attacked with all their might. However, in the next moment, the candle dragon's body exploded like a bomb. Just now, he was the closest and had made up his mind to self-explode, hoping to cause serious damage to the Tao ancestor. However, the Tao ancestor had already seen through his plan and would not give him a chance. He shattered half of his body through the air, so self-exploding naturally did not work. His original action was equivalent to sending himself to the Tao ancestor's door, and he was completely destroyed by the other punch. When everyone saw that Zuo Duo had suddenly shown his power and seemed to have suppressed the Tao ancestor, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then the situation changed again. It was getting worse and worse, and it was almost out of control. As Zhu Wu, Changliang, and the Candle Dragon died one after another, Xiang Chong and Zhan Xuejuan were also seriously injured. This was still not enough. The team was usually well trained, and the small team cooperated well with each other. They would always work together to resist and share the attack. Otherwise, at least one or two of the three would have died. However, even so, the three of them were seriously injured and could no longer fight. Zhu Wu and Di Jiang, who were at the side, went completely crazy at this moment. Their brothers were turning into ashes in front of them one after another, and they did not even have time to say a word. What a tragic reality. In fact, it was not only Di Jiang. The hearts of the remaining 4 ancestral sorcerers had been broken into pieces. At this point there was no reason to speak of. They only wanted to rush forward and perish together with the opponent in front of them. They wanted to die together with the enemy. Zuo Duo roared and rushed forward again, waving the 9x9 cat hammer wildly. This time he absorbed a total of 2,000 drops of luck points in one go. This was already the upper limit that he estimated that he could bear at the moment. It was also because of this that his movement speed and explosive power suddenly soared to the extreme. It was an unprecedented extreme. It was also because of this that he was ahead of Di Jiang and the others. The reason why Zuo Duo went to this extreme was very simple. If he allowed Di Jiang and Zhu Wu to die impulsively like this, it would not help the overall situation at all. His team would only suffer a serious loss of combat power, and there would be even less hope. The death of Zhu Wu and the Candle Dragon was a clear proof. A simple self-explosion could not threaten the Tao ancestor at all. It would only be a waste of their lives. The 9x9 cat hammer suddenly enlarged and waved wildly, blocking the way forward of Di Jiang and the others. It was also at this moment Grand Magus Dan Kong, who had not participated in the siege since the beginning of the battle, suddenly moved. Well, Dan Kong had participated in the previous 6 battles to destroy the doppelgangers. But now, in the face of the Tao ancestor's true body, Grand Magus Dan Kong's strength was not enough. No matter how angry he was, he could only watch from the side. But because of this, his strength and vitality had been greatly restored, and he had recovered 90% of his normal state. However, this 90% strength was insignificant for the Tao ancestor's true body. But at this moment he moved. With his unique space power, he activated the limit of teleportation. teleportation and space power were the best skills of Grand Magus Dan Kong, and they were also the skills that he had the highest attainment in. But this time he did not attack with it. Instead, with a teleportation, he came in front of the Tao ancestor instantly. He opened his hands and used his head and chest to welcome Zhuoxiaoduo's hammer. He stared at Zhuoxiaoduo with only calmness and guilt in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Xiaoduo." Boom. Zhuoxiaoduo's hammer with all his strength was meant to stop the enemy and protect his friends. But he never dreamed that Grand Magus Dan Kong would suddenly appear and block his hammer with his body as if he was protecting the Tao ancestor. However, the momentum of the hammer had reached its end, and there was no time to stop or even weaken the power of the hammer. With a loud bang, the 9-9 cat hammer crazily smashed into the chest of Senior Witch Dan Kong. The huge hammer smashed his head into pieces, and his entire body was turned into powder under the unparalleled wind of the hammer. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only Zhuoxiaoduo's roar could be heard in the air. "What are you doing? Bastard, why are you doing this?" Even the Tao ancestor was stunned at this moment. He also couldn't figure it out. Why did this Wu people Dan Kong sacrifice his life to protect him at this time? This shouldn't be. It didn't make sense. Even if he saw that he had the upper hand and wanted to turn around and surrender to him, he didn't need to show his loyalty like this. He just put his head under Zhuoxiaoduo's hammer and died inexplicably. Why was this? What was his purpose? But then, the Tao ancestor, who had lived in the world for countless years and accumulated infinite wisdom, seemed to understand something. His puzzled eyes suddenly turned into anger. Dan Kong. The raging fire Grand Magus and the ice deep Magus's twisted and sorrowful expression became a little more understanding. With the destruction of Grand Magus Dan Kong's divine soul, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly felt that there was a huge change inside the Tower of Annihilation. A huge change that almost shook the world. The whole Tower of Annihilation was roaring and turbulent. It seemed that the whole world was expanding, becoming broader, stronger, and closer to perfection. If the previous Tower of Annihilation had the embryonic form of a world, then the current Tower of Annihilation was the embryonic form of a world. The former was still not a world, but the latter was a real world. With the birth of the world, mysterious Taoist connotations suddenly flashed on Zhuoxiaoduo's body. His momentum and cultivation were increasing at an amazing rate. It seemed that there was no upper limit and it continued to grow endlessly. It seemed that the surging spiritual qi, even if it really made Zhuoxiaoduo explode, could still continue to grow without limit. The Tao ancestor's eyes flashed, and he suddenly attacked Zhuoxiaoduo. He attacked with all his strength. He intended to kill with one blow, and he attacked with all his strength. At this time, Zhuoxiaoduo felt that his whole body and mind were dizzy because of the sudden surge of abundant spiritual qi. Coupled with the shock of Grand Magus Dan Kong's sudden death under his hammer, he couldn't resist and he staggered and made bad moves. Stop him. The great flood which rushed forward as if his life depended on it. The Tower of Annihilation is being perfected. It's comparable to the Tao ancestor's level. You must stop him. With a roar, the first to react were Zhuoqianglu and Wu Yuding. So that's it. The truth of Grand Magus Dan Kong's inexplicable death should be here. No matter how powerful the Tower of Annihilation had become, the origin of the Tower of Annihilation was to destroy Grand Magus Dan Kong. This was the established destiny of the Tower of Annihilation. Destiny. Even though the relationship with the Umno Alliance was eased later, and they fought side by side against the enemy, and the past grievances were gradually put aside, the original mission given to the Tower of Annihilation was never completed. Thinking back, when Zhuoxiaoduo got the Tower of Annihilation, he also made an oath to kill Grand Magus Dan Kong. This karma would not change because of the change of position. Zhuoxiaoduo's Tower of Annihilation had all the conditions to become a complete world. The only thing it lacked was its own karma. Now, Grand Magus Dan Kong died under Zhuoxiaoduo's hammer, and the karma was completed. The destiny of the Tower of Annihilation was completed, and a world was formed. From now on, the Tower of Annihilation was no longer the Tower of Annihilation, but a small world, a complete and perfect small world. Yes, it was a complete and perfect small world, but not perfect. It was because of the factor of the Good Fortune Jade Disc. Only by getting the Good Fortune Jade Disc could the small world be perfect, but this had nothing to do with the destiny of the Tower of Annihilation. On this point, when the source of Zhuoxiaoduo's small world was known by the Wu tribe, Great Witch Dan Kong already had an idea in his heart. At that time, the Tower of Annihilation was just a huge space equipment, so Grand Magus Dan Kong didn't feel anything. At most, he was often joked about. At that time, the 12 Grand Magi of the Umno Alliance were all there, and their destiny was complete. If the world didn't change, the 12 Grand Magi would never fall. No matter what kind of karma it was difficult. Especially at that time, the relationship between them had eased a lot, so Zhuo Duo had no position to go against Grand Magus Dan Kong. Until Zhu Wu was rescued, Zhuo Duo also came to discuss several times. In order to eliminate the disputes between the two continents, after the small world was formed, could it be loaded with the small world? And then perfectly solve the problem of clear heaven's doom. Grand Magus Dan Kong vaguely had an idea. So for this he specially consulted Xianming Zhu Wu, who had a stronger space ability than himself. At that time Ancestral which Xianming laughed with a bit of schadenfreude and explained, if this is the case, if Dan Kong does not die, the extermination tower will never become a small world. How can a small world be so easy to achieve? If this small world is formed, what will happen? Done. This kid will be the creator of the world. Xianming Zhu Wu said, it's similar to Panga's father god. His strength will increase to the level of invincibility in an instant. Unfortunately, this kid's world is destined to be complete. You are one of the keys to the perfection of the Wu people's destiny. Both are destined to be difficult. Xianming Zhu Wu wouldn't help Zhuo Duo no matter what position he was in. Naturally, he kept this matter a secret. In fact, it wasn't difficult to achieve this condition. As long as Grand Magus Dan Kong fell in the hands of Zhuo Duo, the destiny of the Tower of Annihilation would be complete, and there would be no more karma. The Tower of Annihilation would no longer be the Tower of Annihilation, and the world would be formed. However, at this time the two continents were cooperating, and Dan Kong and Zhuo Duo had a good relationship. How could Zhuo Duo kill Dan Kong? Not to mention that Zhuo Duo didn't know the trick of this matter. Even if Zhuo Duo knew, he wouldn't do it. At that time Xianming Zhu Wu didn't mean it, but Grand Magus Dan Kong listened attentively. After a few days, Grand Magus Dan Kong found the flood which again to discuss the achievement of Zhuo Duo's small world. However, the flood which firmly rejected it. Don't let your imagination run wild. Putting aside the fact that the integrity of the 12 great sorcerers is related to the fate of the sorcerer tribe, it doesn't make sense for us to die for the sake of a space treasure of Zhuo Duo. There is absolutely no room for discussion. For this matter, the flood which beat Dan Kong up. From then on, Dan Kong was forbidden to meet Zhuo Duo. Grand Magus Dan Kong didn't want to die. Who would really want to die if they could live? So the matter had been dragged on like this. However, in the previous scuffle between the three clans, 3 of the 12 Grand Magi were killed. The so-called destiny of the Wu people was perfect and no longer existed. Grand Magus Dan Kong, who had already let go of the knot in his heart, raised it again. However, he didn't discuss this matter with others. Today the war was fierce and dangerous. The powerhouses of the 3 clans were killed one after another. Zhu Wu and several of his brothers were also killed. Grand Magus Dan Kong, who knew that he couldn't do anything to the Tao ancestor, made a decision. He decided to use his own life to facilitate this destiny and end the karma. He didn't want to see his brothers die one by one. The seniors of the Wu people fell one by one. He was powerless. He couldn't even participate in the war because he was too weak. Did he want to see his brothers die one by one? Only he, a waste who couldn't even participate in the war, was left to be strangled to death in the end? Seeing the Tao ancestors' earth-shattering strength and the fact that everyone was not his opponent even if they joined forces to besiege him, Grand Magus Dan Kong was determined to fight with his life. Finally, he used his space teleportation for the last time. He let himself stand in front of the Tao ancestor and die under Zhuo Duo's hammer. Therefore, his last eyes were full of guilt towards Zhuo Duo. Because he knew that no matter what the result of his death was, whether Zhuo Duo was promoted or not, the pain of killing his friends with his own hands was bound to be borne by Zhuo Duo himself. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to. Grand Magus Dan Kong thought so. So, I'm sorry, Zhuo Duo. Zhuo Duo certainly did not know about the entanglement of karma and destiny between the Great Witch Dan Kong and the Tower of Annihilation. In fact, it was not only him, even Jianghu and the others did not know about it. Even though their cultivation was high enough, they were limited by their knowledge and experience. They simply could not realize the real relationship between the Great Witch Dan Kong and the Tower of Annihilation. What's more, they didn't think that the formation of a world was actually related to karma. However, when Grand Magus Dan Kong died, the Tower of Destruction suddenly changed, and Zhuo Duo suddenly became stronger for no reason. Everyone vaguely realized this point. After all, everyone knew the original origin of Zhuo Duo's Tower of Destruction. from this to the other they were naturally enlightened. In an instant, everyone risked their lives and rushed forward. Including the remaining 4 Zhu Wu, the Demon Emperor and the Demon Empress, even the seriously injured Yu Moyan and others rushed forward. Because everyone knew that if this stalemate continued, they would definitely lose. They must give Zuoxiao Duo a chance to improve his strength. If the Tao ancestor killed Zuoxiao Duo before he finished upgrading, then there would be no hope in this battle. Now all the hope in this battle was on Zuoxiao Duo. All the hope was that, after this upgrade, Zuoxiao Duo could have the strength comparable to the Tao ancestor. Otherwise there would still be no hope in this battle. Everyone's only bargaining chip. Grand Magus Dan Kong could sacrifice his life to fulfill his wish. Would they cherish death? As for Zuoxiao Duo, he was kicked out by the flood which at the first moment. Boom boom boom. The Tao ancestor also seemed to realize something and began to attack with all his strength, all killing moves. People were constantly being hit and sent flying. Yu Moyan, Wanli Xiu, Du Guyen'er, Gao Qiao, Zhen Piapiao and the others were already seriously injured. After one attack they were directly lying on the ground and vomiting blood. They completely lost the ability to fight and could only wait passively for the sky-mending stone to heal them. Gao Qiao, struggled to climb to the side of Wanli Xiu, who had used up the sky-mending stone. She pulled the hand of the unconscious Wanli Xiu and put it on her chest that the sky-mending stone didn't have much energy left. The remaining energy could barely ensure that the 2 women didn't die. Until now, Gao Qiao was still trying her best to fulfill the responsibility of the logistics chief of the brigade. Just as she finished, she saw Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing and Long Yuxing being smashed out and vomiting blood. They fell heavily on the ground and couldn't move. Then, the Raging Fire Grand Magus couple and the Icy Nether Grand Magus were hit and sent flying. They were also on the verge of death. Xiang Chong and the others hurried over and used the method that Gao Qiao had just used to save the 3 of them. But there was no doubt that the above 11 people had completely lost the ability to fight. They were destined to not be able to fight in the following battle. No, it should be 13 people. Yu Yan'er and Zhan Xuejuan were also hit and sent flying. Zhuo Changlu, who had blocked half of the attacks for them, vomited 5 to 6 mouthfuls of blood. He staggered and couldn't breathe, almost unable to continue fighting. Kunping Demon Master saw that things were not good. At the critical moment, he transformed into his original form and used his huge body to block in front of Zhuo Changlu and the others, taking the attack of the Tao ancestor. Dong Huang Bell immediately stood in front of Kunpeng to protect him and took the attack of the Tao ancestor. But with a loud bang, half of Kunpeng Demon Master's body was smashed. Pieces of flesh flew all over the sky. His body flew out hundreds of times and rolled on the ground silently. After the loud bang, Dong Huang Bell let out another cry. Cracks appeared on the bell that had never been damaged. His Majesty Dong Huang, who was connected to the bell, vomited blood and his face was pale. With another loud bang, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Yu Xingqin, Lei Zhang Tian and the others joined forces to block the follow-up attack that was smashing towards Dong Huang. One by one they spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. Many pieces of their internal organs appeared along with the blood they spat out. They had also completely lost the ability to fight. At this point there were only 11 people left in the allied forces. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, Zhuo Xiaoyan, Dong Huang, Demon King, Demon Empress, Flood, Gonggong, Dijiang, Tianwu and Shen Ming. Moreover, all of them were injured and their combat power was greatly reduced. The 11 of them continued to use their remaining strength to attack and resist desperately. However, the situation was getting worse and worse. The strength of the Tao ancestor was too terrifying. At this moment his main focus was basically on Zhuo Changlu, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Demon King Dong Huang, Flood and the others. The most important one was Zhuo Xiaoyan. If it were not for the many layers of protection on Zhuo Xiaoyan's body and the sword chi left by sect leader Tong Tian, which blocked a few fatal attacks for her, even if Zhuo Xiaoyan's strength was the best among all of them, she would at least be seriously injured and lose her combat power. Everyone was fighting desperately and roaring in their hearts. Zuoxiao Duo, hurry up. Chapter 1433. Zuoxiao Duo, who had temporarily left the battlefield, only felt that he was receiving an inexplicable infusion from head to toe. The meridians in his body were constantly being washed by this enormous spiritual energy. Even his soul and divine sense were transforming and being reborn. In the Tower of Annihilation, the embryonic form of the world was formed. Earth, fire, water, and wind were all present. Countless mountains and seas were emerging one after another. The sky was getting higher and higher, until the end could not be seen. The earth was getting thicker and thicker, carrying all things. Countless stars were densely packed in the sky. Countless Taoist rhythms were being produced bit by bit, constantly rotating in the air and flowing on the earth. Every cell in his body was cheering, constantly increasing its energy. Even his hair felt like it was being reborn from the inside out. Too slow. Faster, faster, faster. Ah. Zhuxiaoduo was crazily shouting and urging in his heart. In the Tower of Annihilation, the embryonic form of the world was finally established. The structure was fixed. Everything was trembling madly, turbulent, and expanding. The Tower of Annihilation, which had lost its obsession and completed its destiny mission. The changes at this moment were infinitely terrifying. The realm was also instantly turned upside down, and the sea turned into mulberry fields. The original mountains were flattened, and the original flat land turned into an ocean. The originally sparse forest was wildly expanding. Small trees, like balloons, grew and thickened. Gradually, it became 3 people's embrace, 5 people's embrace. The trunks of the trees towered into the clouds. The dense forest stretched out as far as the eye could see, as if to the end of the world. Countless cliffs, countless mountains, countless lakes, countless seawater, countless. There were even snowy mountains, glaciers, and there were also some creatures that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere suddenly. There were birds and beasts, and Zhuxiaoduo felt that his entire spirit and cultivation were expanding along with the expansion of the world. He trembled, exhilarated, and lost. It was as if he was having a strange, absurd, and bizarre dream that was absolutely real. He anxiously thought, "Wake up. Wake up. The battle outside is very dangerous." He kept urging. His heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps it was an instant, perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps it was a lifetime. Finally, it stopped. Zhuxiaoduo only felt that the earth-shaking throbbing in his soul had disappeared. His entire body suddenly felt relaxed. He abruptly opened his eyes. He didn't even have time to sense the changes in his body or the progress in his cultivation. He immediately summoned the 99 kitty hammer. With a roar, he rushed into the battle. With a thought, he scanned the battlefield with his divine sense. Everyone on his side was on the verge of collapse. Regardless of whether it was the Demon Emperor and Demon Empress Dong Huang, or Zhuqianglu and his wife, they were all vomiting blood as they fought. They were barely holding on, completely ignoring the blood that was continuously flowing out of their mouths, noses, and facial orifices. That was a sign that his internal organs had been severely shaken and he had suffered extreme internal injuries. The situation was extremely critical. Everyone was only holding on with their willpower. Just as Zhuxiaoduo rushed forward, the Tao ancestor swept his palm fiercely. While everyone was trying their best to resist, his palm suddenly turned into 7 palms and pierced through the trees. Wu Yuding let out a muffled groan. She had already been slapped on the shoulder. With a cracking sound, her entire shoulder was smashed, and she flew out like a kite with a broken string. "Mom?" Zhuxiaoduo shouted and flew forward to catch Wu Yuding. He quickly stuffed a pill into his mouth and then raised his sledgehammer and rushed into the battle. As soon as he thought about it, he arrived above the Tao ancestor at an unimaginable speed. An unprecedentedly ferocious aura blasted towards the Tao ancestor. There was also an extremely gentle force that gently pushed everyone away. At the same time, 2 bottles of elixirs were thrown into Zhuxiaoyan's arms. It was the 9 Revolutions golden pill. With a crisp bang, the 99 cat hammer was like thunder and lightning. It instantly evolved into a sea of thunder and lightning. It quickly condensed above the head of the Tao ancestor. Then, like a river of thunder, the thunder and lightning poured down. For a moment, the entire space within 1,000 feet was filled with the black and white colors generated by Zhuxiaoduo's 99 cat hammer. The Tao runes circulated one after another, turning into a thunderstorm that was infinitely arrogant. Such a Tao rune was actually a completely unfamiliar Tao rune. It was a Tao rune that did not belong to this world. Seeing that an unprecedented attack was approaching, a divine sword appeared in the Tao ancestor's hand. The sword was as clear as water, and its style was ancient. However, it was naturally mixed with an aura of a ruler descending to the world. It was as if once the sword was out, all the living beings in the entire space, regardless of the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, had to bow their heads and worship it. "The name of the sword is Chun Jun," the Tao ancestor said calmly. "It has already been 100,000 yuan hui. It has yet to appear in the mortal world." With a sway of the sword, it had already transformed into thousands of cold lights. Every sword light accurately blocked the enemy's hammer. There was no mistake. However, Zuo Duo did not retreat at all. He did not give in at all and fought fiercely. At this moment, Zuo Duo felt that his cultivation base was about to explode. Even now, his meridians were still absorbing the spirit chi that was gushing in. They were still expanding and becoming stronger. There was more than enough to go around and it was endless. At that moment, Zuo Duo roared, "What sword can compare to my cat hammer?" The Tao ancestor stared at the two hammers and personally felt the thunderous impact of the two hammers. The muscles on his face twitched, and there was an inexplicable expression in his eyes. It was the same expression as the Flood Witch's when she heard the name of the two hammers. Such a divine artifact. Even if it fought head-on with a peerless divine sword like the Chunjun sword, it was not at a disadvantage at all. It even took the initiative and suppressed the heaven-defying divine weapon of the Chunjun sword. It was actually called such a name. If you don't know how to name it, then don't name it, okay? You are ruining the style of such a divine artifact for no reason. The collision did not stop, and the battle between the two of them became more and more intense. Out of everyone's expectations, Zuo Duo, whose strength had improved by leaps and bounds as soon as he started, continued to fight with the Tao ancestor, and his cultivation was still improving by leaps and bounds. As time passed, he actually became more and more powerful. From the beginning, he was not proficient and not very harmonious. Gradually, he climbed to the great perfection. It seemed that his foundation was unstable and his realm was unstable. It was difficult for his moves and routines to match the sudden improvement of his cultivation. However, in the continuous battle, everything was harmonious. In just a moment, regardless of his foundation, realm, or moves, they seemed to have been precipitated and tempered for hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years. They were perfect. The situation of the battle also changed from being at a disadvantage at the beginning, to gradually recovering the situation, to being at a slight disadvantage, but attacking and defending, until they were evenly matched. Zuo Duo's speed of improvement was so fast that it made people flabbergasted and unable to believe it. This subtle feeling of witnessing the occurrence of a miracle with their own eyes made everyone feel that what they saw in front of them was absurd, but it was true. They never knew that the speed and extent of a person's cultivation could be so fast and so great. Looking at Zuo Duo, who was now fighting with the Tao ancestor and was not at a disadvantage at all, everyone felt that their worldview had been subverted. In other words, it had been subverted long ago. How many years had it been since Zuo Duo entered the Tao and cultivated? In terms of human time, it was only a total of more than 20 years. Even with the variation of the flow of time in the Tower of Emptiness, one day was 1,000 days and 1 year was 1,000 years. All in all, it was only a few thousand years. However, his current cultivation was already on par with the Tao ancestor, the most powerful person in the world for countless years. This was not just a miracle. It should be called a miracle, a legend, a super legend. Zuo Duo's strength was still increasing, and his cultivation was also deepening. Now, his state was like a sea, and there was always the water of the Yangtze River pouring into it with a surging momentum, constantly strengthening the foundation of the sea. It was more and more surging, more and more like a raging tide. The sound of the collision between the hammer and the sword was still dense, but the body of the Tao ancestor was obviously trembling, and the expression on his face was unprecedentedly dignified. There was not much time left. Everyone had excellent eyesight, and they all saw that the Tao ancestor still had enough strength to support Zuo Duo's attack. Although it seemed that Zuo Duo now had the upper hand, it was still impossible to defeat the Tao ancestor in a short time. If the current situation continued, the two sides would be evenly matched. Another 3 days and 3 nights might not be enough to determine the winner. However, the power that sealed this space was only left with less than 10 minutes. The 1-hour time limit given by the Taiji diagram was about to pass. Once Dao Zhu regained his connection with the outside world, even if Zuo Duo had become the lord of a world, it would still be of no use as it was still too early. Because the Tao ancestor, who was free of the shackles, could mobilize the power of the entire ancestral land, which was beyond the power level of Zuo Duo's power. Thinking of this, Zuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zuo Xiaoyan, who had just rested for 2 minutes and slightly recovered their vitality, took a step forward together. At the same time, the Demon Emperor, Demon Empress, and Dong Huang, the 3 giants of the Demon Clan, also took a step forward together. Flood and the 4 Zhu Wu also took a step forward. The auras of the 11 peerless experts merged into one and surged out together. Under the influence of the aura, even the Tao ancestor had to divert part of his energy to pay attention to their movements. But now things were different. The situation was very different now. Just now, he could ignore it because the attack just now was not a threat to him at all. Naturally, he could handle it with ease. But now there was Zuo Duo, an opponent who was comparable to him, restraining him head-on. The situation was unprecedentedly bad. Coupled with these powerful enemies on the other side, it was not only one disaster after another, but it was also an imminent danger. How could he not pay attention? Zuo Duo felt that the spiritual aura in his body was boiling, and for a moment he was in high spirits. But at the same time he could not help but be anxious. Because he also knew that there was no way to determine the winner, and if this stalemate continued, his side would be finished. The time left for him was not much. According to the current situation of the battle, even if his parents and others joined the battle and participated in the siege, there was not enough time. Now 51 minutes had passed, and there were only 9 minutes left before the shackles of this space would lose effect. At that time, everyone would die without a burial place. Xiao Yun Zhonghu, Bai Yun Duo, and Zhu Yan were still in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. If Xiao and Bai Yun Duo came out at this time, not only would they not play a role in surprise, but they would also lose their lives in vain. As for Zhu Yan, Zuo Duo thought about it again and again, and finally decided to call it out to help. It was not that Zhu Yan's cultivation was much stronger than Bai Yun Duo and Xiao, and it was enough to change the situation of the battle, but Zuo Duo felt that Zhu Yan had a strategic role, and the role it could play might be beyond imagination. That this was a gamble, but so far the gamble with Zhu Yan as the wager had always been the victory of his side. This matter was mysterious, but the result was the same and he had to admit it. At the very least, Zhu Yan's spiritual deterrence effect was strong enough. In view of this, Zuo heart stirred. Wuxia. Zhu Yan raised its mace and rushed out with a howl. The poison of misfortune was like a sharp poisonous arrow, shooting at the Tao ancestor with power. Bang! The Tao ancestor casually sent it flying with a palm, his face calm and without any change as if he did not care at all. However, deep in his eyes there was a sudden flash. Why was this unlucky thing here too? Back then, it was this bastard who suddenly appeared and caused the complete creation disk to only have a little core left. It was also the origin of the creation jade disk. This was the greatest jinx since the creation of the world, the greatest jinx since ancient times. The beast of misfortune. Nothing good happened to anyone who saw it, no exception. To actually encounter this thing in such a battle that would decide the world. How inauspicious. The Tao ancestor muttered in his heart. As everyone swarmed forward, the situation of the battle continued to tilt and was completely reversed. The Tao ancestor was suppressed to a disadvantage by the joint forces of everyone. This was still the strength of the others and Zuo Duo showing too great a gap. As for Zuo Duo, it was because of an accident that his cultivation strength suddenly increased. Naturally, there was no such thing as rehearsing in advance, and the cooperation between them was very disjointed. Although the Tao ancestor was forced to a disadvantage, it was not to the extent that he was completely powerless to fight back. He resisted stubbornly and did not lose. Time passed bit by bit and everyone became more and more anxious. There was almost not enough time. There were still the last 6 minutes. Although the outcome of a battle between experts was only in an instant, how could an undying and indestructible powerhouse like the Tao ancestor be resolved in an instant? As time passed bit by bit, the Tao ancestor became more and more accustomed to finding loopholes in everyone's cooperation and taking the opportunity to counterattack. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. More than a dozen shadows suddenly flashed from the Tao ancestor's body and flew to attack everyone. As for his true body, he took a step across space and arrived in front of Li Chenglong, grabbing at Li Chenglong's throat. This attack was bound to succeed. At this moment, the Tao ancestor was completely confident that this guy would definitely die under this attack of his. He had long calculated in his heart that the greatest difficulty in this battle was not Zuo sudden increase in strength, but Li Chenglong, this guy who was in overall control of the overall situation. It was his manipulation and command that made up for the gap in strength between everyone. Otherwise, someone would have died long ago. This guy's command was too accurate. He had to kill this guy as soon as possible. A hand instantly grabbed Li Chenglong's throat. Li Chenglong roared angrily and wanted to parry, but it was too late. The Tao ancestor's attack was too fast, too fast. Swish. Even if it was Zuo Duo, it was already too late for him to save him. Just as he was feeling cold in his heart, an arrow, in an even more unexpected and abrupt manner, tore the space from the sky and turned the entire space from the sky to the earth into a black hole of eternal annihilation. Pai Yibao, who had never made a move since the start of the battle, finally made a move. Facing an existence like the Tao ancestor, Pai Yibao's attack was to gather all his soul and divine sense power and the limit of his cultivation. Because he knew that he only had a chance to shoot this arrow. It was not because there was no second chance against the Tao ancestor, but also because he had no combat power after this arrow. Therefore, Pai Yibao had been waiting for this opportunity, afraid that he would miss it. He stood quietly in the void. Even though the battle below was extremely tragic, he still did not make a move. He watched as the experts on his side were sacrificed, but he did not make a move, because he felt that it was not an opportunity. Previously, when the Tao ancestor's 6 clones were fighting, Pai Yibao did not move at all. He did not even circulate his energy. He felt that it was useless to make a move. But now he finally made a move. The opportunity was here. Even this time he did not make a move to save Li Chenglong. But the real time was right. The Tao ancestor used his clones to force the others away. His true body rushed towards Li Chenglong. The target was pure and direct. There was no doubt about the effect. However, the process of this action was obviously too much. This attack that was bound to succeed would no longer deviate midway. Therefore, at this moment, Pai Yibao gathered all his soul, divine sense, and cultivation, and shot down. The speed of this arrow surpassed everything. It even surpassed Wuxia Duo and the Tao ancestor, who used all his strength. Once the arrow was shot, Pai Yibao, who was in the air, no longer had any strength. He floated down weakly like a piece of paper. If no one caught him, he could even fall to his death. Because his entire person was now more empty than an empty shell. Within a year he would not be able to make such an arrow a second time. The Tao ancestor's fingers had already felt the temperature of Li Chenglong's neck. Suddenly the top of his head turned cold. Swoosh! An arrow pierced through the top of his head. Relying on a cultivator's instinct for danger, his body instinctively leaned back. However, this arrow had already entered his head. The pain at this moment could be said to be unprecedented. It was as if his soul was split. Even with the Tao ancestor's temperament, he could not help but roar to the sky. Li Chenglong did not know why he was able to escape death. However, with an astonishing reaction, he rolled over and dodged more than 100 feet away. However, he still felt a chill in his throat. Pai Yibao's ultimate arrow was 3 feet long. At this moment, it was more than a foot into the Tao ancestor's head. However, it was the first time since the start of the battle that they had seriously injured the Tao ancestor's true body. It was an unprecedented injury. The Tao ancestor was in so much pain that he wanted to die. The auspicious clouds under his feet disappeared and gathered on his head. He wanted to recover quickly. Suddenly he let out another roar. His thick cultivation base wrapped around his wound, and an arrow shot out from his head, mixed with red and white blood. It rushed into the sky. The Tao ancestor's face turned even paler. This arrow had actually used up all of his reserved potential, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, he was still seriously injured. At this moment, his hatred was incomparable. He was filled with anger. However, until now he still did not know why there was this arrow. Why was there an enemy who was not under his perception? At a glance he saw Pai Yibao, who was like a withered leaf. He could see his cultivation level at a glance. Half-step sage. He was only a half-step sage. The Tao ancestor was extremely angry, but he was even more confused. Although a half-step sage cultivator was at the top level of cultivators in the world and had a chance to hurt him, to seriously injure him, there were at least 3 factors. None of them could be missing. Firstly, he did not know the existence of this person. He had never noticed it from the beginning to the end. Could such a person exist? Secondly, in order to hurt him, the other party had to integrate all his cultivation strength, life, and soul into one attack. Only then could it reach the level of injuring his Tao body. Thirdly, even if the above 2 conditions were met, the extreme outburst of a half-step saint would only be able to injure him. It would not be able to inflict serious injuries on him. This was because there would still be some energy left after breaking through his protective yuan qi. Even if he was injured, it would only be a flesh wound. However, just now he had forced out several clones, forcefully pushed away all the enemies except Li Chenglong, and even wanted to kill them in one strike. He did not leave any leeway and used all his strength, causing his defensive power to drop to the lowest point. However, It was equivalent to helping the archer achieve the third element that could severely injure him. This was really fucking wrong. When it came to it, after planning and scheming, the one who was schemed against was me. However, the most incomprehensible thing was, why did this bastard not have any aura at all? There was actually such a person in this world who did not have any sense of existence? As the Tao ancestor was unexpectedly seriously injured and exhausted all the potential he had reserved, the atmosphere of the battle became more and more cruel. Everyone kept attacking, and the Tao ancestor's counterattack became more and more ruthless. Every move he made was a fatal killing move. As time passed, the Tao ancestor was still holding on bitterly that he had to hold on. Once he could not hold on, he would still be defeated in this heaven's retribution. Hold on. There were only 3 minutes left in the shackles. There was no time. Everyone had already realized that even with Pai Yibao's unexpected arrow, which gave them a glimpse of hope, they would still have to pay a huge price if they really wanted to win. Wife. The Flood Witch's eyes suddenly became deep. He quietly avoided the others and at the same time, secretly raised his cultivation to loosen the lock of his divine sense that was the preparation for self-explosion. Jiang Tianwu and Zhu Wu also subtly moved under their feet. That's what Changlu's eyes flickered, and he quietly moved to one side, not showing his strength. However, Wu Yuding saw his move. Mother's Wu did not stop him, but chose to move to the other side at the same time. Lonely in the netherworld, how can I let you go alone? Even if you are destined to die, you will still have my company. Outside the arena, Yu Xingqian glanced at Zhuo Changlu's face. As old friends and brothers, how could he not see through Zhuo Changlu's intention? With a wild roar, Dong Huang was about to rush forward, but a figure was faster than him, so fast that it overtook him. Dong Huang's thought was very simple. His brother and sister-in-law were deeply in love, and if one of them died, the other would not live alone. He was a bachelor, and if he died, it would be better than letting any of them die. Therefore, Dong Huang was already prepared. However, the one who was prepared earlier and acted faster than him was Demon Master Kunpeng. After so many years of interaction, Demon Master Kunpeng admired Dong Huang the most, and the one he was most grateful to was also Dong Huang. Even more than the respect he had for the Demon Emperor. He and Dong Huang were both friends and teacher, and they knew each other very well. This kind of situation was already very clear. Someone had to be sacrificed in order to achieve the set goal. Therefore he came to a certain conclusion. The first one to be sacrificed must be Dong Huang. It must be him. This was because Dong Huang's temperament and style of doing things had always been like this. Dong Huang would never allow his brother and sister-in-law to die in front of him. Therefore, when Kunpeng discovered East Emperor's subtle movement, it instantly burned its soul, potential, spiritual mind and everything else. Then, it flew up at the fastest speed in its entire life and rushed over there silently. Translator. WQL Editor. Alim he overtook Dong Huang and rushed to the front of Dong Huang. The demon race could do without Kunpeng, but they could not do without Dong Huang. If there was a choice, of course, I would die to protect His Majesty Dong Huang. He thought so in his heart, but he did not shout. Because he knew that if he shouted, Dong Huang would never let him die. Even if he was one step ahead, he would still stop him. Even if he knew it was a futile attempt, he would still try. Therefore, Kunpeng Demon Master directly took the lead silently. He was one step ahead of Dong Huang and faced the Tao ancestor directly. With a boom, the blue flame that burned the soul turned into a blue flowing light, swept through the crowd, and rushed into the battle between Zhuo Duo and the Tao ancestor. In the process of rushing to the Tao ancestor, he launched the most extreme self-explosion. The reason why he did this was that Kunpeng knew that after the previous sneak attack, the Tao ancestor was stubbornly defending himself, intending to delay the last bit of time. He used more than 70% of his strength to defend himself. It was impossible to rush over with his own strength. It was simply wishful thinking to hug the Tao ancestor and then self-explode. Perhaps Dong Huang, whose cultivation was higher, could do it, but it was impossible for him to do it. With a loud explosion, thick smoke rose in all directions. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were ready to rush. Because the two of them knew that Kunpeng Demon Master's self-explosion alone could not kill the Tao ancestor. However, at this moment, two more figures rushed in without hesitation. They rushed into the shattered space caused by the explosion. The two of them did not say a word. They did not even let people see who they were before they rushed in. The two of them stood side by side, burning their souls, potential, divine senses and everything. They rushed to the Tao ancestor, who was staggered by Kuan Peng's self-explosion. There was another loud boom. Yu Xingqian, Lei Changtian. These two seniors who had protected the human clan for tens of thousands of years, the peak of the human clan, did not even leave a word. They self-exploded to meet their deaths. Although they didn't say a word, everyone understood what they meant. Wu people of the demon clan had heroes who met their deaths. Did the human clan not have brave people? Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding were ready to self-explode. But Zhuchanglu could not die. Wu Yuding could not die. Let us do it. They are much more important than me, and I have nothing left to live for. If either of them self-exploded, Zhuxiao Duo and Zhuxiaoyan would have a mental breakdown. That would be the end of the human clan. In that case, let me do it. This is Yu Xingqian. My daughter can't die. My son-in-law can't die. My boss can't die. My grandson and granddaughter-in-law can't die. If one of us has to sacrifice in exchange for victory, who else can I do it? This is Lei Changtian. When he saw Zhuchanglu and Wu Yuding's secret movements, Lei Changtian quickly made up his mind. In fact, he had already made preparations to sacrifice his life long before this. Lei Changtian did not feel regret about his death at this moment. Instead, he felt a little excited. Boss, this time you can't beat me. Ha ha ha. 3 people self-exploded in succession. 1 monster and 2 people risked their lives to defeat the enemy. The Tao ancestor was covered in blood and flesh. There were many wounds on his face. It was a ghastly sight. However, his injuries were not that serious. All the injuries added together were not as serious as the injuries caused by Pai Yibao's arrow. It was not only because he used more than 70% of his cultivation to protect himself, but also because a floating gourd floated in front of him. A purple gourd. A pure purple gourd, mysterious and noble. However, this purple gourd was unable to withstand the extreme self-detonation of 3 top experts. It was covered in cracks and riddled with holes. The little baby that could barely maintain its human form was on the verge of death, as if it would die at any moment. Wu Yuding and Zhuchanglu shouted in grief and indignation, "Bastard! Who allowed you to go?" Zhuxiao Duo was extremely angry. He waved his sledgehammer and rushed forward. With a light swish, the 8 gourds, led by the purple gold gourd, appeared at the same time. They moved over as if they had teleported, and surrounded the purple gold gourd. Then, the 9 gourds disappeared together. The purple gourd that helped the Tao ancestor withstand the self-explosion of the 3 top experts was the boss of all the gourds. It was also one of the trump cards that the Tao ancestor had kept for a long time. It had not appeared since the beginning of the battle. The purple gourd was the boss of all the gourds. Its power was beyond its peers. In addition, it had been carefully refined by the Tao ancestor for hundreds of millions of years. Its power was so great that even a sage-to-be might not be able to withstand a blow from it. It was because of this that Zhuxiao Duo did not activate the gourds to help in the battle, no matter how critical the battle was. The result of suddenly using the gourds to help in the battle was that the Tao ancestor would take away all the gourds. The situation would take a turn for the worse and get out of hand. Now, the Tao ancestor was trapped in the self-explosion of the 3 top experts and was forced to use the purple gourd to protect himself. Although he succeeded in escaping, the purple gourd was also seriously injured. Its power was less than 100%. It was wrapped by the gourds and returned to the space of the Tower of Emptiness. At this point, the 9 and 8 gourds, which had no hope of reuniting, were finally gathered. Seeing the 3 top experts die, Zhuxiao Duo, who was in so much pain that he wanted to die, waved his sledgehammer hundreds of times crazily, smashing the Tao ancestor until he staggered and lost his image. However, the ragged wounds on the Tao ancestor's body were gradually wriggling and recovering. The power of the 3 people's self-explosion was undeniable, but more than 70% of the power was borne by the purple gourd. In addition, their level was too far away from the Tao ancestor. Although they succeeded in causing more injuries to the Tao ancestor, the injuries were not serious. Instead, they were getting better. When everyone saw that the Tao ancestor's injuries were gradually getting better, ancestral sorcerer Jianghu leaped out. In his eyes, there was only shame. He used to believe in the Tao ancestor so much. He almost fell out with everyone for the sake of whether the Tao ancestor would do this. But he was wrong. Ancestral sorcerer Jianghu only felt that he was too foolish. "Boss, I'll do it." Zhu Wu Tianzu Wu gritted his teeth and pulled Jianghu Zhu Wu. Jianghu snorted and said, "You are not good at the power of space. At this moment, you must use the power of space of the highest level to be able to bind him." Otherwise, no matter how much you self-explode, it will only make him more injured. With his cultivation he will recover soon. And now there is not much time. If you want to succeed, you must use the extreme method. Hearing this, the Flood Witch, who was about to rush out, was stunned. Yes. If that was the case, the so-called sacrifice was meaningless. Why didn't you say so earlier? Dong Huang said angrily. If he had said so earlier, Kunping would not have to die. Jianghu Wu said indifferently, do you think you don't need any preparation to use the power of space of the highest level? When I was preparing, you rushed forward. And even if I had said so earlier, I couldn't have stopped it. You know why they did so? He wasn't wrong. Strictly speaking, these three people did not lack the opportunity to kill the Tao ancestor with their own lives, but they knew that their chances were slim. Their real purpose was more to not let the people they cared about die. Based on this intention, it would be best if they could kill the Tao ancestor, but if they could not, then they could not kill him. It was better to self-explode first than to let the people they cared about rush forward and risk their lives. If their expectations came true, it would be too late to regret for the rest of their lives. Jianghu Wu, who had accumulated enough power, flashed out. Like the previous three people, Zhu Wu's whole body and mind were burning. With the addition of the ancestral sorcerer's secret method, Jiang's overall strength was 3 times stronger than normal. In a flash, he was already in the battle situation. The power of space was activated to the maximum extent. However, Tao ancestor seemed to have predicted that Jiang would do this. His entire body suddenly turned into specks of stars, and like water, he floated and rippled in the entire space. It could be said that he was everywhere but nowhere at the same time. Jiang, don't even think about it. When ancestral Magus Tianwu saw this scene, he rushed forward with reddened eyes. Boss, good brother, let's go together. There was another soft sigh. A woman in white quietly appeared behind the Tao ancestor and reached out. The space, which was originally filled with the power of space, was reborn and suddenly solidified. The flowing figure of the Tao ancestor was also fixed. The woman bowed and her pretty face was full of sadness. Brothers, have a safe journey. It was Huda Zhu Wu who came quietly and intervened in this battle. This powerful figure of the Wu people, who had turned into reincarnation, once said that she would never meddle in the affairs of the mortal world again. But in today's battle, she still came and even joined the battle to restrain the Tao ancestor. Ha 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 ha. Jiang and Tianwu laughed. Thank you for your help, sister. The two ancestral sorcerers gathered together and took advantage of the situation. They turned all their power into a whirlwind of death and sucked the space that was condensed by the ancestral sorcerer Hutu into their bodies. Then, they exploded. Boom. The heroic laughter was still echoing in their ears, but the explosion that shook the universe had already sounded unprecedentedly. With a loud boom, everyone was forcefully pushed back several thousand feet by this unprecedented explosive force. All the space in the center was exploded into a black hole. However, the two Zhu Wu had completely disappeared at this time and no longer existed in the world. The few people closest to the explosion couldn't help but bear part of the aftershock. Blood flowed out of their mouths, and their ears were full of rumbling. Everyone's eyes were red. In less than 100 breaths, 5 masters exploded one after another. This kind of tragedy was truly heart-wrenching. But now it was not the time to show grief. Under such an extreme self-explosion, was the Tao ancestor still alive? If he still didn't die like this, just as everyone was muttering in their hearts, they suddenly found that at the center of the explosion, in the black hole where all the space had not recovered yet, there was actually a faint light that flickered unpredictably. Gradually, a broken figure quietly emerged from the faint light. It was the Tao ancestor. At this moment he looked unprecedentedly bleak. His body was broken, his hands and feet were gone, his chest and back were blown open in many places, and half of his head was blown away. But he was still alive. Not only was he still alive, but the damage on his body was also slowly recovering. Although it was not as fast as before, it was still recovering, really recovering. At this moment, Zhuxiaoyan's ice flame and Zhuxiao's primordial fire poured into the Tao ancestor's broken body, converging and exploding. The Tao ancestor let out a roar. At this moment, his 5 forms were incomplete and his whole body was broken. This roar was the sound of his soul. Everyone present felt a wave of confusion in their minds. This roar had the effect of shaking the soul. He was already so injured, but he still had the ability to attack the enemy? And under such a soul attack, no one could resist it. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, and as soon as he appeared in the broken black hole space. The person who came was dressed in black, tall and straight. His hair was loose and the demonic aura around him surged. He held a spear in his hand. That was the god-killing spear. Chapter 1434. The spear stabbed into the Tao ancestor's back. Boundless demonic qi instantly enveloped the Tao ancestor's body. The Tao ancestor turned his head in disbelief. In that instant, his eyes revealed a look of shock for the first time. Not to attack, not to recover. He just wanted to see who it was. Was it that person? His body showed signs of melting continuously, but this time, it melted into tiny bits and pieces, and dissipated bit by bit in the void. He turned his head desperately and looked at the person behind him in disbelief. It's you? Fiend ancestor Rahu held the god-slaying spear and said silently, It's me. What? Wuxia Duo gave me a promise. He promised that I could go to his space and continue the mental demon Tao. After this battle, it's already a complete world, one that's even more complete than this ancestral land. Even if I don't want to go, I can leave this place safely and seek another development in the cosmos. Most importantly, he also promised to help me comprehend my mental demons. It's rare for a son of Providence like him to take the initiative to form karma. If you were me, what would you choose? And all I have to pay is not to cause trouble in this space. As for what I will do elsewhere, it's none of his business. The Tao ancestor said in disbelief, but the conditions I promised you are better than this. Fiend ancestor Rahu said indifferently, Unfortunately, I don't believe you. Since ancient times, it's rare for Taoists and fiends to exist. With the peak of the three races wiped out, will you let me go? Then you believe him? Yes, I believe him. Haha. Back then you made an agreement with Pangu. But Pangu is long gone. Is Wuxia Duo really trustworthy? Although Wuxia Duo is a despicable person, he has too many concerns in this world. Furthermore, he can't let go of them. Just based on his human feelings. I believe him. Fiend ancestor Rahu said indifferently, Fellow Taoist, it's been so many years. Are you really not tired? Why not die out for a period of time? The heavenly Tao of the ancestral land has been restored and can operate on its own. With or without you, what's the difference? The Tao ancestor chuckled and said, All right. It doesn't matter if I die for a while. Taoism and diabolism are both external and internal. I will definitely find you no matter where you are. You know you can't hide. Rahu said indifferently, Perhaps when that time comes, you will no longer be my match. The Tao ancestor smiled faintly. The glowing powder that his body had turned into had already melted to his head. He closed his eyes and suddenly said, Wuxia Duo? Wuxia Duo gritted his teeth and stepped forward. What are you doing? The Tao ancestor said indifferently, I lost this time, but if you want to make me completely die, it's impossible. This was where Wuxia Duo was filled with grief and indignation. Tao ancestors were immortal. This point had become fixed after he willingly merged with the heavenly Tao. No matter how much sacrifice he made, he could only die out for a period of time. In his bones, it was just a variable that affected the fixed number. In the end, it was impossible to really destroy him. As long as the great Tao was not broken, the Tao ancestor would not die. As long as the world of the astral soul still existed, no one could determine the life and death of the Tao ancestor. The most that could be done was to use this method to make the Tao ancestor die out for a period of time. That was all. At that time he would eventually return. There is an end to the world and the future is endless. There might be a way to completely destroy you in the future. Wuxia's eyes were red. Hee. An illusory jade token floated out from the specks of stars on the Tao ancestor's body. As the jade token appeared, it became clearer and gradually condensed into a physical object. It was the creation jade disc. You have been looking for this? The Tao ancestor laughed faintly. Take it and complete it. When I wake up in the future, I will find you and get it back. Wuxia Duo grabbed it in his hand and said faintly, I want to see if you have the ability in the future. The Tao ancestor smiled faintly. His eyes finally turned and looked at Zhu Yan, who was in a daze in the distance, and said faintly, Encountering this thing. Indeed it. Before he finished speaking, he finally dissipated completely in the air. At this point, the great battle of the century finally ended. Suddenly the space shook inexplicably. It was the tattered Taiji diagram that fell from the sky. The energy of the Taiji diagram was almost exhausted. At most, there was only a trace left. After all, there were less than 10 seconds left before the end of the great battle. The danger of this battle had reached the extreme. Although everyone had won a great victory, none of them were happy. They were all heartbroken. The losses in this battle were truly too great. 6 ancestral sorcerers and 2 senior sorcerers of the sorcerer clan died in the battle. On the human side, the star-plucking celestial emperor Lei Changtian died. The demon race also lost the Kuan-Ping demon master. Apart from them, Chan Xing was the first to die. Gong Gong Zhu Wu and Shen Ming Zhu Wu were the only ones left. They were trembling, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. Of the 8 Zhu Wu, only 2 were left. The Flood Witch, the Raging Fire Witch, and the Dark Ice Witch walked over with heavy faces. Seniors are worthy of respect. Great Flood Witch's throat moved a few times and said, "But why?" Gong Gong Zhu Wu understood his meaning. He took a deep breath and said, "We are Zhu Wu. We were saved by you, so we owe you." Also, we made the wrong decision in the battle, which damaged the fate of the Wu people. In the end, we made a huge mistake which made the Tao ancestor wrong. If we want to die, we should be the first to die. Tears flowed down Gong Gong Zhu Wu's face. Also, we are called Zhu Wu, but we can only go so far in our cultivation. We can't go any further. But you have a chance to go further. You have a greater chance to reach the peak. So, no matter how unhappy we are, we will never let you die. With us standing in the way, if the juniors still have to die, how can we afford to lose face? Flood and the others were silent for a while, then said, "Seniors deserve our respect." People were looking around in silence. Low sobbing sounds could be heard. They were Wu Yuding and Zhuxiaoyan. Zhuxiao Duo felt like his heart was weighed down by lead. The battle was over. But Zhuxiao Duo didn't feel relaxed at all. Indeed, this battle had been too fierce and bitter. Demon ancestor Rahu came to Zhuxiao Duo. "I hope you will keep your promise." Zhuxiao Duo nodded and said in a deep voice, "How long will the Tao ancestor die this time?" Demon ancestor could be said to be the one who understood the Tao ancestor the most. He was the last person to send the Tao ancestor off. Naturally, he had the most right to speak. Demon ancestor Rahu said indifferently, "At least, he won't wake up for tens of millions of years." Tens of millions of years. Zhuxiao Duo calculated and said, "That should be enough." Demon ancestor nodded. "In that case, I'll take my leave." Before his voice died away, his figure flashed and disappeared. Everyone was trying in vain to find the remains of their dead comrades. However, after searching the entire space, other than the rock demon master who still had some pieces of flesh left behind, the others actually didn't leave anything behind. Everyone. Zhuchanglu's eyes were red. He tried his best to suppress his emotions and said, "Let's go back first. We'll deal with the funeral of our brothers. We'll meet again in a month to discuss important matters. How about that?" Okay. Everyone had sorrowful expressions on their faces, and their hearts were abnormally heavy. Moreover, all of them were heavily injured and urgently needed to be treated. Victory. But this victory was so heavy. No one was even in the mood to celebrate this hard-won victory. It was really too tragic that it was a feeling that even if they died, it would be much better than the feeling now. Zhuxiaoyan leaned into Zhuxiaoduo's arms and cried until the sky turned dark. Everyone went back one by one. They didn't even greet each other. The demons left first. They left quietly. Wu people left later. But they didn't even say goodbye. In the next month, the entire continent fell into an unprecedentedly oppressive atmosphere. No one dared to speak loudly. The Celestial Emperor, Heavenly King Yu, and Lord Lei Changtian had left one after another. Lord Devil Ancestor Lei Changtian had also perished in this battle. The atmosphere on the Star Soul human tribe's side had dropped below freezing point. Even after a month of buffer time, they still couldn't walk out of this oppressive atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, the appointed time arrived. The higher-ups of the 3 clans gathered at the peak. Everyone gathered together this time. There was no suspense and there were no more disputes. In this battle, Zhuxiao Duo was the key to this battle. Not only did he force the Tao ancestor to a draw, but he even had the upper hand. His strength was obvious to all. Not to mention other things, just with this strength, it was simply stupid for the shamans and demons to start a war to defeat the humans and obtain the position of dominator. The sorcerer tribe and the demon tribe had been fighting against each other since the primitive times. After 10 days the situation changed again. Everything was settled and the so-called war hegemony became yesterday's story. But also because of this, the Spirit clan suffered the least damage in the Clear Heaven tribulation. They almost did not participate in the battle from the beginning to the end. The Demon clan and the Wu people were sincerely envious of the Spirit clan's complete state. They were too lucky. The Spirit Emperor looked at Wan Mingxing with gratitude. If Wan Mingxing did not try his best to stop them, the Spirit clan would not be able to avoid being involved in this catastrophe no matter what considerations they had. And as long as a single group of soldiers entered the battlefield and caused any casualties, the astral small bodies would immediately lead to the destruction of their entire race. Look, the Human clan, the Demon clan, the Wu people, the Demon clan. Even if these 4 clans suffered heavy casualties, they still could not afford to offend any of them. The Demon clan will leave this world in 3 days. All the Demon clan above the flying heavens will be taken away. The Demon Emperor Dejuan was very straightforward. But those below the flying heavens will still stay in this world as the natives of this world. This was something that could not be helped. Even if the He Tu and the Book of the Luo could carry the Demon clan, they could not take away all the Demon clan. Naturally, they could only take away the Demon clan whose cultivation had reached a certain level. Okay. Zhou Changlu nodded. In addition, I hope that a part of the Demon clan will bring the Demon clan's inheritance into Xiao Duo's world. This part will be led by the Azure Dragon, the Black Tortoise, the Vermilion Bird, and the White Tiger. This part of the Demon clan will number about 30 million. Is it possible? Dong Huang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. No problem at all. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a moment. As for the matter of the Demon clan moving into the worldlet, he had already discussed it with Xiao Long and Xiao Yiqiong. The new world was complete, and it was vast and sparsely populated. With so many Demon clans moving in, there were only advantages and no disadvantages. Even if there was a follow-up, Xiao Xiao would be responsible for the coordination. Zhou Xiaoduo did not need to worry about it. Well, after these Demon clan people enter the new world, their future will depend on their own luck. The Demon Emperor sighed. The Wu people will leave in 7 days. Flood said, on our side, 30 million Wu people will also enter the new world. The leaders are Hai Hunshan, Thundercat, Shadiao, and the others. And these are your brothers. I have no choice. The Demon Emperor glanced at Flood and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The Wu people really had to compete with the Demon clan at all times. He originally thought that because of his relationship with Xiao, he would have a foundation in the new world. He didn't expect the Wu people to be even more ruthless. Not only did they pull him out, but they also made so many brothers. But there's one thing I want to say. The Astral Souls Human clan will not enter the new world. I will make some natives. Also, I will not participate in the management of the new world. Everyone will have to rely on their own abilities to survive in the new world. There will be no favoritism. Zhou Xiaoduo said. Of course. How can the god of creation personally go into battle? Everyone expressed their understanding. That was how it should be. Demon Ancestor Rahu said indifferently, I intend to send some of the invisible inner demons into the new world. As for the demons outside, let them all be destroyed. I'm too lazy to take them to conquer the world. They're too ugly, too dirty, too smelly. They haven't even developed a fart in a million years. They can't even create a shadow of civilization. What harm is there in killing such a race? The demon ancestor was decisive, but his expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. Everyone was stunned, but they couldn't help but want to laugh. Demon ancestor Rahu sighed. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He was also a race that had developed since ancient times. Look at the demon clan. At least they had reached a certain scale and had their own inventions. There was no need to mention the Wu people. They had already been modernized. The most awesome race was still the human clan. They had even developed to the point where as long as you had money, you could do everything in bed. Of course, this kind of behavior was not encouraged. However, after living in the human world for a few days, demon ancestor Rahu felt more and more that the demon clan was incurable. They were incorrigible and useless. Not to mention anything else, just the stench on their bodies made it impossible for them to even invent perfume. It was simply unimaginable. Demon ancestor Rahu was a heartless person. Naturally, there was nothing he couldn't give up. Not to mention he hated the demon clan so much. It was only natural that he would give up on them. As for the demon clan, Zhou Xiaoduo didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Wan Minsheng had been trying to enlighten the demon clan in the demon spirit forest for countless years. However, he hadn't achieved anything. He had even almost suffered a backlash. If it weren't for Zhang Xuejuan's accidental involvement, the demon spirit elders would have chosen Elder Wan as their sacrifice. Whether they had the strength to take down Elder Wan was one thing, but Elder Wan had the qualifications to lead the demon clan back. This was beyond doubt. Can you help me eliminate the demon clan before you leave? Following the principle of since you're leaving, it'd be a waste not to use them, Zuoxiao Duo, who had always been lazy, asked Demon Emperor Jun and Gonggong Zhu Wu. This is no problem. The two leaders were happy to help. Humans were about to become the dominators. Obviously, they didn't want their hands to be stained with the blood of other creatures. Therefore, they wanted to let their two races leave with the sin of slaughtering an entire race. However, this wasn't a problem for the two senior executioners who had tens of millions of years of experience. Not to mention they hated the demon clan so much that they wanted to kill them whenever they saw them. The monster clan and Wu people who enter the new world can first live in a separate city. After all, the new world is only in its early stages. It'll take at least half a year to a year. After that, they can live a normal life. Zuoxiao Duo estimated the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation. Well, Zuoxiao Duo had officially renamed the Tower of Annihilation as the Tianzui Galaxy. Yes, it was a galaxy. After the compass of creation was completed and the old view was repeated, Xiaolong excitedly told Zuoxiao Duo that the current world of the Tower of Annihilation was no longer a separate small world. Now, it was a developing world and it was an embryonic world with infinite possibilities. With the emergence of talents in this space, its fate would continue to increase. After seizing the fate of the heavens, it would slowly develop and expand beyond imagination. Therefore, Zuoxiao Duo simply named his small world as a galaxy. What if it really developed into a greater world in the future? Then wouldn't I, the great Zui god of creation, be awesome? There were some dreams that one could still dream about. For Zuoxiao Duo, who dreamed of being the grandson of the Sky Patrol Minister when he had nothing, this fantasy was just a drizzle. After all, there were already successful precedents. Although the Tianzui Galaxy could only be called the Tianzui Continent, it was about to take shape. However, this didn't stop Zuoxiao Duo from looking forward to the infinite future. The Demon Emperor and Zhu Wu didn't have any objections to Zuoxiao's half a year's time. Half a year it was. What did this amount of time count for? They still believed in Zuoxiao's promise. In fact, they were somewhat envious of the juniors who were about to enter the Tianzui Galaxy. This was because the things that Zuoxiao Duo revealed had shown them the infinite possibilities of the Tianzui Galaxy. It was much more promising than their current home world. The upper limit of development was also much higher. However, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. Secondly, they were all proud people. This time they were going to explore the universe without any restraints. Could it be that they couldn't become the master of another world? Perhaps they could reach the same level of achievement as Zuoxiao Duo one day? They could open up a new world and become the god of creation. How great would that be? Gonggong, the Shenming Flood, Emperor Juntai, and company all had such thoughts. Even Fiend Ancestor Rahu had such plans. Open up a new world. Become the god of creation. This was their future path. This was their goal for a very, very long time to come. Wan Minxing looked at Zuoxiao Duo with some apprehension. Friend Zuoxiao Duo, the spirit race. Zuoxiao Duo said straightforwardly, the spirit race will not commit the sin of killing. We can follow the example of the Dao League and integrate the humans into the astral souls. We can also bring our inheritances into the new world. Anything is fine. Zuoxiao Duo was very generous towards the spirit race. The spirit emperor and Wan Minxing laughed bitterly. The entire race entering the new world? This was definitely a good thing, an extremely good thing. However, the spirit race wasn't so thick-skinned. Apart from the higher-ups, we are willing to disperse the humans into the astral souls and help them rebuild the ancestral land. As for the new world, let's send 50 million people. The spirit emperor's words were filled with embarrassment. After all, this number was already 20 million more than the Wu people and the Yao race. It was a bit of an advantage. However, the Spirit Emperor and Zhu Wu didn't hold any grudges against this at all. The spirit race's fighting strength was far inferior. Even if they sent in 20 million more people, they could only protect themselves. When the new world developed in the future, it was still unknown whether these 20 million spirit race people could survive. In fact, to Zuoxiao Duo, whether the spirit race fully integrated into the astral souls or entered the new world, it was a very good thing. Based on the current situation, the humans were strong while the spirit race were weak. The spirit race had become a vassal of the humans. In the future, the spirit race would definitely become the human cultivators' cultivation partners. Just this point alone was something that the Yao race and the Wu people couldn't compare to. As for the 50 million spirit race people entering the new world, Zuoxiao Duo felt that it was a bit too little. The new world had just been established, and it needed the greater 1,000 creatures. The spirit race mainly lived on flowers and trees, and they were much more adaptable to the environment than the shaman and Yao race. As for the higher-ups, it was inevitable that they would still have to leave the new world. Next, everything was settled, and the various races began to celebrate the long-lasting peace that was about to come. Demon ancestor Rahu didn't participate in this celebration. He only scattered a part of the heart demon of the first generation to Zuoxiao Duo. He didn't care whether Zuoxiao Duo would really fulfill his promise or not. He just crossed the starry sky and left. The demon ancestor knew that no one would really welcome him, including Zuoxiao Duo. If the situation wasn't so critical, they wouldn't have chosen to cooperate with him. Demon ancestor Rahu was very tactful. In addition, he didn't want to be associated with most people. Naturally, he left in a carefree manner. As for the future, he didn't care about the demon race or the heart demon. He could do whatever he wanted. The Tao ancestor had said that Tao and demon couldn't coexist, but they were also two sides of the same coin. As long as the Tao ancestor didn't die, the demon ancestor wouldn't die. Tao was eternal, and so was the origin of the demon race. The heart demon was the heart, and the demon was born from the heart. How could it not be long? When he left, the god-killing spear called Yen Shirsi over. Then he ordered Yen Shirsi to transform into his human form and stand at attention. He slapped Yen Shirsi more than 10 times. Yen Shirsi was slapped until he spun like a top. However, he was very excited. Each slap was an inheritance. The god-killing spear used this method to leave his inheritance and gave it to Yen Shirsi. Traitor. Do well. Traitor. Become stronger. Traitor. Was it good? Good. After the war, the entire continent was in ruins. Less than 10% of the population of each race was left. Everywhere was desolate. As the war came to an end, white banners were everywhere. Almost every family was wearing mourning clothes. Monuments rose from the ground one after another. They commemorated the heroes and martyrs who had sacrificed themselves in the past few years. At the front line, it was a different scene. All of a sudden, the people of the Wu tribe became very popular. The experts of the demon race invited them to drink, and the human race also invited them to drink. They were all old rivals who had fought with their lives for so many years. Now that they were going to leave forever, it was reasonable for them to send each other off. However, they had to drink this farewell wine no matter what. Although the humans of the astral souls were comrades who had passed away at this moment, they had to deal with these guys first. After all, if they left, they would be done once and for all. They were willing to leave this period of time and leave behind some memories. During this period, Zuoxiao Duo had to train with the flood which almost every day. They continued to exchange pointers, continued to exchange blows, and continued to exchange their insights. The flood which was very emotional. I didn't expect that the biggest opportunity in my life was to be given a godson when I was transforming into the mortal world. Zuoxiaonian and Zuoxiao Duo were still like before. One of them poured in the luck of the flood, while the other drew out the luck of the flood which. However, as Zuoxiao Duo became the new god of creation, his providence increased exponentially, and the amount of providence that Zuoxiaonian absorbed was negligible. Thanks to this, the great witch of the flood could be said to have advanced very quickly. In just a few days he had advanced by leaps and bounds to the peak of the wizard ancestor level. He was only half a step away from breaking through. I don't have much time left. I'll leave the rest to the starry sky. I just want to drink now. The flood which was full of reluctance. Your father and I need to drink more. After this farewell, I don't know if we can see each other again. On the other side, Gong Gong, Xian Ming, and Hudu were sitting together. Sister, come with us. The clear heaven tribulation is over. The old rules of order in this world are gone. Half of the 6 paths of reincarnation is gone. It's futile to maintain it. Besides, the Tao ancestor will definitely recover in the future. You have karma with him because of the previous battle. By then. It's okay. Hudu was very calm. When the 6 paths of reincarnation was established, I was no longer a magus. I only controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. When the ancestral land was split, the great Tao was in chaos. That was why the 6 paths of reincarnation became chaotic and disappeared. Ye Jianghu. You have to be good. Mother. You and father. Take care. He too and Luo Shu unfolded. The demon emperor, Dong Huang, and the demon empress floated up, carrying the He Tu and Luo Shu with their people. They slowly soared into the sky. The three of them kept waving their hands. Demon Empress Shihi's beautiful eyes locked on Xiao Zhao's face. Her tears fell like beads from a broken necklace. My son. You have to be good. Mother. Kneeling on the ground, Xiao looked up with tears streaming down his face. His mother's tears fell from the sky and dripped on his face. He gently stroked them with his hands and put them into his mouth that it was so sour but so sweet. It was an indescribable taste that would be etched in his heart forever. Mother. Xiao burst into tears. In the sky, Emperor Jun let out a long sigh. He held Shihi in his arms and waved his hand. The two of them turned into shooting stars and quickly disappeared into the sky. The monsters left. Then it was the Wu people. The flood which stood in front of Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian, smiling. I wanted to wait for your children's 1-month-old celebration before leaving. But you are such a disappointment. Zhuoxiaonian blushed instantly. She stomped her feet. Godfather. Flood laughed. Let's go, let's go. Don't be annoying. He waved his hand casually. Zhu Wu Lai Hua Bing Ming, and the others soared into the sky and soared into the sky. The Wu people left very casually. In less than 10 breaths they all disappeared. Flood is really straightforward. Zhuochanglu felt a little regretful. He said, he didn't even shed a tear. Although they were in a heavy mood, they couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo stood on the side, leaning against each other. Among everyone, perhaps only the two of them were the most relaxed. They even felt a little happy. Bai Yun Duo was pregnant. They went to Yu Dongtian's tomb to report. Without Brother Fishy they would have turned into ashes. As for the child, it was even more impossible. Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo simply built a house in front of Yu Dongtian's tomb. They lived here and accompanied Brother Fishy for a long time. Perhaps, if I got closer, he would be able to shift the blame to me if he caused trouble in that unknown world. This was Yun Zhonghu's most ardent wish recently. However, everyone in the team was working hard to cultivate and improve. They were not inferior to when they were preparing for the Tao ancestor. Now the boss has taken a big step forward. We must work hard. Our next path is to transcend this world. Travel the starry sky with the boss. Become the creator of the world. Create our own world. We can't let the boss monopolize the limelight. Except for one person, Li Chenglong was working hard in another direction. The cave abode of Ying Zhao that he had obtained in the Crown Prince's Academy was also cultivated as a prototype world. Li Chenglong had never forgotten the oath he made back then. If I succeed in my cultivation, I will definitely make the ordinary plants in the world have the ability to transform into spirits. This was Li Chenglong's promise. He was also working hard in this direction. He wanted to make this wish come true in his new world. But everyone was already clear in their hearts. In the current world, it is impossible to get enough opportunities to create a new world. So his experience can't be replicated. Even if there are opportunities, they are in the starry sky. We need to fight for them and obtain them. Everyone was ready to go to the starry sky. Zhuochanglu and his wife were also working hard. Now that the human race in the astral souls was the dominant race, the heavy responsibility of protecting the human race could finally be relieved. Compared to staying here, how could it be more comfortable to transcend this world and travel the starry sky with their son and daughter? Wu Yuding wanted to help Zhuoxiao Duo coax their child. Time would not stop for anyone or anything. It would fade away bit by bit. 9 months later, Yun Zhonghu and his wife held a big banquet. Their son was born. Everyone was gathered together in a lively and bustling manner. Yun Zhonghu held the child and respectfully asked Zhuochanglu to name him. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding glanced at Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian from the corner of their eyes. Let Xiao Duo and Little Nian name him. Wu Yuding snorted and said, "Look at how cute the child is." Zhuoxiaonian looked at him with a red face and couldn't help but love him. She cheered and hugged him in her arms. She smiled and said, "This is so fun." Wu Yuding was speechless. "Then why don't you give birth to one for fun?" Zhuoxiaonian blushed and stomped her feet. "Mom, you have to ask your son-in-law." Zhuoxiao Duo rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear anything. He drank with Li Chenglong. However, the matter of naming was still brought up. Zhuoxiao Duo racked his brains and said modestly, "How about Yin Xiaohu? Get lost." Yun Zhonghu cursed. Yun Zhonglong? Get lost. Everyone said in unison. Yun Zhonglong. Get lost. Don't Yun Zhonglong. Yun Zhonglong, what do you think? Yun Zhonghu pondered for a moment and nodded. Yun Zhonglong. Zhuochanglu sighed. Sigh little Yu. A few months later little Fatty Yu's wife, Mo Shuani, also gave birth. Everyone cheered again. Little Fatty was drunk. He hugged Zhuoxiaoduo and talked a lot. The royal family came to us. They said they wanted to make the Yu family the royal family. The emperor should abdicate to the Yu family. I didn't agree. The ancestors fought for mankind, not for the Yu family to be the emperor. If I agreed, the Yu family would have tarnished the two ancestors' reputation. Besides, we're living much better than the royal family now. Boss, give the child a name. This time, Zhuoxiaoduo pondered for a long time and didn't joke. Because he knew that as long as he said it, little Fatty would agree. This was no longer a joke. His words were the law. What generation is it? The next generation is the Ping generation. Then let's call him Yu Ping Sheng. Okay. Another year later, Zhuoxiaoduo once again displayed his prowess. With the 9-9 cat hammer, he smashed his team that was not strong enough. Get lost. All of you get lost. Why are all of you staying in this world? Why aren't you leaving when you can? Staying here and eating my food. When will you be able to repay your debt? Everyone owes me too much. The least one owes me 36 million continents worth of wealth. If you don't go out and work hard, how are you going to repay your debt? Do you really think you're a jack of all trades? Zhuoxiaoduo swung the 9-9 cat hammer and chased away this group of shameless people. Don't even think about coming back. I've already left a soul imprint on you. If I want to confirm your current location, it's a matter of minutes. Zhuoxiaoduo threatened. Hurry up and go to work to repay your debt. Everyone left awkwardly with bruised and swollen faces. Before leaving, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others went to Qin Fangyang's grave and kowtowed to bid farewell. In fact, they all knew that they had no choice but to leave. With so many great cultivators above the sage level gathered on this continent, even Zhong Guang's ancestral land could not bear it. Not only Li Chenglong and the others were kicked out, but even Zhuoxiaoduo himself would be kicked out soon. Dad, Mom, where are we going? I don't care where you're going. Your mom and I are going out to play. Zhuochanglu snorted and said, anyway, we have a soul imprint. As long as you two don't give birth, we won't come back. Let's see how much you miss us. Zhuoxiaoduo's face turned bitter. Zhuoxiaonian's face turned as red as a tomato, the kind that was ripe. If they wanted to have a child, it would be a matter of minutes. However, Zhuoxiaoduo felt that he was not ready to be a father yet. In comparison, he still wanted to spend a few more years with his wife. Once they had a child, his wife would no longer be his alone. Zhuoxiaoduo knew this very well. Countless novels, legends, and myths all proved this point. Then you two should go. When I miss you, I'll give birth to a child and call you. When you think about us, you should always think about us, Zhuoxiaoduo said heartlessly. With Father Zhuo and Mother Zhuo's current cultivation level, even if they met a Tao ancestor again, they could still fight with him. Moreover, they had a good chance of winning. Therefore, Zhuoxiaoduo was really not worried about the old couple's safety, not to mention that he had sent out a whole team, and they were all connected by soul. Even if something really happened, they could organize a group fight with just a soul message. Zhuoxiaoduo felt that in this vast starry sky, there were only a few people who could withstand his group fight. Therefore, Zhuochanglu and his wife also left. After a period of time, Zhuoxiaoduo let his fully formed small world, which was flawless, graze the starry sky and let it develop on its own. Xiaolong Xiao Xiao, do as you see fit and have fun. Don't come to me if you don't have anything to do. If something happens, don't come to me. I'm old and my mentality is old. I can't handle things. And Hai Hunshan, Mighty Cat, Shadiao, you guys, I fulfilled my promise to you. When you have the strength to travel the starry sky, come to me again. I promise that one day I'll let you join my team. Zhuoxiaoduo said so. Xiaolong and Xiao Huang's sword were dumbfounded. You're old? You're obviously lazy and you don't want to do anything. What are you looking at? When I miss you guys, I'll naturally come to see you. Zhuoxiaoduo waved his hand and threw the new world far away from the Milky Way. Then he and Zhuoxiaonian returned leisurely. They had their own private time together. The two returned to Phoenix City and lived in their old house, just like the Zhuo couple who had transformed into the mortal world. When they had nothing to do, they would visit Hu Ruoyun's house from time to time. Occasionally, they would stroll around Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. After half a year, they finally felt that the atmosphere was too peaceful and comfortable. Especially in the starry sky, there seemed to be a voice calling them. Under the guidance of karma, the two of them broke through the sky. On the other side of the distant 9 heavens, a few people were discussing. Who's on this kid's side? I don't want him. He's too lazy. Even a salted fish is more hardworking than him. I don't want him either. He's too despicable. You can imagine his future reputation. Why don't we just let him form his own faction? Junxia, you can consider forming an alliance with him. Come on. Spare me. I don't want to have my face covered in blood every day. Jianghu. You have enough people on your side. Even if it's not enough, I don't want him. He's my son. We're not. I'm jealous. Ha 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 ha. Yishao you. Don't call me. I'm all alone but this kid. Just go away. Everyone was silent. After a while, with a sound, someone else came. Suddenly, everyone's face turned bitter. A voice winked and said, you're all here. Come and take a look. Am I more handsome today? Everyone covered their faces. Suddenly, the guy in the middle's eyes lit up. Tan, you came just in time. Didn't you always complain about not having an ally? Now your ally is here. You two are a match made in heaven. There is nothing more tacit than that. The new guy was very excited. Really? I have an ally? After so many years, I've been pushed around by you guys. Finally, I have a partner. What do you mean by a match made in heaven? Is it a beauty? I'm a married man. What are you thinking? We mean that your partner is very, very powerful. He can be on par with you in terms of cultivation and other aspects. That's great. Where is he? I'll go find him. From now on, we, the Starry Sky Twin Swordsmen, will travel side by side in the universe. Puff. That's right. From now on, the name of the Starry Sky Twin Swordsmen will be invincible in the universe and the universe will be silent. Thanks for the compliment. I feel relieved. I suddenly feel a bit more handsome. Roar. Ha 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 ha. Swishow Duo naturally didn't know that a bunch of shameless guys had set up a huge trap for him. He was traveling around with his wife, looking very carefree. At the same time, he was also working hard on his martial arts. Zhuxiaoyan was confused. What are you doing every day? I'm restoring something. It's very difficult. What is it? A flower. Dot in the starry sky. These two little things still don't want children? He really doesn't care about the two of us. I'm so angry. If we don't hear from them in half a year, we'll go back and play doubles. Okay. On the continent of astral souls. Hu Ruoyun looked at her daughter, who had grown up, and frowned. Look at you. You're already so old. It's time for you to think about your personal life. Li Qingyue sighed. I'm the principal of Second High now. I have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I'm not in a hurry to get married. Martial artists have long lives. Why are you guys in such a hurry? You're an old lady now. Do you know that you're going to stay at home for the rest of your life? I have my own salary. It's not like I'm living off my parents. August mid-autumn. Li Qingyue sat quietly on the roof and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The moon is so round. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the moon in the sky without blinking. The sun in the day is also very round. Why can't the sun in the day meet the full moon in the sky? She sat quietly and looked at the moon in a daze. Her hair fluttered in the night wind. Her eyes were in a daze. She seemed to be reminiscing about something. When she was young, there was a pair of warm hands and a person who accompanied her for a long time. Even now, she could still feel the warmth of that person in the palm of her hand. Drip, drip. 2 drops of tears fell on her lapel. I don't like a round sun. I like a square one. But a square one, when will it appear? When will you come back? She hugged her knees and sat quietly on the roof. She looked at the moon. Her expression was calm. After a long time, something seemed to fall from the sky. What was that? She widened her eyes and looked at the sky. She couldn't help but reach out her hand. It floated. Was this a flower? It was crystal clear and dreamy. There seemed to be a faint glow on the petals. Red spider lilies. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.